From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First offering here is whacked deep into right field. Back into his left, Garcia. It's over his head, and it's high off the wall. It kicks back towards center. Abreu is in. Devon is in. Julks is racing home. The throw goes to third for McCormick. It's a bases-clearing triple to give Houston a 4-1 lead.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the holiday edition of Sean and RJ. We are live. We are not taking off. We are live in studio with the entire squad to get you ready for your fourth here on DFW Sports Station and your home of the Rangers on a day like this. We always think we're in here, we're talking to nobody. We could basically do the same exact show tomorrow. Let us know if you're up and what you're doing to give you the Tolo shout out on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
Well, you know, the way the first three games of this series has gone, you basically could do the same show because all you got to do is talk about a team scoring 5 runs and winning the game.
That's what's happening.
All three. The winning team has won the game. When the Astros have won, it's been 5-3. When the Rangers won, it was 5-2. It's pretty simple.
That was the big difference yesterday. The audio you heard right here from this radio station, it's your home of the Rangers. Chas McCormick hits the bases clearing triple with 2 outs. Everybody on off of Spores. That made it 4-1. Nate Lowe tried to get the Rangers back in it. He hit the 2-run homer, down 1. Altuve with the solo bomb off of Burke. So even though they get the big addition in Aroldis Chapman, which we'll get into in a little bit, Spores, Burke end up losing this one for the Rangers. Some bullpen struggles, and now you try to finish this thing out today with a split. That's best case scenario right here on the Fan.
Yeah, best case scenario. And, look, even if you do lose 3 of 4, Houston only picks up 2 games on you because you split the other 2. So it's not the end of the world, and it's not like this team is in a tough spot. But look, Spurs gave up the runs yesterday. He kind of blew it there, and I think that as time wears on, the back end of this bullpen is going to be a strength as time wears on. Today or yesterday, I should say, that wasn't the case. They were able to give up the big blow, and it wasn't necessarily a Tigers situation where the outfielder completely handed them the runs with bad fielding. That was just a rope. It was just a rope. I thought they was going to go out for a second.
The atmosphere has been a playoff series. The Tolos have been representing in Arlington sellouts all weekend long, and yesterday was a packed house. Another packed house. They're setting records out there at the stadium for the Silver Boot.
Yeah, if you look at the game, it was yesterday's. It was not quite at 100%. It was at 99% full.
Okay, and which was what amount? But Saturday was 40,380.
Okay, so Saturday that was standing room only. That was more because capacity on ESPN is listed at 40,000 flat. Yesterday was 39,580. So if you had an empty seat next to you, you were lucky. You're one of those lucky people that's on the airplane and you get the middle seat open next to you on a packed flight. You're like that lucky SOB. And that's what you would have been yesterday. It's been a great crowd. It's been a great series attendance-wise. And they are slowly creeping up the attendance markings.
Well, it proves, along with the all-star voting, that this city is, Josh Hamilton, a little bit of a baseball town. Around here, our feeling is it goes NFL, college football, then baseball.
Yeah.
And then Mavs, and then Stars. But baseball has always been pretty solid here in the Metroplex, despite what Josh said. And he was comparing us to Boston and San Francisco and St. Louis and towns like that.
Okay.
And a quote that will never, ever die. But the Rangers fans are showing that they've been waiting for something to cheer about.
Well, yeah,
and they are.
They are. And what is St. Louis and, San Fran? Let's just take San Fran and LA out of it because they're, what is St. Louis and Chicago and New York? Those are generational places. They've had baseball for over 100 years there. Of course, you've got grandparents and great-grandparents that grew up as fans of the Cardinals, or the Yankees or the Red Sox. You're lucky if your grandfather was a Ranger fan. You know what I mean? There's the amount of people that moved here from somewhere else in the last 30 years makes it really, really hard to have that same thing. But, this is one of the best, if not the best area for, youth baseball and high school baseball in the country. Kids who play the sport generally like to go watch it too. And, look, that's what's going to happen. And that's why it is a really good baseball town. Whether it's got the history of being one, it doesn't matter. It really is.
And just like on the day where they had the starters announced for the All-Star game and the Rangers lost, same exact thing yesterday. They lose the game to the armpit, but they add more to the All-Star team. The most All-Stars among any American League team, as yesterday, Aroldis Garcia and Nathan Eovaldi were added. So 6 total Rangers will be representing in Seattle, and you saw why with Nathan Eovaldi on Saturday. 7 scoreless innings to become the American League's second 10-game winner. And Eovaldi struck out 5 and limited the Astros to 2 singles, worked around a season-high 4 walks as well, but he lowered the ERA to 2.64. 5th start this year where he did not allow a run, and he is heading to the All-Star game.
Yeah, he is. Cannot believe at the start of the year that this team would have 6 All-Star players.
No way.
Not a chance. That's phenomenal. It's great. And there's some snubs out there. There's some snubs out there around the sport, and that's going to happen. It happens every single year, and you'll forget about it by the time the game rolls around.
Who are people talking about as
Wander Franco was the big one. He leads all American League infielders in WAR. So he's the best player on the best team throughout the first 81 games or so. So I think when that happens, I think most people would agree, okay, that's a snub. And that's where baseball comes in with their And they'll say, look, we need to get a representative from every team. And you've got to have a guy for the Colorado Rockies, which doesn't affect Wander Franco, but you got to have a guy for the Royals and the A's who necessarily wouldn't deserve it. So it's just, someone's going to get snubbed. There's no way around it.
It was a big weekend for the Mavericks as well. We're going to do a deep dive into that at 6 o'clock for the Hoop Heads as Kyrie Irving quickly re-signs. They bring back Seth Curry for a third time. They re-signed Dwight Powell, and they still have their mid-level exception that is live and available to add talent, even though that price tag around the association, it's a little bit higher than we were hoping for with your Bruce Browns, Brook Lopez's, your Dylan Brooks. Other guys are getting paid more than $12 million that the Mavs have to try to add to Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to get with that? What are you really gonna get with that mid-level or that trade, whatever the exceptions are?
Not DeAndre Ayton.
No.
Not Ayton.
Nope.
Couldn't give it up for him.
No, you can't give up anything for him. Like, you're just not gonna do that. I just wish I wish the NBA would not make it so difficult to understand their contracts.
Aprons.
Whatever the hell it is.
First apron, second apron.
God. How about here's the number. You can't go over this number.
Bird rights.
Bird rights. Can't have bird, yeah.
Every other year with the draft picks.
Which I like the concept of bird rights. I do think like the NFL it would behoove the NFL if they did something like that with quarterbacks or even running backs. Hey, you can sign a running back to whatever you want. It doesn't hurt your cap. That would be something for running backs if because they're the ones that are really getting screwed here.
Bobby, I think, will be in 20. I'm surprised he was not in at 5. Because it sounds like he has been miserable playing nurse for his poor wife who had sinus surgery over the weekend. But he allows us to come in here and go ahead and start off the holiday edition on our own. But it sounds like he's been dying to get out. There's no place he would rather be than right here versus taking care of his significant other at home.
Right, because now he's doing work, and housework.
Oh, there's the hamster.
Yeah.
There's the hockey hamster.
He's on his way. I can feel it. Bobby's coming.
He's getting closer.
Yes, nurse work and housework.
Yep, he's doing both of them, which sucks. But that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
That's your duties, man. You wanted her.
That's what Amanda was like, what did he do when she was pregnant? What did he do when she was giving birth?
Probably nothing. Probably wasn't even there.
Jay and D are up with us. Tolo's on Twitter. Jay is always up getting that early morning pump in. And you got D, one of our diehard Tolos, always providing all the articles and the news of the day. They're not taking off the Monday edition. Glad you're waking up with us as we're checking out the moon over here to my left.
Ooh, look at that moon.
Look at that.
I've never seen the moon over there. Does the moon change places?
Well, I think Earth rotates, so like eventually, yeah, it'll move.
Yeah, it moves, I guess. I don't remember ever seeing it over there. That's a big moon, though, man.
What a thing to talk about with Kyrie re-signing, where the moon actually comes up and goes down. Elon Musk may have broken our morning show, and a way to hang out with us Friday, we're taking the show on the road, out and about. We'll tell you where and how to come chill and eat breakfast with Sean and RJ finally out of the studio. It's the Monday edition. Glad you're waking up with us. Just getting started live on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
It starts today with a KMC masterpiece at the Globe. But for the final game of this Astros series, 12:30 pregame, first pitch at 1 o'clock. And then we are getting out and doing the show on Friday. We're starting off our DFW Firehouse Tour, and it's going down in Grand Prairie. Firehouse number 9 this Friday, 5:30 to 10, 121 West Polo Road. That is just south of I-20 and north of Joe Pool Lake. We are going to have breakfast for the Tolos who stop by, provided by Rudy's of Arlington with the breakfast tacos, C4 energy drinks, and plenty of Tolo bumper stickers as well. Everyone is welcome to come on out and say what's up.
Say hi.
We'll even spray Bobby down with the fire hose right in front of you.
Might be a little bit. Boy, I've heard that thing could do just disaster to your body. You get hit one of those fire hoses.
That's probably how you feel after moving.
Oh my gosh. My body feels 80 years old. Feels 80 years old after this weekend moving. Right, we didn't make a dent too. We moved everything, but didn't even make a dent in terms of the putting stuff away. Woo!
So Rudy's of Arlington with the breakfast tacos, Tolo bumper stickers that are freshly created, C4 energy drinks, and we're going to be at a different firehouse every month, stopping by to say thank you to those guys and girls. And Spittle told me there could be a lot of audio in the background because no matter what the call is, it sets off the alarms at the firehouse. So we're going to see how much action they really do over there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, are they waking up? Are they sleeping in? Are they up already? Are they just awake? Are they on the 24-48 schedule or the 48-72 schedule? Which one?
121 West Polo Road on Friday, 5:30 to 10 a.m. right here with Sean and RJ.
I'll be back at the studio, guys, like normal. I unfortunately will not make it to this one.
Yeah.
Unless you guys want to stay there till like noon, then maybe I can swing by, you know? Good. No. Okay.
No.
It's okay.
No,
maybe next time.
We're
Or
heading to
I could just
Oklahoma
take
as
off
soon as that's
Friday,
over.
and then I'll be there.
You're
just
heading to
calling-
Oklahoma?
As soon as that's over, yeah, we're going to go float the river.
Oh,
Yeah, we're going to float the Illinois,
very nice.
which has nothing to do with the state of Illinois somehow.
And with Bassick and DC, I think for Rangers coverage, and Corey out next Friday, Jane Slater will be joining Kevin and Reggie on the Masterpiece.
Ooh.
So you got KNC out today at the Globe. We're going to be out Friday in Grand Prairie, and Slater with already more endorsements than Mike Bassick here on the station joining the midday show.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Well, that won't be awkward.
Well, Mike won't be there.
No, I know, but just in general, like that, the fact that she'll be there with more endorsements.
Look,
Oh, Mike.
Mike's getting that Bally money. Ain't nobody shedding no tears
now.
for Bassick. Oh, for now, before Bally go. What is up with Bally going bye-bye? I have no idea. Is Twitter going bye-bye after what Elon Musk did over the weekend?
Man.
What is this? You think it's brilliant?
Well, I don't know if it's brilliant or not. I'm trying to figure out, surely he can't be doing this because it said temporary. It said on his initial tweet, this is temporary. But
Now, this is probably a very niche thing that we're talking about. You always point out the lack of Twitter users that are probably listening
That are
right
active.
now. We're on it for news.
Correct.
That's my number one source of things. When something breaks,
Easily.
when news is out there, it's the best source of news.
yeah, when you want to find out who made the All-Star selection for the Rangers, if you didn't watch the 2-hour presentation on ESPN, you probably went to Twitter. But, the stat out there is 90% of all tweets are done by 10% of the users. So it's like there's now a lot of people are on it that have accounts but aren't necessarily scrolling all day. So he writes, to address the extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, I don't know what that means.
Data scraping.
We've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts can read 6,000 posts a day. Unverified, 600 posts a day. New unverified accounts, so if you just joined, 300. And then, but here's the thing.
Because over the weekend, we all got the same message. It's like user data or limit, max limit exceeded. And you couldn't go and load certain things. And it's like, okay, Twitter's broken.
Right.
Well, no, Elon did this on purpose.
Yeah, he did this on purpose. Now, he posted a very cryptic tweet about 11 hours after that, and he writes, you awake from a deep trance, step away from the phone to see your friends and family. And I wonder, because Elon's done these weird things, and it was always like, hey, Twitter's going to go this at 4:20 today, and it's just a joke. It's a pot joke. That's it. And I wonder if Elon's just doing this to get people off their phones over the holiday weekend. That was like, I was wondering, because it doesn't make any sense. Why would you limit something that we've never had limited before? You know, now he already started charging you for stuff that we've never had charged before, and that doesn't work. Because, like, it made no sense. He is basically just, this would kill the platform, right? 600 posts a day with, and your mentions are part of the 600? I mean, there are people that will get through that in 45 minutes.
Okay, so what does that mean, though? Like, if I'm just scrolling through, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? That's what's counting?
And it's not you're clicking on the post. It's you're just scrolling through.
So if I make a post, people write back to me, I click on the mentions, and I'm looking at, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, just like that. Because I'm like, yesterday I was scared. I was like cautious going to my Twitter, and I'm like, am I using up all my reads? And how many do I read a day? Is this going to really affect me? Am I going to run out? During a Cowboys game, I would have a great fear of it, checking out everybody's opinions.
During football, it's going to be awful.
You would have to get verified for football season.
Yeah, he's trying to force people into buying the Twitter Blue. That's what he's trying to do, unless this is a big joke.
Yeah, unless this is a big joke, and if it's a big joke, then he just conned a few people into buying Twitter Blue. People who don't think it's a joke. Like, if it's permanent, it impacts, outside of the media world, it probably doesn't impact people, but inside the media world, it probably impacts quite a bit, if not all. Like, this is, for this weekend, if he's doing it just for, hey, put your phone down, get off Twitter and just spend time with your family, fine, whatever. If it's permanent, I don't understand the thought process behind this.
This made me really, well, it's to subscribe. It's to go ahead and buy it, but this made me hate his guts.
But look, I mean, there's 4 posts right there that you just read, and then you go up, and then there's 20, and then like you've done that in 30 seconds.
Yeah. So I was cussing him. I was cussing up a storm. I'm like, you're not going to force me to buy it. You're not going to force me to go ahead and get it. It's just not going to happen. But that's the power struggle right now, as other social medias. What's Donald Trump's Truth Social? Other social media platforms and organizations are getting ready to try to swoop in.
Yeah, they'll benefit off it. Like Meta, which is the Facebook, Instagram parent company, they'll profit off this. I think it's harder to go through 600 posts on Instagram, though, than Twitter. Because Twitter, like, you could have 4 or 5 posts on one screen. And then, you just do like three or four thumb flicks, and you're already at 25 posts. Whereas Instagram, it's basically 1 post per scroll.
And speaking of your phone, what was it? The app anniversary for Apple?
Yeah. So over the weekend was iPhones.
You can now participate in this. We couldn't do this topic before you switched
Well,
on
we
over.
had apps on Samsung as well.
Oh, okay.
It was pretty good ones. But they had the list of the best apps of all time on the iPhone. Twitter came in at number 1. The best app of all time. The best and the worst didn't happen to mankind. They had Waze on the list, which I've never used Waze.
My wife's favorite.
Is it?
She loves it.
Instagram, Tinder, Bobby. Good for you.
I was a little bit of Tinder, but more Bumble.
I'm married, but thank you.
Yeah. Oh, more
not
Bumble?
after this weekend. It might not be.
Never did one. Photo Vault, which is not one that I have. Face Swap. I have not gotten into Face Swap yet. This is where you me and you, we just swap faces.
Okay.
That's it.
No.
Let's see. Uber. Obviously, we've all done that. TikTok. All done that one.
Wife's favorite again.
Spotify, which is, I think if I had.
Spotify is ranked lower on that list.
It is, surprisingly.
Kind of newer,
It's
right?
definitely newer. I don't know that I think I would have to keep that if I had to pick like 3 apps to keep.
So Facebook is not on there. So
Not yet.
Okay.
Snapchat,
Peyton.
which I've just gotten
just got Snapchat.
Oh,
a couple of weeks ago.
Add me.
I don't add people. It's just like I'm keeping tabs on my kid.
It's his burner account.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just keeping tabs on my kid because he's.
So the stories are just your kids' stories.
I don't even post stories. I've never posted a thing.
Oh.
Yeah, I've never posted a thing. I'm just looking for him. YouTube, Vine, Facebook, Amazon.
Remember Vine.
What is Flappy Bird? I don't know what Flappy Bird is, but that's the other one. And then obviously Facebook and Amazon. Amazon's a great one. Although I don't like how they've changed it now, where the search bar's on the bottom. That bothers me. Search bar's got to go up on top.
I keep getting Amazon. My account is shut down, compromised, being closed down. I'm not worried about
the
it.
text messages? You get text messages for that?
Or by email. Get an email. Your Amazon account is closed down. You're not paying. And every time I
think it's spam. I get the same thing.
It is spam. It is spam. Just like the phone calls. But you pick up all the phone calls.
I do. I want to hear. Look, I want to hear your sales pitch.
You'll be the 70-year-old that falls for some type of scam.
Oh yeah, 100%. Just like my grandma. She bought swampland.
What?
She bought swampland.
What is that?
Swampland. Like somebody said, "Hey, we're building."
Oh, like a plot, like real estate?
She bought like a plot of land. It was in a swamp. Had no idea. She bought swampland. I was like, Jesus, lady. And this is like in the 80s too. This is like before scams were even a thing.
Oh, the Choppies now have real estate in the swamp. And where are you a lord?
Scotland.
Scotland and the swamp.
I prefer to be called my lord.
The Rangers get Aroldis Chapman. We'll get into that at 6:20, but the Mavericks weekend. The Kyrie drama is now over. For now, they made some other moves. And what is left? Where does it put them in the West? That's next for the 6 a.m. Club Monday edition with the entire squad after this.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Let's give a little shout out on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Chark.com text line. Bobby Belt is fist pumping. He is finally out of the emergency room.
Thank God.
Playing nurse, playing doctor, drinking beer yesterday with the Tolos. Let's give a shout out to who is up with us on this Monday edition live here on DFW Sports Station. There's Kevin Persons tweeting Peyton's quote, I think the earth rotates while others take off. The real ones are working hard, spitting straight facts. So there's Peyton already getting quoted on a Monday morning. Who else is up with us? Who is checking in with DFW Sports Station? Tolo saying, what's up, Bobby?
Yeah, we got here on Twitch, we got that Pendejo 1075, which is who I hung out with yesterday. That's Andy.
Where were you?
Texas Live.
For what?
He had just been at the Rangers game, and so it was an easy, quick meetup spot. He wanted to meet up, and so I met up with him and John.
You got a sick wife at home.
Bleeding from the face wife. And
look,
you're like, I'll go shotgun beers.
I was initially supposed to hang out Saturday night. She was still needing some assistance that her mom couldn't, I think, handle, and so I had said, can't do Saturday night. We're gonna have to reschedule. So we did Sunday afternoon, and she was fine. She had taken her Norco at that point and slept, and so I basically missed her sleeping. But
did you ask her if she minded?
I did tell her way in advance that we had listeners coming to town that I was going to hang out with even before her surgery, and she was like, "Yeah, you'll be fine." So if you asked her after her surgery, she probably would have been like, well, I didn't know I was going to feel this bad. But like I said, she was sleeping. So also on the Twitch this morning, we got James Heat, Juvie Juice 98. So the Twitch is showing up.
Shout out, y'all. Kyrie Irving cancels the 9 other meetings he was supposed to have.
Amazing.
CBS Sports reporting like the Clippers and the Lakers and everybody in one day. It was all going to happen. One big fat Zoom call. But Kyrie takes 3 for 126. To stay with the Dallas Mavericks.
He wanted to do a Twitter Spaces, but it would have stopped it for about 2 minutes because of the posts. Let's see. I mean, look, he played the game, and he played it beautifully. He's like, we pressured him. We got these meetings. Let's go. The Mavs had to do this, and Kyrie had to do this. They were two parties that needed each other. That, quite honestly, probably didn't particularly want each other. This is the ultimate marriage of convenience. There is going to be a Slurpee machine in the arena because it's so convenient. It's a convenience store joke, Bobby. There is. This is the ultimate marriage of convenience.
So I don't think any of his bluffing worked. Nobody fell for it. He wasn't going to take $3 million to play with the Phoenix Suns. And unless the Rockets were going to get involved, he was going to come back here. And, who needed who more? I think both were at levels of 10 desperation. The Mavericks desperately needed him, and he desperately needed the Mavs to go ahead and pay. But look, I was happy when I saw the initial number. My initial feeling when this took place over the weekend was win-win-win for now. 42 a year is less than I think we all thought. He was eligible to make in the 50s. He could have made up to 46, 47 while the team still kept their mid-level exception. We're down at 42. I think Fred VanVleet may be making more money than Kyrie Irving. I'll have to double-check that in the armpit. So he took less. That's a win. The mid-level is still intact. That's a win. It expires at the same time as Luka's deal. All the insiders were saying that's the best way to set this up. 3 years for Luka, 3 years for Kyrie. That's a win. And this was drama-free. This happened way faster and way quicker than I thought that it was going to, but it's just a sign of nobody was buying any of the bluffs with all of the meetings.
Yeah.
So
and it's really a 2+1, right?
Player option.
Is it player option on that third year?
I think it is. I think it's a player option. And that's a little scary, right? But if Luka's going to ask out, he's going to ask out before that final year. Anyway.
And so is Kyrie.
And so is Kyrie.
So is it going to ultimately work? Is it going to be the best basketball fit? We obviously all have our reservations. What are they going to put around him? But Bobby, just with the signing from those specific areas of concern, I give the Mavericks checks in getting it done.
Yeah, it's good that they were able to get it done, especially given where everything had fallen with the free agency landscape, the deals that they made, the way the roster sat. It's like you had to get Kyrie done at this point the way you had built up until the start of free agency. And look, they're in so much has not gone their way already. The fact that Bruce Brown ended up making way more than they probably anticipated he was going to. The fact that we left here on Friday, or left here on Thursday saying Andre Drummond would be here. And then it's like, nope, never mind. Andre Drummond's not going to be here. So much had already gone against them. The fact that they were able to get Kyrie, get him $5 million under what Kyrie had rejected from Brooklyn last year. I think that that's definitely a win for them. It's just now you will sit around and wait for the inevitable to happen, which is he gets upset and tries to force a trade to the Lakers, or he gets upset and wants out somewhere and you have to take whatever you can get from, random team, Miami or whoever. That's the position that they're going to find themselves in eventually. But they go into this, I think, with eyes wide open and understand that's what they're getting themselves into.
So now he's going to make about, if you factor in annual raises and all the Bobby Marks numbers from ESPN, he's going to make about 38.9, a tiny decline from his 2022-2023 salary. So we got 12 players under contract, maybe 13, including Dante Exum. But you add Seth Curry to the mix as well. So the Mavericks about $9 million below the luxury tax line, and the $12.5 million mid-level exception is alive to go ahead and spend. They add Seth Curry on a 2-year contract. It's his third stint with the Mavs. We all love Seth. Knockdown shooter, no doubt about it. Not a good defender. He'll be 33 in August, but someone who can space the floor and stand in the corner and just absolutely drain. Meanwhile, Dwight Powell, close your ears, Mike Bassick.
Real quick.
Yeah.
He got 126 guaranteed. How many quarterbacks in the NFL have more fully guaranteed? Is it fully guaranteed or total guaranteed you look for? It's the fully, right?
It's guaranteed at signing and then total guaranteed.
Okay. How many quarterbacks have more guaranteed at signing?
2. It'd be Watson and I think Wilson.
It says Lamar at 135.
It's probably
2.
Lamar.
Well, he said quarterbacks.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I didn't even think about that. Look at that. Sean's on top of things on a Monday, even when I'm not.
Patrick Mahomes only has 63 guaranteed at signing.
At signing because it's like the Zeke contract. It's the off season before. So in 22, his salary for 23 guarantees. It's that kind of a thing.
So I think this is good. I think this re-signing went as well as the Mavericks could have hoped. He took a little less, expires the same time as Luka, drama-free, and you still have the mid-level exception that is live. So they get Seth Curry, and then Dwight Powell agrees to take less. A 3-year, $12 million deal per Woj.
Awesome. NBA Finals, here we come with Dwight Powell, Dante Exum. Look, speaking of Dante Exum, I will say, if he has figured out the three-point shooting, which is something he could not do here in the NBA, in addition to just not staying healthy, we're talking about a guy who went, 5th overall in 2014, and throughout his entire NBA career has started 72 games. Injuries have always been an issue with him. The three-point shooting's always been an issue. But if he went overseas and actually figured out the three-point shot like he's shown statistically over the last couple of years, then it's not a bad low-risk gamble. Dwight Powell, I would just prefer they let him go.
Let's look at the 2014 draft. I always love going back and remembering the names. Andrew Wiggins went number 1.
God, that was 10 years ago?
We're old.
What?
Jabari Parker went 2.
Okay.
Candace's brother.
I'm dumbfounded.
Embiid went 3. Aaron Gordon, role player, champions, went 4. Sure, it's still off celebrating. Dante Exum went 5. Marcus Smart, replacing Dylan Brooks in Memphis, went 6. Julius Randle, 7. Nick Stauskas, Sacramento, 8 out of Michigan. Elfrid Payton, Doug McDermott, Dario Saric, Zach LaVine, TJ Warren. Ugh. That's the NBA draft.
God, a good one.
Yeah. Clint Capella was also in this as well. Bogdan Bogdanovic, CJ Wilcox was in this thing. So that's where Dante Exum went. Other NBA news. Dame Lillard has officially had enough.
Yep.
He requested out. He told the Portland Trail Blazers, go ahead and trade me, and I want to go specifically to the Miami Heat.
Yeah, this is kind of bittersweet because, he has been Mr. Portland, and he has bought into the city, and he's bought into the to the team, and he never wanted to be one of these go chase a ring kind of guys, and that was, there was something nostalgic about that, but this is the general progression. He realized that his time is coming up. He's
33.
He's running out of prime years if he hasn't run out of them already. Now, I don't think this is in the same category as let's go chase a ring.
No.
And I don't necessarily consider this teaming up as a super team, because they're not really.
If it gets done, the Blazers right now are trying to put out the energy of screw that. Yeah. We're going to try to accommodate you. We're not just going to send you wherever the heck you want. As the Heat, the Clippers, and the 76ers are apparently interested, according to Ramona and Woj.
I think the Clippers and the 76ers, if they get them, that's it. Those teams are tremendous.
He also has a deep respect for the San Antonio Spurs. That could be interesting.
Ooh. Yeah. Maybe he likes a small town, like a small town, single sport town.
Or pop,
I mean, he has been, I've felt like his entire time in Portland. It's that same thing you kind of hate, Sean, with Derek Carr as Mr. Raider, and I love this organization. I feel like that's been Dame with Portland, where people just dude, get out of there. What are you doing hanging around that sorry organization? What I thought was funny yesterday was Ira Winderman, the Heat beat reporter, going on NBA TV and saying, boy, the Heat are all in on Damian Lillard. They are all in on him. They won't give up Jimmy Butler, and they won't give up Bam Adebayo. They'd kind of go back and forth on if they'd give up Caleb Martin, but they are all in. It's if you're talking about maybe giving up, so what? You're saying I'll give up Tyler Hero for Dame Lillard.
Oh, Tyler Hero.
You are so brave, Miami Heat.
Tyler Hero just removed the Miami Heat from all of his profiles.
Yeah. And Shaq said he's just as good as Luka, so you're basically getting Luka Doncic. So, yeah, the package right now, in order to take back Dame's $45 million salary, Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, or Kyle Lowry, and then you're talking about Caleb Martin and a couple of draft picks. So that's why Portland's yeah, if they gave us studs back, if they gave us what we wanted, we would think about accommodating you, but I don't know about all that. The Clippers and Filthy, again, are being mentioned, but Dame Lillard is going to leave Portland. So, other things around the association. Bruce Brown, overpaid. My overhyped guy, my Anthony Rendon of NBA free agency, except he's not even as good as Rendon, I don't think, during that Rangers courtship. Bruce Brown, 2 for 45 with Rick Carlisle's Pacers. So, forget about the mid-level exception. He went and got over $20 million a season. Draymond re-signs Golden State, 4 for 100. Van Vliet, 3 for 1. What? I told you the Rockets were going to screw this up. I told you you're going to take all this money and pee it away.
Dude, did they ever? Did they ever? So there are 14 players. Okay, 14 players in the NBA last year who had a true shooting percentage of less than 54%. The Rockets now have 4 of them on their team. They have 4 of them now because Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet both had a true shooting percentage less than 54%.
People are also criticizing the Rockets for bidding against themselves for Dylan Brooks. So, he didn't have this market, and you went and gave him 4 for 80. So, VanVleet is making more than Kyrie. He's making $1 million a year more. 3 for 130 for VanVleet, and Dylan Brooks 4 for 80.
They
in
just
Houston.
took their $60 million of cap space and bought themselves 20 wins.
Yeah.
On the season. They're gonna wind up winning 30 games next year.
LaMelo re-signs in Charlotte. And then you had Jeremy Grant, 5 for 160 in Portland. The Knicks went and got Dante DiVincenzo. Tim McMahon had mentioned him as a Mavs possible target with the Get Right when he was on late last week. The Lakers are locking up a lot of guys. A lot of people think the Lakers are winning free agency as D'Angelo Russell resigns, Austin Reeves resigns, Rui Hachimura resigns, Brook Lopez stays in Milwaukee. They also keep Chris Middleton, and the Kings bring back Harrison Barnes and Sabonis.
You know what's wild about the Bruce Brown signing, too, is that he had gone, it was kind of a viral quote when he was doing media at the NBA Finals where he had told them, he told press, he was like, I had no market last year. He's like, I was a free agent. He's like, the only team that called me was Denver. That was it. Nobody else wanted me. Like, he was considering having to play in an overseas league or do something else. And now all of a sudden he's getting double what the Mavericks thought they were hopefully in play to get him. Glad they didn't give up JaVale McGee, though, so that they could be told Bruce Brown is worth twice as much as what you thought you were going to pay for
It's
him.
not just the Mavericks making a move. The Rangers finally addressed the bullpen. What will Aroldis Chapman do in Arlington? He started doing it yesterday. We'll take you inside the Silver Boot Series on the home of the Rangers next.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spits and Suns. Available on the
The fan segment here brought to you by Save the R Weight Loss. That's soda.
Lefty from Cubo kicks the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Gets him with a slider at 90 miles an hour just below the zone. And there's one away here in the top of the 7th. So Aroldis Chapman doing what he's done a whole heck of a lot this year, and that's strike guys out. Strikes out McCormick to begin his Rangers career.
The debut of the Rangers' new bullpen addition. They go out and get some help. Aroldis Chapman acquired from the Kansas City Royals. Good morning, Metroplex. We're live with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell on your home of Rangers baseball. They lose yesterday to the Armpit, so they're down 2-1 in the series. They'll try to finish things off with a split with a 12:30 pregame today. First pitch at 1 o'clock. Yesterday, they fall 5-3, but they add 2 more players to the All-Star roster in Aroldis Garcia and Nathan Eovaldi. And we get to talk about our brand new addition, RJ Choppy. He debuted with the game tied in the 7th, started off with a strikeout, then finished off the second hitter at 102. Altuve hit a single. Inning ends with a ground out. Successful debut for the big lefty.
And big is the right word. I don't think people realize how much of an absolute unit Aroldis Chapman is. You see him, and then you see Andrew Heaney, who's got about 4 inches of fabric between, or 4 inches of space between his arm and his sleeve. And there's Chapman out there. I mean, those stitches are screaming on his sleeves, and like he's just an absolute beast. He's found his velocity again. He's still wild as all get out. He's got about, he's got a very, very high walk rate. Last couple of years, it was the highest in the sport, and then it's still at the 14% range. So he has his wild moments, and when he has his wild moments, he either can get the fastball over or he can't, and then he has to go to the slider, and that's when Altuve hit the home run in the ALCS a couple years ago with the whole "don't take my jersey off."
Bad tattoo.
Bad tattoo. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Just awful tattoo.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it was the buzzer. I should have said it was the bad tattoo. But maybe he found something this year because he's been much better this year than he was the last 2 seasons in New York.
Let's talk about what they gave up as well. Cole Reagans, 25-year-old starting pitcher. They gave up a 17-year-old outfielder in Cabrera. They head on over to Kansas City for the 35-year-old.
Yeah, because, we were talking about when we've kicked around the name Chapman, we've talked about, would you have to give up just maybe a single high prospect to, swap for that? What would you have to give up exactly to get Chapman? Reagans at one point was a really well-regarded prospect. He was
former first-round
pick, a guy who a lot of people felt like throwing motion, stuff, everything else reminded a lot of people of Cole Hamels when he was coming up. He had a tough run because he had those 2 Tommy John surgeries while he was in the minors. It took him forever to get here. It was great when he finally reached the majors. It was a good story. I was rooting for him the whole way. But if you can get Cole Reagans swapped for Aroldis Chapman, especially with this team's bullpen issues, as we saw again yesterday, you absolutely have to do it, especially with the way that Chapman's been pitching.
Reagans had a .594 in 24 innings this season. He's controllable for Kansas City. In Cabrera, he slashed 247, 361, 407 in the Dominican League for the Rangers in the past 2 years. So, Bobby, give us the insight on Aroldis Chapman and a little bit of this roller coaster.
Yeah, so as Choppy just mentioned, he still walks a lot of guys. He's always been a little wild, but the last couple of years have been aggressive in terms of the walks per 9. He's been over 6 each of the last 2 seasons. But when you look at his last 3 seasons in New York, he had shown really steady decline basically in the COVID era of baseball. So his velocity was down. The number of hard hit balls were skyrocketing from his career numbers. If you look at how many home runs he allowed in his last 103 innings heading into this year, it was the same number he had given up in the 352 innings prior to that. So his home run numbers just shot up. And he found himself again this year to this point. He still has not allowed a home run this season. 30 innings into the year, he has not allowed a home run. His FIP is the lowest it's been since 2016. The hard hit percentage and average exit velocity numbers have returned basically back to where they were in his prime. His whiff percentage is the best of his career. He's in the 99th percentile across baseball for it. So to me, this is a great move because he's showing all the peripheral statistics that say he's back pitching like he was in his prime.
He is. I mean, like, he's been tremendous this year. He hasn't pitched in a meaningful game until yesterday, all season long, really. And that was a big spot. And it was good for him because the Astros have kind of killed him. They kind of killed him over the last couple of seasons. And like you said, like Bobby said, his last 2 years in New York were not very good. And then he missed a mandatory workout, flew back home to Miami, and then was left on the postseason roster because he was like, either guarantee me a spot or I'm not coming to this workout. And then they basically were like, all right, we're done with you. And that's how he got in Kansas City. He only got in Kansas City. Like, this is how much he has fallen off. He had only gotten in Kansas City on a 1 year, $3.5 million deal.
Yeah.
Or $3.75. Like, that's nothing for Aroldis Chapman, who had signed like an $80 million deal at one point. So they got him at a steal, and the Rangers get him for basically, I mean, they're going to wind up paying him not even $2 million the rest of the year.
Chris Young, Rangers GM, what have you seen from Chapman that made you interested? This was on Friday.
Yeah, we have been following very closely all year. We've had a lot of scouts go through Kansas City and follow their team, and I think that what we're seeing is a pitcher who's really back to the way he pitched a couple years ago. The fastball is electric. The slider has been very good. He's got two variations of the fastball, a sinker and a four-seamer, and it's just he's really, really tough to hit. We're excited. We think he fits a need in our bullpen in terms of the swing and miss and being able to pitch leverage at the back of the bullpen, and we're thrilled to welcome him to the Rangers.
Here's what ESPN wrote. Chapman will join fellow lefty, a free agent at season's end, Chapman, will join fellow lefty Will Smith and Josh Sborz in the back end to form a devastating mix late in games. So ESPN calling it a devastating mix for this bullpen, who ranks 24th in the majors in ERA. Smith and Sborz, before yesterday, combined for a 2.71 ERA, a .84 whip, and a 4.59 strikeout to walk ratio, even though Sborz and Burke had their issues yesterday. Grant Anderson, the chosen one.
The chosen one.
Kind of falling off.
K-Rod. Well, what he had the great debut, right? 7 strikeouts in his debut. In the 14 innings since, he had the 7 strikeouts. In the 14 innings since, he's got just 11. So, his strikeout numbers have dropped. Now, that's to be expected. Guy comes out there. There's no scouting report on him. No one's got any video on him. I mean, they weren't sitting there, fawning over Frisco tape. He comes in, and now team's got a little bit of a book on him, and it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Has anybody on the fan text talked about the small elephant in the room from 2016? I only say small because it was 8 years ago. But he was suspended. We got to point this out. 30 games by Major League Baseball was the suspension over the alleged domestic violence incident in which he was accused of choking his girlfriend. He did tell police he fired 8 shots from a handgun in his garage during the incident. And that's an issue that was there back in the day. Sure. I was just wondering how many Ranger fans were pointing this out. And I also think of Trevor Bauer during these moments.
I didn't see any.
You didn't see any of the gunshots?
I didn't see many people say anything about this. They haven't said anything on the Trucker.com text line as of yet.
Okay.
I didn't notice much in the limited time I was allowed to use Twitter over the weekend. But I didn't notice much.
Did he have a reputation in New York is he a bad dude?
Bad man. He's a bad man in a lot of ways.
But is he known to be like
I didn't
a jackass?
I didn't hear a lot of that, and they would find out in New York. But I was, I don't really read the New York papers about Aroldis Chapman all that much. So I didn't notice a lot of things.
I mean,
said
you can chuckle,
him.
but he was the lights out story.
He was
out of a bullpen for a long time.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he really was. So I never noticed them say he was a bad teammate or a bad guy necessarily. It's just he had his obvious that what happened with him and his girlfriend is just something that just can't happen.
I saw it on Twitter a little bit. There were some Rangers fans who were just saying this is the guy we want in our clubhouse, or this is the guy we want to bring on. So, I mean, there are definitely people who are aware of it. And that's one of the things, not just specific to that, but just the hothead, the unreliability, whatever else is off the field, outside of the clubhouse, is what Chop had talked about in terms of why he wasn't so sure he wanted him initially. Is because of the issues of like, well, fine, I'm going to go home if you're not going to guarantee me a spot or whatever else. And so those sort of issues are things that have cropped up, it feels like, pretty consistently without him. But like, you needed bullpen help really bad, and they still need more. I mean, yesterday, that was the first time Spores had pitched on back-to-back days in a month and a half. And I think we're finding out, like, you can't pitch Josh Spores on back-to-back days, because for the season, his ERA with rest is 2.22, and his ERA with no rest is over 16. And so, like, half of his runs allowed this year have come on no rest.
Here's Bochy on the Aroldis debut yesterday on The Fan.
Yeah, no, he was good, wasn't he? He really threw the ball well. One little hit there, but I think you saw what he is. Big arm, tough competitor. His debut, I thought, went really well.
Was Texas Live bumping yesterday, since you went into the belly of the beast on a game day against the Astros, which doesn't sound very smart.
Lot of Astros fans in Texas Live. Like, it was when Altuve, so I got there right after, like, I walked in right when Nathaniel Lowe hit the 2-run homer. And so it's like, okay, they're catching up here. So I was in there when Altuve hit the home run, and it was loud in there. People were loud, which is good. You know what? I'd rather have the Astros fans being in Texas Live than, taking up all those seats in the ballpark. So I'll take that, I guess.
And when did you leave if you got there that late?
I left it was like middle of the 6th inning or something like that.
Well, I thought you got there when Lowe hit the home run.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty late.
That was 8th inning.
And then
you went back in time.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
You walked in the doors of Texas Live when?
Right as Lowe hit his home run in the 8th.
You left Texas Live when?
Oh, I left Texas Live at like 7 o'clock last night, 8 o'clock. It was way after the game.
Wait a second. I thought you said you went there during your wife's nap.
What are we? Yeah, she took hydrocodone. You know how long these naps when was the last time you took hydrocodone, Chop?
You want to know?
Yeah.
Don't go down a rabbit hole you don't want to find out about.
Yeah, he was going back in time initially. It's a 4-game lead in the West over the Astros. The Angels are 6 games back. The Mariners are 9 games back.
Ooh. Yeah, and look, they winning today obviously would massively help out because you would split the series. There would be no ground lost. If you lose today, though, they'd pick up 2 games on you over the weekend. There's a lot of time left. Houston they're a good team. I think the Rangers are the better team this year, clearly. But you hate to lose ground to them.
Everybody keeps talking about the bullpen management. Like, that was one of the big things we heard about with Bochy coming into this year, about how he was an expert. I do feel like there have been a couple different times now where it's like, left that guy in too long, or man, that was too, like, I thought yesterday it was too early to pull Heaney, and then Anderson comes in, gives up the home run. I felt like Spores you shouldn't bring in on no rest. They bring Spores in, so it just makes me wonder. There have been a couple different times this year where it's been like, has he lost his bullpen touch at all?
No, what it is managing a bullpen is like time management in football. Nobody's really any good at it. You're just less bad than the other person.
And it's luck.
Of course it is. You're relying on somebody else. Like when
not having a bad inning or throwing a bad pitch.
Amen. When you've got to bring in 4 guys, when you got to kill 4 innings, you've got to hope every single guy is on that day. And it's just impossible to do. There's no such thing as a guy who manages a bullpen well.
Like,
you just manage it better than the other bad guy.
None of us thought Chapman was going to come back out for a 2nd inning. We were not going to support that, right?
No.
I wouldn't think so, no.
I would have wanted Heaney to pitch the 6th, though.
The absolute bloodbath taking place at ESPN with all the big names let go. Some we grew up with, some not. Where are all the different pieces going? The ESPN bloodbath next. But let me go ahead and get you. Look, I know. hold on to your microphones because there is a media bloodbath taking place everywhere. Two hands, Bobby, just like you're used to, like that.
Damn right.
Sean and RJ.
3,000.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let us know if you're waking up with us for the extended holiday show here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. So, man, Peyton was all over this on Friday, just updating us. Choppy was mourning loss of life, not understanding that it was media departures.
I mean,
Yeah,
he said,
RIP to all the layoffs.
you
out
said
there.
Jalen Rose gone. And I'm like, well, damn, man, that's kind of young.
RJ writes back, dang, it really hits home. And
We're about the same age. Wow.
and I wrote back, wow, the cold, dead inside RJ Choppy's really letting one pour out for Jalen Rose here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he goes, oh, you mean let go of at ESPN, not gone in life. Okay.
Yeah,
The gun wasn't mine.
it was a miss.
Yeah.
It was a miss on my part, but
RJ tweeted out RIP Jalen Rose, man.
Yeah, that's right. So the bloodbath at ESPN taking place, including Jeff Van Gundy, that was during our show. Susie Colbert, been there forever. The Joe Namath incident. Jalen Rose, Steve Young, Keyshawn Johnson, who people are speculating may be the replacement for Shannon Sharp across from Skip Bayless. Max Kellerman is out as well. I also got a text message from someone I really respect and trust in the industry. I'm not going to say the names right now because I'm not seeing articles. I haven't seen anything on Twitter, but apparently Bally Local has let go of a lot of people you would know, people on game coverage, reporters, hosts. Yesterday, I did see a young woman on there I had not seen before with the coverage sitting up there with Bouchel, but some names that you would definitely know apparently are out at Bally. I don't want to go ahead and name any names until I see something out there, but man, media cuts everywhere.
yeah, and it sucks. It's sad. Like the industry is taking a hit. And you know, like usually they've been doing a lot of ESPN previously, you know, let go of a lot of behind the scenes people.
And Disney, I think, laid off 7,000 workers. Again, same company.
Same company. And Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, is taking a lot of heat because he's renovating his $33 million home right now.
Oh.
I mean, it's optics. It's a bad timing thing.
Yeah.
You know, he's certainly allowed to renovate his home.
Just
but
like the
looks bad when you're doing it when everybody's getting fired.
Is it the Delta?
United. It's the United CEO who got crushed for taking a private flight as all the United flights were getting canceled. But to me, it's like, if you have somewhere to be, like...
Not somewhere to be if you're the Delta, the head of Delta. Like, you're not sitting in first class on Delta. You're not, the Spirit CEO is not sitting...
He doesn't fly Spirit?
He doesn't fly
Would it be
Spirit.
weird if the Spirit CEO flies American?
Yeah.
Like, that'd be that's kind of weird,
He's
right?
not like, can I get the exit row? I got status here.
It's just funny that he has to give a statement like taking a private jet was the wrong decision because it was insensitive to our customers. If you have the means and you got to be somewhere, like, do whatever you got to do. But
it's not even having to be somewhere. It's like he's rich.
Whatever else. If you have the the means.
It's like people getting mad at the McDonald's CEO for eating inside the steakhouse. Like, he's not eating at McDonald's. I don't think he's eating all of his dinners at McDonald's.
If he needs to have something quick, the dollar menu, which I don't even think is $1 anymore.
It's a $1.75 menu now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't roll off the tongue as well. But it's just look, they're getting rid of the people that a lot of the people they got rid of are have 2 commas in their paycheck. So like a whole lot of people aren't going to feel like terrible for him. You feel really bad for the like people I know, like Amanda Brown, who was working at ESPN LA, who I worked at ESPN in at 103 when it was around. She's been in the LA market for years, and she got let go. She was part of the previous round of layoffs, and she doesn't have 2 commas in her paycheck. Those are the people who they can't just sit there and not work for 6 months.
All right, let's reminisce for a little bit. Who were some of the names that came out? Pepe, you were all over this with the obituaries for RJ. Who are some of the names where it kind of hit home for you, where you're like, oh no, I grew up on him. I grew up on her. No, they shouldn't have done that, or any of the names that jumped out.
Susie Colbert was one, just because, NFL Countdown, that was the lead host for that. Jalen Rose, too, that was a weird one for me, because, NBA, you feel like, okay, you keep all the guys together, the former players. Steve Young a little bit. I kind of understood. I honestly wasn't surprised, but Max Kellerman, we talked about it too. But I thought, with him being on First Take before, I was like, okay, this guy might have a solidified spot at ESPN, but it didn't seem like that. But that was just a few names I thought of.
Just judging off of on-air stuff, I'm just going to be like a sports media fan. Kellerman can go. Tired, annoying, really overpaid. That was his First Take salary till Stephen A. kicked him out the door. I'm really going to miss Van Gundy. I know Van Gundy is polarizing. You either love him or hate him. I loved him. He made some boring basketball games really entertaining. He would be a phenomenal, y'all misquoted me, I believe, broadcast sports media. I didn't say he will be a phenomenal talk show host. I'm not putting Jeff Van Gundy on 105 through the Fed. We would take him, but I was saying he would be. He would be a fantastic talk show host, just like I said about Mike Leach. It would be incredible. Can talk about anything, go into tangents, would be very critical, funny, very funny. I loved Jeff Van Gundy. I think TNT should go swoop him up. Jalen Rose, I kind of paid more attention to with that show, he did with the bat on his shoulder, more so than ESPN. All the studio NBA stuff, I can never love any of that because I compare it to Inside the NBA on TNT. I thought Steve Young was interesting. I thought Steve Young would still make some very interesting NFL points. And Keyshawn, I got nothing for. I've never loved Keyshawn Johnson. To me, he's grouchy. I'm not loving the Shannon Sharp replacement possibility as much as you and Bobby are.
Look, he's a name. There's no doubt. And he does have opinions. I don't think he's a hot take guy necessarily, though. And I think you need to be alongside Skip. But, I think he definitely brings something.
Is Keyshawn is he a C-lister or a B-lister?
Ooh, I don't know. I think I wouldn't say B
I
plus
think he's
lister.
A C-lister.
I don't. I think B plus lister.
B plus.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of name recognition and still a high profile guy.
Number one pick, played for played in the biggest market in the sport, and then played for the Cowboys.
Give me the damn ball.
Yep. And for his money, he said 05 that he was the best first round number one overall pick since Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
Which is lunacy. Because there's half dozen guys that were in there that are great, but he was a star, man.
He's loud, he's opinionated, he can be funny, he's perfect for what they want. I don't know if he's
there's nothing must see about him.
I agree.
Nothing.
I don't think he's must see.
Well, can you think of many in media who you think will probably fight easier and more frequently with him or with Skip? Because that's what they want. They want somebody who's going to fight with him. Keyshawn will fight with him.
That's true.
And I think that's what they're looking for. They're looking for somebody who can fight and be funny, and that's what he'll give them.
Any of these other names are oh man.
It's the one that had already kind of been put out to pasture, Neil Everett, for me, just because I really liked him anchoring SportsCenter for as long as he did. I thought Neil Everett was really good.
Wait, he wasn't part of the firings though, right? He left on his own?
No, he was part of the layoffs.
So he was the first one.
Yeah,
he announced it. He previously announced it.
Yeah, they gave him the awkward send off of we're laying you off, but we'll put you on TV and serenade you and everything else. Steve Young is one. I think Susie Colbert, obviously. The only thing I kept thinking was
I think Hasselbeck and Todd McShay are out.
Yeah, McShay,
I was like, whoa.
McShay, I kind of get, just because McShay, the draft coverage has changed so much, and they've got so much analysis from so many different spots. McShay had some issues recently that I don't think have still been explained, but where he was just off TV for a long time. He was at home with medical issues. So, I that one kind of makes some sense, I guess.
Yeah, but I thought that he's supposed to take the mantle. He's supposed to replace Kuiper one day. And the only other, all this draft analysis.
Jordan Reed, who really is your guy now.
Not Jordan Reed. It's the other guy that was on a website.
Matt Miller.
That's it.
Those are your
That's
two.
what I think of over there.
I will never forgive Matt Miller.
For
he published the
drafting Calvin or
all
those receivers in Detroit.
No, he somehow got his hands on the Cowboys 30 visit list last year and published it, the entire thing.
Okay.
And boy, there were some folks that tightened up over there and didn't want to talk anymore after that to anybody.
Well,
so thanks a lot, Matt Miller.
What's he supposed to do? You get it, you report it. So don't
David
hate the
Pollock.
player.
There's more nuance than that, Sean.
David Pollock of College Football Game Day. That one was a little shocker.
Georgia Bulldog, great.
Great is relative.
I just kept
Like
thinking,
Hasselbeck to me, nothing. The NFL studio show is a waste. I don't even tune into it. I'll tune in to watch Rex, maybe say something. Otherwise, I can't stand Brewski. He's such a Patriot homer. Susie was, good all around. Best smile, the eyes. The eyes always got me on Susie Colbert.
Yeah.
But
and they got Joe Namath.
Randy Moss, I don't care. And Hasselbeck, I don't care.
the Hasselbeck thing is a little odd because he was just at the Star 3 weeks ago interviewing Dak for a feature that's supposed to air on ESPN. So I don't know how that's going to be handled now because he did this whole long sit down that's, I guess Hasselbeck was kind of traveling around and doing these interviews. So those are going to be kind of weird. But, you know, in the midst of all these, Dan Orlovsky survives. So,
oh, yeah.
No one's dying.
He did.
He must have taken a low enough salary.
He's well, they offer pay cuts, right? Yeah. He's a star, man. Like, I know you hate to say it, but he is. I'm sorry.
He's very good on the video board.
Yep.
He's very good with his delivery. He says he's very opinionated. He can break down the X's and the O's.
And most
very opinionated. He will give you all the opinions on both sides, depending on what day it is. And yeah, he's great on the board. He'll show you how the end zones are 12 yards deep.
Most importantly, Stephen A. likes him.
He's a freaking
at the end of the day,
moron.
If you're at that company, that's all that matters.
Gosh, he's gross.
105.3.
All right, let's get to the Rangers' newest All-Stars, their newest addition in the bullpen as well. And we want you to come out and hang with us Friday in Grand Prairie. Plus, the Mavericks making moves. Kyrie coming back. They're getting an old shooter for a reunion. And Basic's boy is getting re-signed. Headlines to get you ready for your July 4th weekend or day off next on The Fan. But look.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We're live. It's the Monday edition. Who's out there on the roads? Who's actually listening? Can we just curse and say whatever we want?
The looks of it, nobody. Whatever.
Looks like a normal Monday.
Yeah, do your Chicaline broadcast right now. It's a Monday. What does it matter?
Chicaline?
Yeah, where you did your little cussing broadcast.
Yeah. No one knows what you're talking about.
You've talked about it on the air, but okay.
Not really. 30 minutes off air. Everything goes over on the Odyssey app for La Grande and my boy Armando. We are your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. It's Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy on 105.3 The Fan. Best and worst of the weekend. Not going to want to miss that. Coming up at 7:20. And over the weekend, the Dallas Mavericks got back their superstar. Kyrie Irving agrees to a little less money, 3 for $126. That keeps the mid-level exception in play for whoever is left out there in free agency. This was relatively drama-free. The deal expires the same time as Luka's. You got some reactions out there in the media that Kyrie did not necessarily love, including Bill Simmons, the sports guy who hates Kyrie from the Boston days. Bill Simmons saying Dallas had to go 3 for $126 for Kyrie because there were at least 3 other teams ready to offer 2 for $25. What?
That's a good line.
That's your boy.
It's funny.
You love him. There were 2 other teams ready to offer 2 for $25. Kyrie was not necessarily thrilled with that. They also bring back Seth Curry, the lights-out shooter, who's going to be 33 in August. And they get Dwight Powell to take a pay cut, 3 years, $12 million. They also agreed to the former number 5 pick in the 2014 NBA draft, Dante Exum. But Kyrie is back, and Tim McMahon said Luka was on the phone. Luka was recruiting. He was in touch, saying, you need to come back here with me.
Look at that. Well, that's pretty good. And he's out there recruiting. It's recruiting season. They just call it recruiting in the South. This is something that they had to do, and both parties benefit from this, and I think truthfully, deep down,
Not according to Bobby and Bassick, they would have preferred a sign and trade.
I'm fine with that. I would have been fine with that. I would have been fine with that too. I like Kyrie though. I think Kyrie's fine. Kyrie, it's like everybody gets a fresh start with me. Like I don't look at your past when you get here. It's just you get a fresh start. He's done nothing to ruin that as of yet. I'm sure he will. This is a marriage of convenience, though. I don't think the Mavericks truly wanted to get in bed with Kyrie Irving. And I don't think Kyrie wanted the Mavericks deep down. But the Mavs were the only team that was going to be able to give him the money he wanted.
Why do you keep thinking that the Mavs didn't want him?
Nobody wants to get in bed with Kyrie Irving deep down. They did this because they're like, well,
Luka's going to leave.
They had to, right? I think they don't really want this.
Okay.
Not in the sense that they probably wanted Porzingis when they made the move for Porzingis or something like that. Like it was more a we need to get somebody type of thing. But I do think that now that he's here, I think Jason Kidd's a fan. I think Nico Harrison's a fan. I think Mark Cuban's a fan. And so, look, they had to do it because the way everything else is broken out with this NBA offseason, they were going to have to retain him. There wasn't going to be an option out there. The market told you that Fred VanVleet was worth more money to a team that had all the salary cap space to sign Kyrie Irving if they wanted to without having to even do a sign and trade. They chose Fred VanVleet for more money. And so given where that stands, you were going to have to retain him. And now they'll run it back as best they can with Dante Exum. And, it's just the Dallas Blue Devils now with Derek Lively, Kyrie Irving, Seth Curry. We're building them back.
And look, I give him credit for taking less money. I was worried about that. I was worried, you're gonna go ahead and try to create this fake leverage out there to meet with other teams, so the Mavs have to burn their mid-level exception, and you don't have a better team around you. And he took $42 million.
Yeah.
Now again, not going broke off $42 million, but
fine.
We thought it was at least going to be 47, and he was eligible for the 50s. So I give Kyrie credit for that. I want to get all the good stuff out of the way before we talk about him demanding out of town after a year.
Yeah, 1.5 years over under. That's the over under from today's date. 1.5 years.
Yeah, it'll be. I think that's fair. About 18 months. 18 months from now, he will have sometime in the next 18-month window asked out of here.
Does it matter where the Mavs finish in the West? Does it even matter?
in terms of him winning out.
Yeah.
Well, I think it helps if they're third as opposed to 11th.
I know it helps, but
I mean, he demanded out of Cleveland after winning a title. And he has all these weird little intricacies. I think it's more just, what's the vibe like for Kyrie? Kyrie's like, what's it like? Is it cool? Is it chill? I mean, I'm good.
What are the level of flat earthers in DFW?
Well, there's Peyton.
If there's a number of them and they have meetings, then I think you got a chance here with Kyrie sticking around for all three.
Brian Scalabrine is going to join us at 9 o'clock. Kyrie was going back at Scal when he was mocking him on the Boston airwaves, which we'll get to a little bit later on. So Scalabrine on all the NBA news at 9 o'clock this morning here on 105.3 The Fan. The other NBA news is Dame Lillard has finally requested out. He wants to go to the Miami Heat, and the Blazers are going to end up trading him. Tyler Hero is thought to be the centerpiece if that deal with Miami actually takes place. But you got Philadelphia, you got the Clippers, you got others interested. If he goes to Miami, where are they in the East?
I'd probably look. I mean,
Jimmy, Dame, and Bam.
They won it without him. They won the East without him. Will they do it again? I mean, here's the problem. Jimmy's not a regular season player. None of these guys are really.
And Jimmy is a 2 though, and Bam is a 3. Oh man, that's their perfect fit and placement. Jimmy, I don't think is a true enough consistent 1. He made me look very bad at points and times.
We still don't care what none of y'all think.
Throughout the playoff run. But now, I mean, you're talking about slot and starting pitchers where they belong, RJ. Evaldi is a 2 versus a 1.
Yep.
Bam Adebayo a 3 and Jimmy a 2.
Yeah.
Woo!
Big difference. Big difference.
Dame is still a 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is Dame still a 1? He's 33 years old. I think the answer is yes.
He just averaged 32. That would be the most ever points by a player to change teams before the next season. The most points ever scored by someone before changing teams. Yeah. All NBA type performance.
I mean, look, we all felt like Miami was playing a little bit above their heads. And they ran into some good fortune at times during their playoff run. The first matchup against Milwaukee with Giannis being banged up and everything else. I don't know that this is honestly, to me, I don't know that this just clearly puts them above Philly, Boston, Milwaukee. I think it just puts them with them. They're on par, basically.
Better than Philly, better than Boston, and on par. I like what Milwaukee did. I like that Milwaukee's not panicking here. And they're bringing back Brook Lopez, and they're bringing back Middleton. Don't panic. Right. You're still the best team in the East, I think. And I think it would be Boston and Miami over Philly and over who's the other?
Milwaukee and Miami over Boston.
I'm sorry, Milwaukee and Miami.
Yeah, if Philly finds a way to get Paul George or whatever, you know what I mean? Like somebody.
Oh, playoff P? The GOAT?
P. Then I think they're back in the mix. They're a good team still. They're very, very good.
Rangers, Astros, sold out crowds every single game over the weekend for the Silver Boot right here on The Fan.
The 3-2, swing and a drive deep into center field. McCormick gets turned around, goes back to the wall. He leaps, it's gone! Home run, Nathaniel Lowe! His 9th dinger of the year. It brings the Rangers back to within a run at 4-3.
I walked out of the room. I'm like, what am I going to cook? What am I going to eat for dinner? This thing's over. After McCormick had the bases clearing triple to make it 4-1, I walk back in. Bam. Nate Lowe goes yard. 1-run game, but Altuve gives them the insurance, and the Astros win in Arlington yesterday. So they get the W. They've taken 2 out of 3 in the series. KMC is at the park today for the finale. So go out, say what's up. I'm sure it'll be 40,000 strong again. 12:30 pregame, first pitch at 1 o'clock right here on The Fan. But even though they lose Choppy, they add 2 more to the All-Star team. They have the most players in the American League of any of the other squads. They added Adolis Garcia and Nathan Evaldi, who was fantastic on Saturday.
Yeah, he was. And look, first of all, that low home run. Did you notice on the broadcast? I talked about how he looked. He looked. He didn't pimp the home run. He watched it, then he quickly looked at the scoreboard to see the exit velocity.
Oh, I thought he pimped it a tiny, or he knew it was gone.
Well, yeah, he hit it. And then he knew that it was like, okay, I got this really, really good. And then he then he kind of starts to run, and then he peeks at the scoreboard because he wanted to see the exit velo, and he wanted to see the launch angle because he knew he knew a number in his head that this is going to go out if I get this. Otherwise, I better get on my horse. I thought it was pretty cool. But, yeah, look, it's great to have him have 6 guys in the All-Star game. This town's been desperate for baseball, good baseball, for half a decade now, more than that. And to get 6, it's going to be a fun All-Star game to watch again.
It's not very often that you get a team that's good like the Rangers or kind of surprised everybody that was good like the Rangers, and then none of their guys get snubbed. Like everybody you felt like could have been a reasonable person to get into the All-Star game got in. And so, I mean, look, what it says, I think, is that Rangers fans are excited right now, but more than that, I think it says there is this sort of national appetite for what the Rangers are doing among baseball fans. Like baseball fans nationally who are voting these guys in too, they want to see Corey Seager play. They want to see Josh Young play. Like the rest of baseball is excited about the Rangers, and I think that that's one of the cool things about it.
And the Rangers go and get that help. Chris Young acquires Aroldis Chapman from the Kansas City Royals. The main name that's going back to Kansas City is a former first-rounder. It's Cole Reagans, 25-year-old starting pitcher, but Reagans has a 5.92 ERA this year. Chapman, 35 years old, put up a 2.45 ERA with 53 strikeouts and 20 walks in 29 and a third innings. He will walk guys.
He will.
He will definitely walk guys. But this bullpen ranked 24th in the majors in ERA. CY was getting a guy with strikeouts a point of emphasis for the back end.
To your first point, outs are outs, and we want players that can get outs, but the way he gets them through strikeouts is very important and certainly factored into our evaluation of Aroldis and what he brings to our bullpen.
Key point there. He said outs are outs.
Yeah.
Which they are, but you do much prefer strikeouts.
Yes. Swing and miss.
Swing and miss. Bat missing stuff. That's what people want.
Bassett was talking about this the other day when I was driving home with Dane Dunning. He's like, Dane's not going to get you a ton of swing and miss. He needs weak contact because they're eventually going to make contact.
Yeah, especially if you get to the postseason, when you get the playoffs, you want guys who have swing and miss stuff. You don't want, because here's what happens. If you don't have swing and miss stuff, someone's going to run into one eventually. Someone's going to run into one, and that's the last thing you want in a playoff game. So, yeah, you get through with it. You need those guys that are that don't have swing and miss stuff throughout the course of a regular season. Why do you need them? Because they eat up innings. Their pitch count's generally, relatively low, because guys will make contact off them. But you just don't see guys who allow contact to generally give up very few runs in postseason necessarily.
Yeah. By the way, Shohei he's
doing work, man. Like we're gonna have to have a conversation again soon.
He's on Judge pace.
He's on GOAT pace. Like we're gonna have a conversation soon.
Oh,
it's coming. I'm waiting. I'm hoping he has a fall off here, because if this thing lasts like 2 or 3 more years, it's over.
Home runs before the All-Star break. Aaron Judge last year had 33. Ohtani has 31. Judge finished, obviously, with 62 right here in our backyard, and question marks for Shohei.
And Judge had about 2 weeks at the end of the year where he couldn't hit anything because nobody was pitching to him. Remember, he went like 10 days at the end of the year before he hit 62.
Yeah, and I think Judge hit home run number 31 last year. It was like game 87 for him, and this was game 84 for Shohei. So Shohei's actually just like slightly ahead of him on pace right now.
Yeah.
Headlines on a Monday to get you set for your day and your day off today and definitely tomorrow here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Rangers, Astros today. 12:30 pregame, first pitch at 1 o'clock. And we have a Firehouse tour on Friday as we're taking the show on the road.
Yep, we will be in Grand Prairie, 121.
West Polo Road, 121 West Polo Road in Grand Prairie. Giving out C4 energy drinks while supplies last. Breakfast from Rudy's. It's going to be great.
You all hopped up my C4, baby.
Rudy's of Arlington providing the breakfast tacos. So 121 West Polo Road, just south of I-20, north of Joe Pool Lake, 5:30 to 10, out and about on Friday, along with C4 Energy and Tolo bumper stickers as well that were freshly created. So there it is, the antics in person.
Yeah.
Stop by and say what's up if you are able to.
Bobby getting hit with that hose.
That's a Wednesday night for him. Then he'll eat a bowl of cereal after.
The hoes all come for me, yeah.
Headlines on a Monday. All right, let's get Bobby in trouble. Best and worst of the weekend. Keep Bobby away from all hospitals. RJ may be just as miserable. And who attended the Pay pool party after the gambling streak finally ended? Who had the best? Who had the worst? And who's having the best and the worst weekend currently with the day off today? Next on The Fan.
Let's get your carpet.
And we bitterly acknowledge that the weekend is still taking place for most of you as we're in here working here on Sean and RJ. We have the entire squad. Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan. We need a show calendar. They will not get me again on this next year. They will not get me again.
Well, next year, I believe it's on a Wednesday. So you might have to take Monday and Tuesday.
It's not a Tuesday again?
Doesn't work like that.
It's always on the Tuesday.
Is next year a leap
Now,
year?
if it's Groundhog Day, though, if he sees its shadow, I think you do go back to the original year.
Yep, that's what it is.
Hang on.
Yep, good job, Peyton.
RJ's looking
877.
it up on his
I got to
What?
figure out how to use this damn
6G
calendar.
phone.
Let's all not talk at the same time. Peyton, you talk first. Make your
RJ
joke.
RJ's looking at his calendar now on his new
Ooh.
iPhone, so he's going to find it.
Okay.
Tomorrow, next year's easy. Next year's easy.
What is it?
It's on a Thursday. So you just take Friday off.
Yeah.
Simple.
Simple. Simple. But we need to check the rest of this calendar year to see how they could get us again.
Well, Labor Day is always on a Monday.
Okay.
All right, so we're good there.
All right.
All right, so we don't have to worry about that one. Then you get into your holidays, like Thanksgiving's always on a Thursday. And then Christmas this year
Christmas is a
on
weekend.
Sunday. Ugh.
All right, let's start with the person who has been having the most interesting social life. We live vicariously through Peyton Russell. Yes. Best and worst of the weekend. Give us what y'all are doing as well at 877-881-1053 for the party today and tomorrow as my neighborhood. Oh, God. These idiots don't realize you can set off the fireworks for sure tomorrow. You can set them off today. But why do we have to set them off for 5 days in a row? As it started on Friday night around my neighborhood of setting these things off. I hope y'all blow your damn fingers off. I really do. I hope you Jason Pierre-Paul yourself around my neighborhood. Pay, what'd you do?
So it started with Friday night. Me and the couple homies that we usually go up to WinStar with. Because some will be like, I don't want to gamble, sorry. So we just, as long as we can have 3 people, we're fine. We'll go up there. We want to get there a little earlier. Want to get there around 6:30, so we weren't there so late. Because usually we get out around like 2 in the morning, but we didn't want to be there that late. Plus, we had my party the next day, so we wanted to rest up.
That's right, the one we were not invited to.
No, but next time you will be.
Thank you.
But yeah, Friday night, we got up to WinStar around 6:30, 6:45. It was already packed because we forgot it was a July 4th weekend. So the tables were packed, but walked in. I said, all right, here we go. Let's do it again. Let's keep the winning streak going. And man, downhill from the start.
Really?
Played blackjack, lost the first 6 hands, down 6D like that. And I knew it was going to be a bad start, bad night overall, because my friend, he was like, oh, what's biting me on my head? He pulls out, it's a wasp that was like on his hat. And he spikes it into my leg. It bounces off of me. Then I had to decapitate the thing.
What?
Why, Peyton?
Because it stung my friend, man. You can't do that.
This isn't B-movie.
And we were like deep in the casino. Like, who knew how long this thing had been living in that casino? Like, we're not near any doors or anything. So I knew it was a bad start from there. I made a little bit of a comeback, but never got up more than $20 on the night.
It's not a comeback then. It's come close.
Yeah.
Well, so how much did you leave down?
180.
Whoa!
But we're positive Peyton over here. If you count the last 4 trips I made, we're still up 60.
Okay.
So
they
be
get
positive.
You. So they get you,
I know,
man.
but then I'll go back and lose at 150, then I'll be down overall.
So has your obsession kind of faded a little bit, or you still got the itch to go back?
Oh, yeah, we're delaying it for a couple weeks at least.
Okay.
We're not going to go back this weekend. But then we get to Canada in a couple weeks. Vancouver does have casinos. I checked.
You checked?
I checked about 25 minutes from the house we're staying at downtown.
Okay. And then the Pay pool party, I did not see you tweet out or send out any grilling hamburger videos or pictures.
So I did put on my Snapchat, I believe. I don't think I put it on Instagram, but Sean, we'll have to get you a Snapchat.
Only
RJ's on it
RJ,
now?
yeah, I'm sure my wife will love that idea.
I'm on Snapchat. I saw it.
But yeah, how'd they look?
Look
Did
good.
they look as good as your homemade meatballs? Did you put ham in your burgers like Bobby did?
No, I did not. I put
They're
Colby
called
Jack.
hamburgers for a reason, Sean.
Colby Jack cheese slices, but we did toast the buns. Burgers, I went with the quarter pounders, by the way.
Oh,
okay.
Everyone got 2, and then
Everyone got 2.
Everyone got 2.
That 180 didn't hurt him too much. Jeez.
No, I know that was the worst part. Is I had to go buy food for everyone the next day at Kroger. But then instead of
Costco, man, you just get those big, giant, long strip of.
I love you, Kroger.
Burger.
Still love you, Kroger, but I know what you're talking about.
But then instead of chips, you get the usual chips and dip for like the sides.
Yep.
I had these little baby golden potatoes. I wedged them up, air fried them, had fries.
Wow.
Luxury style, burgers and fries.
How'd they turn out in the air fryer?
Really good, crispy. Like it was probably 20 minutes overall. I just kept going flipping them, but threw some olive oil, put them in a bag, and then went like salt, pepper, garlic powder.
Wow.
I promise you, they marinated for a few hours. Really good.
Wow, sounds phenomenal. Well done, Peyton.
But
So
that was a weekend.
how many people showed up and how many single women?
Let's see. No single women, but 7 people, and then myself showed up. So we had 8 there, plus my brother and his wife were there too. So it was a packed house.
Okay. Nobody was more excited to come in and work on a day when no one is listening than Roberto Bobby
That's right.
Belt, who missed the show on Friday.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. I am an awful caretaker. I own up to that. Not because I'm not willing. I am willing to help. I just don't get a lot of patience. And I tend to...
So like when your kids are sick, you're like, get over it. Stop.
No, not like that. It stresses me out because I'm a hypochondriac. So I transfer my hypochondria onto the person that I'm taking care of. So it's like, okay, if the kids are sick, then I start thinking they're really sick. And at what point do I need to take them to the ER? Like that kind of a thing. So it just stresses me out. And every little thing will start getting me worked up. But I was trying to be positive. I was trying to be in a good mindset when Kristen had her sinus surgery. She had they fixed a deviated septum. And then they also
now
went
is
in.
this because like she felt stuffed up or does she sound stuffed up?
No, she keeps getting like sinus infections.
Oh,
like all the time. And so they had tried a couple different things and they're like, yeah, we got to get to surgery now. So they basically had to fix the deviated septum and then they had to shave out bone from her face so that she had room for her sinuses to flow more easily. But they had to put these stents up there to stop the bleeding. But they're like, yeah, you'll probably bleed for about a week from your nose.
Awesome.
And so
they told her that before, you bleed for a week.
Yep. And so she had, because her nose was plugged up, a lot of that blood, even though it's coming out of your nose, there's also a lot of it that just goes into your stomach because it doesn't have anywhere else to go really. And so she came home from surgery. I'd gotten home after the show on Thursday and she walked in and immediately threw up cups of blood.
Oh,
clumpy.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
yeah. Oh, me
that's
too.
good. Yeah, that's the good stuff.
Because that's all. That was all that was in her stomach, and they told us. Again, this is where I get frustrated because
I get frustrated.
No, listen. You're not. Listen.
This is where I get frustrated.
I finish what I'm saying.
Clumps of blood.
This is where I get frustrated. Where it's like her mom took her, and I'm trying to ask her mom, what did the doctor say about this or that? And then her mom's like, I don't know. Or she's like, nobody's relaying correct information to me. So that's like, well, okay, now I need to call the nurse's station and figure out. And then the nurse station.
They should give you some papers.
They did, but the specifics of what she was dealing with didn't say you will be vomiting blood. But I had to call them. Nurse's station didn't answer. They called back an hour later. And meanwhile, I'm just sitting here going should I be taking her to the ER for vomiting blood? And they called back and they're like, yeah, she's going to be thrown up for probably about 24 hours because of the anesthesia.
Hell yeah.
And they're like, she doesn't really have anything else in her stomach. So the problem becomes that, like I said, I'm a bad caretaker. Kristen, and I think she will own up to this, she is a bad patient because I'm trying to be as positive as I can and I'm talking to her and I'm saying, what do you need? I'm here to help with whatever you need. She's telling me I really need to sleep. And I'll say, okay, get some sleep. She goes, I can't sleep. I need to take my hydrocodone. I'll go, okay, take your hydrocodone. I can't take my hydrocodone. I need to eat. Okay, eat. I can't eat. My stomach hurts. Okay, try to sleep off the stomach ache. I can't sleep. I need to take my hydrocodone. And so it's this circle. She doesn't want any of the solutions. And she told me this later when she felt a little better. She's like, I just want you to be here. Just be here. And I was like, I can't just listen to the problems. I have to treat it. That's what I'm here for, is to help you stay on top of this stuff. And so the problem is that cycle starts getting to me a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you're an hour into this cycle and she's still not better because she hasn't taken anything. And then at one point you just go, just take the damn medicine. I don't care if it makes your stomach hurt. Take it. You need to.
Yeah.
And so we kind of get to that point and then she's like, why are you being mean? And then she starts crying and that's even worse for the sinuses because then you're and so I'm like, please stop crying. I take it back. Please stop crying. I just want you to take the medicine. I want you to feel better. I get worked up.
You know who's at fault in all this?
You're going to say me somehow.
No.
No. Okay.
The mother-in-law. You had a free pass to dodge all of this crap. You should have been in here on Friday. You should have not been dealing with this. You should have been at Texas Live in the first inning, not in the sixth inning yesterday. Where's the mother-in-law? That's what she was put on earth for, to nurture her baby, to take care of her daughter.
So here's the problem. Her mother was there, and her mom was there to help and took her to the
Did she
surgery.
come into town for this? Does she live
No. She lives around here.
Okay.
And so she took her to the hospital.
All right.
And she stayed with us the entire weekend. So she's been helping out.
All right.
The issue was that first day after the anesthesia and everything else, Kristen needs, like, if she goes to the restroom, like, somebody's got to carry her. And her mom's 70. Her mom's not going to be able to, like, carry her and stuff like that. And so that's what it was like.
Barely carry her.
There were aspects of it that, what was that? What does that mean? Is that my biceps, or were you making a fat joke? Chop.
Not making a fat joke, for
you
sure.
heard that. They're in the car right now. Honey, you just heard that. Choppy's trying to say you're fat.
Oh, the mother-in-law's in the car?
I think they're in the car right now.
My bad, Mrs.
Anyway, no. So they, Rodriguez. And so I had to help her around, do stuff that her mom just wasn't going to be able to do the first 24 hours. But we were talking over the weekend, and Kristen was like, man, I had no idea it was going to be this bad. I was like, yes, you did, because I told you on Monday. I told her each day last week.
You're throwing up blood?
Mentally prepare yourself. Yeah, basically.
Wow.
I said mentally prepare yourself that it's going to be the worst possible symptoms, because it usually is for you. And
you've convinced me never to go, because I have a deviated septum. I am never going through the surgery. I don't want my voice to change. I'd rather just not be able to breathe.
You needed to get lower with the amount of cracking you're doing during reads.
No.
She is feeling.
Drop your balls a little.
She's no longer dizzy. Today, it's just like she's got apparently pain all over. That is just this pressure.
Well, they're
pain
out gallivanting. Where are they going?
From everywhere.
Where are they going to socialize?
She's taking she just
brunch?
she wanted to ride this morning. They're doing some, I don't know.
Imagine walking into brunch with your nose all taped up, just bleeding out of one side.
It's not taped up anymore. They're doing, I don't remember. They're doing some, like the kids are doing something today, and it's the first day they're getting dropped off. And so Kristen, even though she can't drive, she wanted to ride there. She's like, I don't want to just drop the kids off for a week without seeing where they're going. So she wanted to.
Oh, she's going to scout the area like
she
Spittle did for the firehouse.
No, they're dropping them off, and she just wants to see.
Sight check.
She wants to see that everything is running the way it should, and that the kids aren't like, where these oversight issues. She's also freaking out a little bit because, like I said, a couple weeks ago, we found out the bad nut allergy for the middle one. So now she's got an EpiPen that she's got to walk around with. And so
you're out of the woods of caretaking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still there to help and do some stuff, but she's pretty much self-sufficient at this point.
Okay.
But it was only after a fight.
Check your cell phone.
I just saw a couple texts.
Okay. 877-881-1053. Are they in the car listening?
I did not. It was not a text from her.
Okay, good.
It was a text from Tolo Trey. Hi, Trey.
All right, Chop.
Well, I do have a best and a worst. What do you want first? Reverse alphabetical order or alphabetical?
Let's go with the best.
Oh, this is easy. It finally happened. Like, she officially moved in. I convinced her to move in. I don't know how I did it, but the life's going to be so much easier now. Prior to this, my day was work, gym, home, and then drive 30 minutes to her place, and then start my day.
Because you live in Roanoke.
And she was downtown Fort Worth. And now I gain like an extra 30 to 45 minutes a day.
Oh.
Just for me time. We're
because you were staying at her house
during the week.
And
then she was staying at my place on the weekend.
Okay.
So now I convinced her to move in finally.
What do you think put her over the edge? What do you think? Finally?
I think the bullet. I think her window getting shot out was the final straw. I put her over the edge there. I would like to think that part of it was me, but I know, and it was, but I know deep down. And she was going to move in anyway. That was the plan, like in August.
Right.
But when her lease was up, but the bullet really, and again, her window got shot out because right across her parking lot is it's like East Lancaster and Fort Worth. It's just
TCU Turf Wars.
No, it's not TCU. It's not the greatest area.
Okay.
The train tracks, some nefarious characters hang on the train tracks and such.
So it legitimately takes somebody staring down the barrel of a gun before they'll move in with you, is what you're saying.
Basically.
Okay. All right.
Basically. So that was the best. The worst, and I'll tell you, we did this. Somebody up above, some god up above was on our side because it was gorgeous Saturday morning. It was overcast all day. A little breezy.
Yeah, Saturday was. I thought it was going to be rained out for a lot of outdoor plans.
And, if it was yesterday, I'd have died. I think I burned 3,000 calories by noon on Saturday moving because we had to move. They have an elevator, but you got to carry. You had to carry most of the furniture out into the hallway and then down, and then we had to pull the friend's pivot on the couch going down the stairs because the couch wouldn't fit in the elevator. So we had to pivot. We had to pull that one. It was a nightmare. Her dad helped. I couldn't believe it. Guy's pushing 70, and he was out there. It. He was pushing. He's retired.
Yeah.
He's out there helping move. It was great.
So not everyone is just. I guess my brother's not the only one who treats a 70-year-old mother like his own personal assistant, babysitting his 2 infant children. Bobby's got 70-year-old caretaker, and you got your 70-year-old. 70, I guess, is the new 40.
It's the new 40.
Yeah.
He had the double trailers though. He had 2 trailers that he put back to back. Those like landscape trailers, the flatbeds. We had to haul this gear up 35 with the mattress whipping in the wind left and right.
You tied it down. You were responsible for the tie down.
No, he tied him down. Well, I helped, and then we had to put a mattress cover on it. Got one of those plastic bags so we didn't get everything all over it. But because there was some bird poop on it when we got there, not on the mattress but on the cover. But the moving to me is not the worst part of moving. It's not the actual lifting of the boxes
you're a beast.
Or the furniture. So I'm a unit, right? It's putting stuff away. If I show, I'll show you this video.
Well, that's her job.
I wish.
My house.
Yeah.
So I mean, normally I'm making joking, sexist comments. Not this time. Like she got to unpack it. She's now the organizer. She's the designer. You got to hype her up as having the women's intuition, the eye.
Yeah, but now it's about hanging the curtains.
Okay.
I got to get up. I got to hang the curtains. I got to hang the a lot of that stuff. That's tedious work. I don't mind doing it. I like doing that stuff. But now we got to find a place to put everything. You should see the amount of boxes that are in the house. The couch, we took my couch, moved it in the garage. We're going to get rid of it somehow. We got to wait for bulk trash in a week. Huh?
Bulk day.
Bulk day, yeah, which I get in trouble for bulk day. Because
Too much teen?
My stuff was all over the place. It blew away. And I tied it down and put rocks on it. It still blew away. And I got yelled at. That's how the whole thing started with the neighbor.
Oh.
The nasty neighbor.
I wasn't here for that.
Yeah.
The Facebook message group.
The Facebook message group, absolutely. So, and I'll tell you this. Like this undertaking, whose glasses do we have? Whose glasses do we keep? Whose silverware do we keep? Which spatula do you want to have? Oh, your pots and pans have this. Your pots and pans have that.
Yeah.
Which one? And I'll tell you the worst is, my son, my oldest one, he's like, Luca, he's like, why are you guys not done yet? Why is it taking you so long?
Oh.
Our house would have been done already. And I'm like, oh, thanks, pal. Thanks. Guess what? We don't operate like that. We like to sit around and enjoy our lives and take breaks and go in the pool.
Oh.
So that's what we're going to do. We're not going to, we'll get this thing done on our own time, on our own schedule. Sir, mind your business. Just enjoy your room like we got it.
Or you make him help.
Yeah. You want to offer a hand?
Yeah, we'll get your ass
would love
up.
a hand.
Yeah.
We already did your room for you.
Yeah.
All right. Both boys' rooms are already set up. My room's not, our room isn't set up yet. We still got to hang the curtains. You know what I'm going to do? Because she has blackout curtains for the kids. I'm just going to wait. I'm not going to give them those blackout curtains just yet.
Yeah.
They want to raise their mouth, their voice, give me some lip.
Has there been like a specific item you lost a fight over? Like, you need to throw this out. And you're like, I don't want to.
No. We were discussing like whose couch to use. My couch is like, I like it. It looks good for the area, but her couch is better. But I think
you are a one of the most surprising things about you, and there's a lot, is you have a home interior decor eye. You have a feel, you have a touch. You like all of that. You know all the different designs. So maybe you should be in charge of the design.
She's better at that than I am. Like I know like certain things.
She can name all the countertops and the backsplashes.
Well,
and I don't think so. And floor tiles, I don't think she can name them like you.
She may not be able to. Unfortunately, those already been decided.
Yes.
Now it's about decorating the house, and I have no eye for fashion when it comes to that.
Because you have nothing on your walls, probably. Right? Nothing.
I did one blue accent wall, and you could tell from when I started to when I ended how many drinks I had, based on how crooked the lines are as you get closer to the top. So she's going to have to completely redo that, or she wants to, I think. My couch was just a straight couch with like a lounge chair. Hers is an L. I don't know if the L works in the room that we have.
Yeah.
Because there's no back wall. But we'll see. We'll see. But we haven't had any knockdown, drag-out fights. Not at all. We took all of her furniture I'll tell you, we did have one. That wasn't even a knockout. Like, I wanted to keep my big dresser. I like it. She doesn't like it. And I was like, let's just keep them all. So we have 3 dressers in the bedroom now.
3.
We need them. We got all these clothes.
Yeah.
I need them. I don't really hang anything.
Sounds like a lot. Yeah, we hang clothes. We have like 2 sides, and then there's like a top level and a.
You don't hang your shirts
level.
on hangers?
Like T-shirts? No,
not T-shirts.
Yeah, like dress shirts, yes. I don't have a handful of those. T-shirts, I do the Marie Kondo.
Yeah.
The tri-roll, and then you sit them up on your top.
Right.
I do that.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
So you have a bunch of boxes in the house.
Yeah, I'll show you this video in a break. It's wild.
Okay.
Wild, the amount of boxes.
Best and worst of the weekend here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let us know your tales. 877-881-1053. See, Peyton, this is why you should stay living with your parents. All this moving crap. I love when people go, oh, just give them a 6-pack or 12-pack. You could offer me a keg. I would never help you move. I have a rule with friends. I'll never ask you. Don't ever ask me. I'm never going to help you. I don't care what spread you provide. I don't care what drinks you give. It's not worth it. No way. So don't ever ask, and I'll never ask.
I'll give you a free off day, Sean. How about that? We'll get a comp day.
If you gave me maybe 3, I wouldn't do it for 1. Not 1 comp day. Bassick would. 3 comp days, I would help you move. How many hours? Not 8.
No, we'll be done in 4.
4 hours? Okay.
4 for 3 days.
Oh, for 3. Oh,
done. Well, no, sorry. 4 hours for 3 comp days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you have 0 power and ability to make that happen.
None.
Yeah.
Email away.
I would do it for that.
Yeah, the moving aspect is the worst. So it's either got to be like a really close friend or a family member for me to help them move typically, because it's such a beatdown. And you know what's also frustrating is you start looking around at the group, everybody who's loading up the truck, and you start just noticing there's always the one person that's like bringing out a lamp to the truck and slowly, and it's like, you D-bag.
Yeah.
Like, what is your problem? You can carry 2 boxes. Come on, let's like get this stacked up. That person just kind of leisurely walks around, and they're usually the first one to stop and go like, oh, pizza's here.
Yeah, don't worry, pizza's in it. You got pizza coming. Pizza, 2 slices. 3 slices of pizza, worth it.
A lot of resentment builds up, a lot of animosity in a friend group from that.
So I had a situation where I walked into a situation where a guy was in the process of moving. Like, I was just going over to there to say hi. I was in the area, but I drove up and there were moving trucks out, and I felt the pressure to help him move because I was already there. So what do you do in that? Do you just say, dang, that sucks, but I'll see you later, and you just drive away? Or like, do you put a couple boxes in there? It was a close friend too.
Oh, it was a close friend?
Closer friend, yeah. Gotta help. Okay.
Or if you have the relationship where it's like, that's a shame.
Explain to me the pull-up situation. Where was this? Where was the...
Yeah, so this was in Hearst. So it was just, normal neighborhood. I just pulled up because I was in the area. And he had like his dad outside with a truck and stuff, moving stuff into the house. But I was just driving by because I was in the area.
You had no idea he was moving?
No idea. I just drove up and I was like, oh, he has some family or friends over. But then I saw them moving boxes. Yeah. And I was just there to say hi, to stop by. And then I saw the boxes. I was like,
pop in.
U-turn.
Yeah, you got to do
You should have
just drove by.
You should have U-turned. When I'll do that when I'm trying to avoid certain people at my house, I'll check the alarm.com, DFW security. I'll check that front camera and I'll see. This is really bad. I'm admitting this. I'm like, are the cars still in the driveway?
Unethical life hacks.
And then if they're still there, I'll check the living room cam to see if like people are getting up, like, getting off the couch, getting ready to walk out. And I'll just do like 3 more circles around the neighborhood. Boom, they leave. I get the alarm notification, pull into the house. Done. That's how I avoid it. Yeah, you should have U-turned that. You stop and you move. Kidding me?
I'm a nice guy. Sorry.
If they see you, you have to help.
Yeah.
You duck your head down.
Could you have U-turned without being seen?
I can't U-turn in that neighborhood. I'd have to do like the process where
it's a one-way only neighborhood.
Basically, I'd have to go in the driveway.
Cul-de-sac. Well, all right. We're gonna do a high-low edition of July 4th. It's a July 4th high-low. It looks really random. It looks really open. It looks really confusing, Pepe. I got to be honest.
Okay.
I got 3 separate categories for high-low at 8 o'clock, the July 4th edition here on DFW Sports Station. But we have Brian Scalabrine at 9 o'clock. What?
Didn't realize we had a sheet here with rules. This is going to be confusing.
Yeah. But I trust in Peyton.
Believe in me.
I don't.
I trust in Pepe.
The guy won 59 games in year 3. That's all you got to know.
Yeah, you give me the great clues again. So Kyrie re-signs with the Mavericks. Looks like he gave him a good deal, I think. 42 a year, could have been 47. Could have been in the 50s, but the mid-level exception is still open. This news breaks. You got to remember, he burned Boston badly. And on NBC Boston, Brian Scalabrine, the former Celtic, was going back and forth with the people at the desk on why this is going to be another disaster here in Dallas.
Kyrie will be asking for a trade by February.
By February?
Kyrie or Luka by February.
Can I get the under on that? Like,
no, I mean, you can't even do it till December 15th. So.
Which means December 16th.
There's no way this is going to play out. No way.
You don't think so?
Play out?
Not 3 years. No, I don't think so. I think at least the season.
Nah. They were fourth. They traded for Kyrie. So fourth in the West.
Right.
And
they went out of the playoffs.
And they went to 11th. And they were tanking at the end to preserve a draft.
Yes.
What the heck?
You got to pay $42 million to keep that chemistry going.
Yeah.
So
basically, it's all going to fall apart. Okay.
No, I mean, it's not going to fall apart.
It's all going to fall apart.
He's going to ask to be traded, and then Dallas will get a better situation around him.
So look, it's hard to argue any of that, okay? We've been saying this the whole time. Well, Kyrie responded on social. Kyrie must he must search his own name like Baker Mayfield does. He really must, because I don't think Kyrie was tagged in it. He wrote back to Scalabrine. I could be King Petty Johnson in this situation, but y'all honestly aren't worth it. Me and my A11 even tribe says hello, LOL. So he said that back to Scalabrine, who will join us at 9. And then Bill Simmons, Celtic diehard, made his little smart comment. And Kyrie wrote back, I see you couldn't help yourself with this one, huh, Billy boy? Just want to say I appreciate you and continue to be the person you are. My tribe says hello. So it's Kyrie responding to Dave Portnoy, Bill Simmons, and Brian Scalabrine with the Boston bitterness.
Yeah, there's a lot of bitterness, and I get it.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're going to be bitter.
Yes.
It's only a matter of time. The
Nets aren't bitter because there's no Net fans.
Yeah,
right. There's no. They decided to blow the whole team up. So, we know what's going to happen. That's the thing. We know exactly what storm is coming eventually.
Yeah, I mean, this has a predictable ending, a predictable outcome. It is funny for somebody who talks so much about their peace and hey, I just want it to be peaceful and I don't want anybody coming to my space. How much he does seem to seek out the criticism to clap back at it. It feels very anti-peace to me. And you know what? Now with the Twitter limits, he's going to have a hard time just searching these all the time. He's going to run out of time. He's not going to be able to talk about his A11. But look, it's whatever motivates you, I guess, as long as it's in a positive way. He's a great basketball player, but this is going to end poorly.
So have you guys seen this whole dropping dimes Twitter controversy?
I think I've reached my limit for the day. So
somebody went on Twitter and created this account, dropping dimes 20, right before free agency, and apparently this account was breaking news before Woj and Shams. Broke the Harden news, was coming out with predictions. Twitter shut it down.
Yeah, why though?
I don't know. The account got shut down
because it didn't even have a picture to it. I have my voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Am I a male anymore? What
I don't know
here?
what's going on with you, man.
I don't know. I don't know.
You're getting the femininity moving in.
No, it's puberty. I don't know what it is.
Got to fix that deviated septum.
It could be the voice. It could be the illness that I'm getting over. I think I've gotten over it. You haven't heard me. Cough one up yet today.
Right.
So I think that just could be part of it.
So this anonymous secret Twitter account is out there putting out information. I think said that Karl Anthony Towns was going to end up on the Mavericks. A big trade was getting worked out. And someone shut it down social media wise. And the account is back up. And also said, hey, here's my backup account just in case something happens to this one. So at Dropping Dimes 20 was shaking up NBA free agency.
So his backup account is dropping quarters? Is that what we're talking about here?
That's what it is. Dropping nickels, maybe. No, this is...
I love these types of things.
I love them too. Here's the only thing. And his was way too specific for me to think it's just faking it, because he said Harden's going to opt in, request a trade. The thing that's interesting is there have been a couple NFL accounts before that do this. where they'll report something and then as soon as it's wrong, they delete it and they like basically look like one of these accounts that, oh my gosh, look what they predicted, and they delete all the ones that they threw out there as guesses. So this one seems too specific to be doing that, but that's the only thing I think of when I see these small accounts that blow up like this is, did you just tweet a bunch of predictions? As soon as one hit, you deleted all the others and that made your account blow up.
34,000 followers, and they got deleted at 42,000. So people like jumped off the following, and now is sitting there at 34. Last tweets, latest ones, Raptors want to make a big move. Spurs said to be third team in Dame to Miami. Dylan Brooks to Houston, like I said. Dame wants to win in Miami and eventually return to Portland to finish his career. And there it is. Knicks likely to add star player this offseason. So dropping dimes went viral.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of NBA free agency in a lot of ways is better than the regular season. And following all the madness, and then this one account somehow getting all these, finding out all these breaking news and tidbits. You wonder if it's a burner account from a major executive, right? That doesn't want to just blow everybody up, or surely it wouldn't be a burner account for like a reporter, right? They would want the credit themselves,
right? Bruce Brown, by the way, other deals. So much for the mid-level. Bruce Brown got 2 for $45 with Carlisle's Pacers. Draymond going back to Golden State, man. Our dream of seeing him exposed, Choppy, does not end well. It's over. 4 for $100 for Draymond.
Sucks.
Van Vliet, 3 for $130 in Houston. And the Armpit also spent $80 on Dylan Brooks over 4 years. 4 for $80 for Dylan Brooks.
That's a lot of money for a guy that just got ran out of Memphis and just like, there's no amount of money we would take you back for.
I am super happy and sad at the same time. Happy the Mavs didn't go after him. Sad, though, this clown gets rewarded. He's got FU money now. And there's nothing worse than a guy like him having FU money. He is just the worst human there is. Awful.
I don't know that he's the worst human there is.
Yes, he is.
He may not have been the worst human on his basketball team.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
We'll talk about the Rangers making moves. Is that going to end up being a mistake? At 8:20 this morning, below the belt at 8:40, and Brian Scalabrine going back and forth with Kyrie at 9 here on DFW Sports Station. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. Peyton has put this together. It could be an absolute train wreck, which oftentimes creates the best radio. A July 4th edition of High Low. Is Choppy the defending champ yet again? I believe so.
Yep.
Always. July 4th, High Low. Next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, the July 4th edition on a third here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt with the look of defeat on his face. As usually, this is RJ Choppy winning time. Peyton has cooked together a little special. This is really special. This is a food court edition of High Low 105 through the Fan. Take it away, Ryan Seacrest.
That is right. The host of America's Funniest Home Videos, Ryan Seacrest.
Nailed it.
The defending champ, RJ Choppy, here on High Low. While Sean was out, Kevin Hagelin, I believe, got third place, unfortunately.
No, he got second. I got third.
Right. Bobby got third, which isn't last place, I don't think. It's third. You get a ribbon for it. Okay, so I'll explain this. I know it looks very confusing, guys, but trust me, you have to put trust in the producer.
We have to.
Even though I know sometimes you probably don't trust me, but
there's a category here called non-sport athletes, and I am trying to figure out what the hell that is.
So I tried to divide it up. This is a July 4th Independence Day high-low. So I tried to divide it up. Round one, because each of you will go once in round one. That is an athlete or a front office role, an owner. Could be anything that has to do with sports. Round two.
And the July 4th tie into that is?
Yes, either they have something to do with the holiday July 4th, or they were born around the holiday.
Oh, birth dates. Okay.
Birth dates. So I hope you did your birthday research.
Okay.
I know two that were born on the 4th of July off the top of my head. That's it.
And the clues will be a lot better, so I think those will help as well. But the audio clips will be great too. Then the second round will be actors with movies. So no more athletes after this. We're focused on actors or people involved with movies around Independence Day.
All right.
Or a movie that has to do with Independence Day. Then the third round will be musicians, artists, people that sing songs, or, as RJ pointed out, the non-athlete. So don't think of athletes after round one.
Okay.
But I will ask you high pitch, low pitch. We'll play a 10-second audio clip for 3 points. If you get that wrong or can't guess it, I'll give you the first clue for 2 points. And then if you can't guess the first clue, then I will give you the second clue for 1 point, and then we'll go on there. So, RJ Choppy, you are the defending champ, I believe. So you get the first choice, high pitch, low pitch.
Let's go with high, Gene.
High for 3 points.
What happened was they flew down to see me. I was at one hospital, but then I got transferred over. Didn't even know when I got transferred over. And I was on the anesthesia. At the whole time, I didn't even know they was there.
Athletes that have to do with the holiday or born around July 4th.
Man, I have no idea. Let's go your mom.
That's okay.
That was tough.
Yeah, it was.
Clue number one. An explosive defensive lineman who almost took the 3-point stance quite literally.
Jason Pierre-Paul.
There we go. Okay. Right. RJ's on the board with 2 points. Sean
Stop
Sharif.
being so miserable.
I live miserable during this game. Dan Orlovsky survived this weekend. I'm going to lose this. It's brutal.
Okay.
So now Bobby's next. We'll go clockwise. I think that's clockwise. Bobby, you are next. High pitch, low pitch.
Hi, Gene.
I was in Oklahoma, and just coming out and be able to throw 4 pitches for strikes, it's helped a lot. Kept them, back and forth and up and down.
Catfish Hunter.
Sorry.
Close. That was tough.
It's close. Okay, first clue. Pitched for the Texas Rangers in the World Series, but recently has been bounced around the league as a bullpen piece.
Rangers in the World Series. I have no idea. CJ Wilson. He's not even pitching anymore.
Do you
I don't
know who it is, RJ?
Think so.
All
Probably not, though.
Clue number 2. Like many former Rangers, this man found himself in Baltimore soon after his time in Texas.
Oh, crap. This is one of 2 guys now. Tommy Hunter. There we go. Big game. Big game, Hunter.
Bobby for 1 point.
Who was the other possibility?
Darren O'Day.
I would not have gotten either of these.
O'Day was. What's the last clue I would have gotten it? But
you didn't after the first clue.
No.
Okay. All right. So Bobby has 1. RJ has 2. You guys both went high.
Yes, sir.
All right. I will go high.
High for 3 points.
What I try to do is instill a sense of discipline in my players, a mental toughness and a discipline. I don't want players going out there and being treated like heroes if they don't act like heroes.
I don't know the July 4th tie whatsoever, but I'll guess John Wooden.
Oh, thank God.
You know who it is?
Yes.
Okay, clue number 1.
Man, that's a very distinct voice, too. I should have gotten it.
Former owner of an iconic franchise with most people referring to him as the boss.
Oh.
That's too easy of a clue.
I like it. I like it.
Well, Sean was up. I had to give the easy clue.
Oh, George Steinbrenner. All right.
You guys both got easy clues.
Okay. And the tie-in for Tommy Hunter was his birthday is actually today. So happy birthday, Tommy Hunter, if you're listening. George Steinbrenner, birthday tomorrow.
Okay.
But now we're past. Now we're past the athletes.
He's past.
No more athletes. Oh, R.I.P.
He is.
He's gone, RJ.
R.I.P. Jalen Rose.
RJ, high pitch, low pitch. These are now these are actors now. People involved in movies.
This is where I hang it up. I'm done. No, shut up, RJ.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm doing too.
So think of movies that are around Independence Day or have to do with Independence Day.
Let's go. Let's go low.
Low for 3 points.
You and I talked about it. I know the camera. As that helicopter's going across, we had to be in sync because he could have blown me off that ramp. So his timing, my speed had to be perfect to adjust the camera.
That's where Choppy pulls threes out of his ass.
Steven Spielberg.
No,
yeah.
I have no idea if he has anything to do with it.
Clue number 1 for 2 points. It's never impossible for this man to complete a mission with how successful he is.
You know, you'd have to say the second Mission Impossible part. Like, you gave the impossible and the mission. All right, there you go.
I thought it was that. I thought initially I was like, well, I don't want to give that name away.
Oh, man. That's 4. Bobby, all Bobby's thinking about is he better have an easy one here. Better have an easy one. As Choppy has 4, Bobby has 1, I have 2. Bobby, this is to tie. July 4th edition of High Low.
Hi, Gene.
High for 3 points.
That was a rage that had been bottled for a really long time. I've always wanted to be Superman. I've always wanted to swoop in and save the damsel in distress.
Will Smith.
Gosh! Dang it! Tie game!
3 points for Bobby.
He's got 5 now.
No, I'm 4.
Oh, yeah, duh. I was looking at
Because I got an awful first clue, unlike you guys.
Why don't you try, taking low like a man for once?
Yeah, I went low.
I know.
On purpose. Like, I usually would go
Yeah.
high.
When you go low, I go high.
All right.
All right, Sean.
I'll go low.
Low for 3 points.
What are you guys painting tonight over the airport? And they said, we're not showing anything. I said, well, there's 6 lights in a row. And they said, do you want to report this? And I said, I can't identify it. It's flying and it's 6 objects.
Vin Diesel. Did one of the Fast come out on this date?
Oh, come on. They usually come out in May.
It didn't sound douchey enough.
Hey!
All right.
It's okay. First clue, and this will tie things up, I believe.
This will tie it across the board.
Yes. Okay. Miracles don't always happen on land with this actor.
That's the clue?
That's the clue.
Kurt Russell?
That would have been my guess. Yeah.
Yeah!
Because Miracle USA.
Sports
Yeah,
Station!
let's go.
Hockey hamster!
We all have 4?
We all have 4.
Yes, we all have 4.
Oh, my gosh!
But now the fun
And now
part.
we're going to non-sport athletes. Whatever the hell that is.
Or musicians, artists. RJ, it's in your court.
All right.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, here it comes.
He just coughed
He's
something
stalling.
up.
Oh, did he have
What in the
get
world?
it?
Oh.
Get him on the fan cam, Ryan. As soon as he talked about not having any loogies, there it is. All right.
Wow.
Go ahead.
All right. Where were we? My turn?
Musicians / non-sport athletes. Try to talk with the microphone.
Let's go with high.
High for 3
Gene.
points.
Yeah, right now I'm on a liquid diet, pretty much a cleanse, lemon juice, water, maybe just a little bit of protein. But I'm going to go in empty and loose tomorrow. I'll be happy.
My God, perfect clue for you. Made for you. It might be you.
Machine Gun Colon.
Let's go with Bruce Springsteen.
We're on the 4th of July.
Okay. Clue number 1 for 2 points. Not a superstar, but most consider him a dog.
Good clue.
Yes.
Good clue. Bobby, we got a chance, baby.
I can't.
Really? Okay.
Same here.
Snoop Dogg. I
Oh, get ready.
Clue number 2. Setting records on July 4th on everyone's television.
What's his name? Joey Chestnut.
Oh, it would have been funny if it was Kobayashi.
Yeah.
If you just threw it out there. All right. So that is a 5. That was good.
That was tough.
Very challenging. All right, Bobby.
Dang it.
All right. So to avoid the Sean Sharif eye roll, why did we just do high? Low.
That's crazy. I don't have a low for this guy. No, I do.
Okay.
It was to a really, really rough point. I couldn't get up off the floor for weeks. That's where a lot of the inspiration for the album comes, but I never want to bring people down.
Post Malone.
The alcoholism that you guessed that?
Is he born on July 4th?
I just knew he was born on 4th of July. That was the it didn't sound like it, but I was like, I just got to throw it out.
Yep, he was born on the 4th of July.
It's over. It's over.
No, I can tie it.
We know you're not going to do that.
You're not going to tie it.
You're not going to do that.
Tie it. Hey,
Do you want high pitch, low pitch, or you want normal audio, Sean?
Wow.
normal?
For 3 points, just so we can do sudden death.
Give me high, jackasses.
When I fell in love with it, it was only on the radio for 1 hour. And I had to take the cassette tape and put tissue in the back of the cassette tape so I could re-record over some stuff my grandmother recorded.
Do you all know it?
I don't know.
I thought I did, but I'm
Kanye!
Clue number 1. Candy shops are where you might find this guy.
Oh, gosh. I don't.
Just so you can get second place.
I'm trying to see his face.
Oh my
This is a very
gosh.
loose. This is a very loose 4th of July. You're taking some liberties here.
Jane Slater.
Close.
50.
Congratulations.
He was born July 6th. I mean, that's pretty loose. Taking some liberties.
Bobby Roberto Belt getting the W.
I thought for sure we were going to get a Al Davis.
What's that?
He's July 4th.
So where I did cheat, I just had to look up Born on the 4th of July for Oliver Stone. But I was like, are they going to go back that far? William Dafoe. William Dafoe.
Zero chance he knows who Oliver Stone is.
Yeah, that's why I was like, it doesn't even matter. That's too old. But Spittle sometimes assists.
I'm surprised he knew who George Steinbrenner was.
Do you have a leftover one?
Yeah, you want the sudden death?
Yeah, play it low.
Okay, low.
I eventually went to prison. You know, that reckless, careless behavior on those bad decisions led me to going to prison, led me to paying, hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers.
Robert Clues, MTV.
Robert Downey.
Kurt Loder.
Actor. Reality TV.
Brett Michaels.
Jersey Shore.
Situation.
Sitch.
Yeah.
What was his
connection? He was his birthday is July 4th.
Birthday is July 4th. Well, hey, good job, Peyton.
Well done.
Was it better than you expected?
Way better. Way better. Good job.
We won't ever do it again. But
and Choppy lost, so that makes it a good day. All right, RJ is also going to warn the Rangers, be careful about going all in after Aroldis Chapman on your home of the 6 all-star players leading the way in the American League. Choppy with a little Rangers warning next.
Well, let's get you.
Here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
As this pitch is drilled deep down the left field line, it will hit the foul pole extension. Altuve is homered for the second time in this series, and he gives Houston a 5-3 lead.
That was the insurance run. That is the way the game would end yesterday on this radio station. Astros take the 2-1 lead in the series. Game 4 today. KMC is going to lead you up to it 10 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. So 10 to 12:30, Jared Sandler and the crew will take over from there. 1 o'clock first pitch to try to end things with a split. I was just doing a little extra homework yesterday, and I'm like, how are the Rangers against the really good teams? How are they against the really elite teams?
Like, yeah, I guess define elite. You going over 500 that you're going with?
Well, definitely over 500.
Well, sure. Like, is that your only benchmark?
Well, this is like the matchup, right? This is a heavyweight series. So the Tampa Bay series was a heavyweight series. And basically, they're at 500. So against Tampa Bay on the season, 1-2. At this point against the Astros, 3-3. Against the Braves, 1-2. And I threw Baltimore in there as well, 3-3. So a lot of times you say, look, against the really, really good teams, we talk about this in the NFL all the time with Dak's problems, or the Cowboys against teams over 500. You know, you just want to escape, try to end up at 500, take care of work, do your damage against the scrubs. And that's what the Rangers have been doing. You know, a little bit, barely under 500 against small sample size. Just those 4 teams I decided to go and take a look at. Yeah. Baltimore, Braves, Houston, Tampa.
Yeah, because, I mean, you could go further than that. I mean, Arizona they split with.
Yeah.
Let's see. They are 4-3 against the Yankees. What do you consider the Angels at this point?
Yeah.
You know, there's a little bit more of that, but I just keep the Reds out of this one so we don't get the 0-3.
Your measuring stick series. Yeah. Right. Are the Reds still on fire?
They haven't won 11 straight. They just took 2 or 3 from the Padres, though, and they had just taken 2 or 3 from the Orioles. So after they lost the final 2 games against Atlanta, they lost to Baltimore, so they had a 3-game losing streak, and they've just won 4 or 5. So yeah, they're still playing good baseball.
Rangers add 2 more to All-Star Weekend. They have the most representatives of any team in the American League. They're going to add Aroldis Garcia and Nathan Eovaldi. They also add Aroldis Chapman, the former Yankee and Royal, is now joining the Ranger bullpen. You saw his debut yesterday with 2 strikeouts. Gave up the single to Altuve, but no runs scored against the new reliever, Chris Young, Rangers GM. Why'd you pick him up?
Yeah, we have been following very closely all year. We've had a lot of scouts go through Kansas City and follow their team, and you know, I think that what we're seeing is a pitcher who's really back to the way he pitched a couple years ago. The fastball's electric. The slider has been very good. He's got two variations of the fastball, sinker and a four-seamer, and it's just he's really, really tough to hit. We're excited. We think he fits a need in our bullpen in terms of the swing and miss and being able to pitch leverage at the back of the bullpen, and we're thrilled to welcome him to the Rangers.
So there's Chris Young. Now, you saw some information last week, like hesitating, pumping the brakes on trying to go all in.
Yeah, I went and looked, and you know, I went back and looked at the Cardinals, right? If they're going to go all in, the Cardinals are a team, you know, be wary right now for trading for a guy that isn't a difference maker. If you can get your hands on Shohei, get your hands on Shohei. Okay? But, like, remember we did this 2016, 2015, try to keep the run going, right? By buying guys, and we killed a farm system. The window, I believe, is the 3 years. The best window is the 3 years when DeGrom comes back from surgery, because you got DeGrom. So we're still early in this. We're very early in the run. St. Louis was trying to hang on to their run, just like we did. And, you know, they're in last place, basically. And they have been for quite a bit of this season. In 2016, they finished 17 games out. They tried to buy when the Cubs were at their peak. They traded for a guy named Marcell Ozuna. Who'd they give up for Marcell Ozuna, remember? Sandy Alcantara and Zach Gallen.
Those guys are okay.
Alcantara is the Cy Young winner, and Gallen might win it this year. All right? And Gallen went to Arizona finally. They also dealt for Matthew Liberatore, Randy Arozarena, who was an all-star.
Yeah.
Then they were so desperate to keep Kwon Hyung Kim on the 40-man roster, and they were obviously so desperate for cash that they traded Adolis Garcia for cash. For cash. Those are 4
John Daniels, baby.
all-stars. 2 of which are going to wind up being back-to-back Cy Young Award winners, maybe. One of which, in Arozarena, is like, basically going to be an all-star every year. And then Adolis is going to wind up making the all-star team, or has made the all-star team 2 of the last 3 years. So, like...
But is that just one instance?
I mean, no, it's just an example. Like, if you're going to go in, make sure you go all in for, like, great players, not just, like, good players. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, man, let's look at Jack Flaherty. I like Jack Flaherty. I think Jack Flaherty would be a decent guy for the back end of rotation. But if you're going to make a trade, and it's so early in the run, if you're going to make a trade, it better be for somebody big.
But that formula has not worked for the Padres, right? They went in for big dogs.
And it's done nothing for them.
Right. But you're saying if you're going to go in for big dogs.
Right. But they went in.
Manny Machado, big dog. They went and got Blake Snell, who won a Cy Young. They're 8 games under.
Yeah.
I'm the only thing about that, you're right. You don't want to mortgage the future or anything else. I'm just sitting here thinking of the moves that they've made in the past when they've gone for it, and not many of them really burned them. They gave up Dylan Tate. They gave up Mike Olt, Lewis Brinson, Justin Smoke, guys who didn't pan out anyway. No. So it didn't harm, even though maybe Matt Garza didn't work out, or Ryan Dempster, or whoever else, Jonathan Lucroy, but it didn't kill you the way the value of those prospects were considered.
No, but it did in the run. Like they had a downward spiral. They had a dead 6 years because they gave away so many people.
But those players weren't going to help them. Brinson wasn't going to become anything. Luis Ortiz ended out not becoming the pitcher that I think people expected that he would. Dylan Tate wasn't the pitcher that they picked at number 4 overall. So I mean, I don't think it killed them. I think they've been very fortunate that they haven't been burned routinely by some of these big prospects that they do give up in these deals.
Why are you talking about Max Scherzer last night?
So there was an article out there that each, it was the player that each team should go after and get. And with Scherzer, it was the Rangers. The Rangers said they need to go get Max Scherzer. That was the one player that each, and the Mets, by the way, it was an article about who you should keep, who each team should keep or trade. And the Mets should keep him. They said don't trade him. That the Rangers should acquire Max Scherzer because he replaces what you lost in Jake DeGrom. I absolutely love this. That's a Jared Sandler holy smokes right there. If they wind up getting him. Now, I doubt it happens. I don't think the Mets are going to deal him. But if they do, and they're going to get a massive haul for him. But
how much salary in Scherzer and DeGrom?
40-something, $45 million on Scherzer. Look, if I'm the Mets and Jake and Max Scherzer's available, and the Rangers say, come calling, the first guy I asked for, the Rangers are going to say, hell no. But the first guy I asked for, Josh Young. If you're trading Max Scherzer, I know he's old. If you're trading him, doesn't matter. That's who you ask for. And you know they're going to say no, but your due diligence is to ask for him. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
And the Rangers say no.
Yeah, you ask for, I would imagine in most trades like these, you're going to ask for the moon.
Yeah.
And then negotiate down from there. But they would ask that for Scherzer. I would be more interested in, like, some of the guys that we've discussed previously, like somebody like Dylan Cease. Or, like I would want to go after somebody like that. That's where I would want to invest in. That's where I'd give up significant capital. Scherzer, just with the price and the age and everything else, I'm sure he could still probably pitch effectively for 2-3 years, whatever it is. But
Dylan
man,
Cease,
it'd be a lot.
With the White Sox.
Yeah, but he's going to be your unquestioned ace if you get him. He's got a 4.10 ERA. This team doesn't need. This team needs a DeGrom replacement.
That doesn't exist on the market right now.
Max Scherzer is.
Scherzer hasn't been that guy this year.
Well, he's Max Scherzer.
I mean, no one is DeGrom. There is no one that's DeGrom when he's healthy. DeGrom is the best pitcher in baseball. It's like it's DeGrom space number 2. Like that's how good he is.
Max Scherzer is in a different galaxy than Dylan Cease.
Yes, he is. Now, the thing with Cease is that he's got amazing stuff. Like lights out stuff that people rave about.
Like Scherzer this year he is at a 3.87. Previously to this, I mean, he's never been above a 2.76.
Yeah, he's pretty legit.
He's stupid.
He's getting old. He's getting old, man.
My point is, if you added Scherzer, then you're right back. I mean, you take a step up championship contention wise. If you add Cease, do you take the same step?
You take a step. Because now,
I mean, Cease was second in Cy Young voting last year.
Yeah,
and I mean, Mitch Keller's out there from Pittsburgh. Keller's really, really good. Keller and Cease are not just young, good pitchers. They're young, good pitchers with control. Like they've got 2 years of control with these guys if they trade for them.
And if I'm Pittsburgh, they're building something halfway decent there. I'm not sure I'm going to get, that they're going to be a big seller with the way that division is. But man, the thing with Cease is, let's just say you slide him in at number 2 on the rotation. Or even if you want to put him at 3. So he's going to go up in the playoff series against the other team's 3. I mean, he's going to have much better stuff than the other team's 3. Now, he may not have that day, but from a raw stuff standpoint.
Well, he'd be the 2 here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you can put him wherever you want. Let's say you put him wherever you want to. He would probably be the 2. I'd imagine he'd be the 2. I mean, shoot, I could see him stuff-wise as the 1.
Yeah, he would pitch as the 2, just stuff, and not control or anything else, which he does have control problems, but just raw stuff. He would be the best that you have on the staff.
And Evaldi's got great stuff too.
Yeah.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. But so far, so good with Chris Young adding what we all needed. Because look, you sit there yesterday and you just look at it, and Spores and Burke, got away. Got away as good as Spores has been throughout the year. Now you're adding Aroldis Chapman to it. Chapman can be very wild, but it appears like he's found the fastball again, dialing it back up to 102, at least yesterday, and getting one of those punch-outs. Bloodbath over at ESPN, in case you missed it. Max Kellerman, Steve Young, Susie Colbert, Keyshawn Johnson, Todd McShay, all out. All out. And I'm missing like 5 more names. Jalen Rose. Kyle Yeomans. Jeff Van Gundy. Kyle Yeomans would probably love to be over there. He is not over there. And now there's speculation that Keyshawn Johnson could be replacing Shannon Sharp across from Skip Bayless. But ESPN wiping everyone out. There are Bally rumors, local Bally rumors that are not public. I haven't seen these names in an article or on social media. But if you tune into the Rangers coverage today, like you maybe did over the weekend, you notice some faces missing and some different faces filling in. So, man, it's a cold world out here. It is. Cold world in the streets.
Very cold world. I hate the way the industry is kind of taking a dip.
I mean, radio's supposed to be the dying one, not TV.
Yeah, I guess the issue is that the TVs, the salaries are just so high.
Yeah. They're overpaid. I mean, no, I'm saying it's coming from a radio standpoint. But you're hearing some of these salaries that are out there. I mean, Max Kellerman cannot be $5 million. Are you serious? Like Stephen A. At least they don't let that guy ever off TV. He's on 15 different shows. Max
He's
Kellerman,
the face of the network.
He is the face of the network. But you're paying $1 million salaries, $2 million salaries. What was Keyshawn making? Did you see his deal?
I did not.
Yeah, it was 3 or 4.
But is that what we've determined, that Pat McAfee cost 20 people, 20 salaries? That's how much Pat McAfee cost?
McAfee made a statement about this, right?
Yeah, he did.
Trying to explain.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, like, Pat was getting kind of killed, but he was bearing the brunt of a lot of the angry reaction to the firings, and they cut 20 people.
Look, man, I don't put any blame on McAfee. I had a company who tried to do this to me too. They try to guilt you. Mm-hmm. Well, if you take this, that means, just so you know, that means other people will probably have to do some downsides. I'm like, screw you. I'm like, really? You're seriously going to put that on me? I'm sitting here trying to get what I can get.
Yeah, it's not McAfee's fault.
Dak Sharif here.
And he wrote, he had a long Twitter post, Built on Stone, did a lot of reflecting about our journey while I was getting murdered on the internet today. Hell yeah. All roads lead back to how honored I am to be the leader of such a talented group and how lucky I am to be part of this team. We do our thing. We enjoy ourselves. Never blink. Basement, box truck, world stoppage, you name it. The show rolls on.
I gotta say, McAfee's got like a cast of like 15, it looks like, on his show, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I need to go be a TV executive and show them how much they can save cost-cutting wise with some talent. You only 14 people producing your show. Colin Cowherd should be able to write out his own opinions. Sitting there getting producers for all these people. The late night hosts getting jokes written for you. You can have some help, some aides, like 7 different writers. Do you have talent or not?
But if you were going to go in there and you were going to consult, what would your recommendation be on Dan Orlovsky, Sean?
Raise for me.
Give him a raise. That's a perfect tease for B-Lo. I'd be like, who can work this telestrator better? Who can draw better than Orlovsky? If not, then he's got to stay. Quarterback is the most important position in sports unless you're one of these 5 teams. That's next in Below the Belt right here on the Fan. the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Andy Dalton is just as fiery as his ginger locks would have you believe. He was doing an interview. Who was this with? He was doing an interview. CBS had this recently, and he had talked about the offense there in Carolina, where everybody's pushing for Bryce Young needs to take over. So this is from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
Oh.
And Andy Dalton isn't ready to just give up the job to Bryce Young. I don't know what it is about Carolina quarterbacks that it causes them to say this, but he went full Cam Newton. He said, I view myself as a starter in this league. I don't think there are 32 guys better than me. But this is the situation I'm in, and I understand that. As soon as I don't think I'm one of the best 32 or a little lower, I'll be watching football on TV. So you remember this is what Cam Newton famously said in, I think, The Pivot or somewhere, where he said, there's not 32 guys better than me. And then the next time he got a chance to play, it was clear there were probably 3,200 guys better than Cam Newton at that point. Andy Dalton, little brash there to claim there's not 32 quarterbacks better than me. I would bet there are 40 better.
I appreciate you trying to localize it.
Yeah.
But who cares?
I think
non-story.
Good for him, though.
Boring. Good belief. Nice guy. Heard nice things about the family. Who cares?
I'm glad he feels that way, though. I think everybody should feel that way.
Here's who cares. This is the lead-in, Sean, to if Andy Dalton wants to remain in the NFL, there are apparently 5 teams he can do it with.
Oh, man, what a connection.
Yes. As Yahoo Sports' Charles McDonald wrote recently, quarterback who? Here are 5 offenses who would succeed no matter who's under center, which I think is an aggressive number. The only team I have ever thought this about, we've talked about on the air, is San Francisco. I know you say 0, Chop, but
you're right. You might be right. They're a good team.
San Francisco has so many different parts that are elite, and they're so strong across the board, and that entire offense is basically just like, are you competent enough to throw the ball accurately? Like, that's all we need you to do is just be generally accurate. You don't have to be a stud, and you can come in here and run the offense.
You still got to be a good decision maker.
Well, I mean, you don't got to. Jimmy got to a Super Bowl.
Jimmy's a good decision. He's very efficient. He was number 1 in DVOA last year. He's a good decision maker. He may not have a great arm, may not have a lot of great things, but decision making, he's fine.
So we've got 5 teams here allegedly that can just rise above the quarterback. And I think some of these are really interesting. The first one here that Charles McDonald lists is the Philadelphia Eagles.
I had them written down number 2, but then I said, you got to have someone who can run like Hurts. That's the problem. Throwing wise, yeah, I can maybe see it. But is he going to be able to be a tank and run like Jalen Hurts? It's pretty insulting towards Jalen, which is why Bobby probably picked the article.
100% why.
Honestly, not the reason why. But look, I mean, you make the point that you got to have the running aspect of it. Well, that would indicate that all you need is a running back to run your offense, which they have. So good for the Eagles. It says the Eagles have to land on this list. Howie Roseman has built a top-tier offense for Jalen Hurts that should allow him to maximize the early portions of his new 5-year, $255 million deal. Jordan Mailata, Jason Kelsey, and Lane Johnson are a menacing trio on the offensive line. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are arguably the best wide receiver duo in the league, both possessing the capabilities and talents to carry a passing game by themselves. The next team here, obviously, the San Francisco 49ers. They've shown over and over again that, all right, Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo, whatever else, like, we're going to have success. I mean, they were keeping it somewhat competitive early on with Brock Purdy literally not able to throw with his arm. And really no threat to run either in the NFC Championship game.
Your best call on the show. Your best call. That's your number 1 seed.
It is. It is.
It really is.
So your only call.
Here are the other 3, because I think you're right, Sean, that Philadelphia comes to mind. For me, Baltimore comes to mind.
My number 1 team is Miami.
Miami is not on this list.
That's number 1.
But are they? Because they seem to really flounder as soon as Tua had issues.
Yeah. Tua was really good last year.
They went from the Dolphins to the flounder.
I just think that, McDaniel's like Mike D'Antoni. Yes, I don't have a great response for when Tua got hurt, but I feel like right now, my thought is boy genius, boy wonder, Waddle, Tyreek, just get it to him. Running game design, Mike McDaniel can plug in. But They're not on there.
No, I mean, that makes sense. You can, I think you can connect those dots.
What was I right about again?
Just now?
Yeah.
About Miami, I guess?
Oh, no, you were saying I was right about something.
Oh, I was saying that I think you're right that Philadelphia makes sense, San Francisco makes sense. I think Baltimore makes some sense. After that, I don't think there are a ton that you could even argue for, but Charles McDonald has a few names here. The next name after those top two teams is one that really surprised me. The Detroit Lions don't need good quarterback play, Chop, and this appears morally offensive to you right out of the gate because you are a big Jared Goff fan and think that he was a big reason for some of their improvements last year, right?
I mean, he had a great year. I mean, 4th in efficiency, 5th in QBR last year.
Well,
I don't know what their system is. Run the ball?
Well, I mean, it's biting kneecaps, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just being tough and hard-nosed. This is what they write here. After nearly 1 million years of destitute football, the Lions have an exciting young core of talent on their team. Long gone are the days of Lions football where no points were being scored. This team has juice. Starts up front, the offensive line with Taylor Decker, Jonah Jackson, Frank Ragnow. I have no idea how to say that name right there. And Penei Sewell are the best offensive line in football on paper.
They do have a good line.
I was wondering if Denver could be on this list. If they're just going to be like, oh, Sean Payton's such a genius. Like, just go ahead. It's his system. And then we'll go ahead and pay homage to that. What?
We will see. Maybe it's maybe it's another Russell Wilson connected team that's on this list.
Yeah.
The skill spots aren't great aren't as great as the offensive line, but there's still a lot to be excited about. Jameer Gibbs and tight end Sam Laporta, both early draft picks this year. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I know somebody you're a big fan of, Chop. David Montgomery and Jamison Williams, when he returns from his gambling suspension, are going to be big factors in the Lions offense as well. The next name here is the Seattle Seahawks. And this one, I would not have thought of them. They wouldn't have sprung to mind for me. But when you think about all the success they had with Russell Wilson and the way they were able to kind of control things with him. And then as soon as they go to Geno Smith, who was a career loser, like we can just call it what it is. He was considered just a loser at the quarterback position. And all of a sudden it clicked for him. It said instead of blowing everything up after they traded Russell Wilson, the Seahawks kept together a strong core on offense with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. They obviously added Jackson Smith and Jigba to the receiving group. The backfield appears to be loaded with a potential three-headed monster with Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, and Kenny McIntosh. Seattle doesn't have a dominant offensive line yet, but Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas are about as promising of a young tackle duo that exists in the NFL. I think that makes a lot of sense to have Seattle there.
Bus drive, run the ball, defense, Pete Carroll. I agree.
So this is the last name was the one that really threw me off. Whereas, like, why would this be a team that you don't need a good quarterback for?
I got my final team.
Who is it?
The New York Giants.
That's a good answer.
The way that they play is, right, Daniel Jones became very good at not turning the ball over. And it was just like, be safe. Don't screw it up. We win the close games. I would have thought that they were kind of like, a Seattle version on here with the way that Dayball was coaching up Daniel Jones. But obviously they're not on the list.
I think that's a good answer, Chop. Anybody else stand out to you?
Let's see, Denver, the Giants. I can't think of Atlanta,
Chicago.
None of you have said the team yet. Think a great team.
Patriots.
Oh, wait a second, Kansas City.
No.
Oh.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
All right.
With Joe Burrow. How much does Joe Burrow make that thing go? You don't need Joe Burrow if you're Cincinnati. Like, what's the deal with this? It says you can't make a list like this without including the Bengals.
Of course not. What is this? Who is this?
Who is Charles McDonald?
He's actually a very good writer. He worked for New York Daily News, and then I think he was at Bleacher Report for a little
Matt
bit.
Gangle's a good writer. He doesn't know squat. It's the same thing.
Well, I didn't say he knew anything. I just said he was a good writer. But he did say that
on the right spot. Is he an Oxford comma guy?
He said Burrow is a phenomenal quarterback who will play in Cincinnati for the next decade. But the Bengals have done an incredible job of surrounding him with top talent. No team has a better trio of receivers since the Bengals added Jamar Chase to go with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. They are the perfect group of receivers and will have one last chance to make something happen together before Higgins tests his value in free agency. They added talent and created some depth up front by signing Orlando Brown to left tackle. They're likely moving Jonah Williams over to the right side. The signing gives them flexibility with Lyle Collins, who struggled at times last year as the starting right tackle. Great call by the Cowboys, as it turned out, even though there were a lot of people who were upset. Running back and tight end aren't their strongest parts, but Joe Mixon is still one of the better starting running backs in the league. They're trying a rotating door of Irv Smith and Drew Sample at tight end. This is likely the last season the Bengals wide receiver trio will play together, but they're still good enough to land the Bengals on this list by themselves. What's funny to me about this list is because I think when we hear this, I start thinking along the lines of how you guys were thinking about it. Like Sean saying Giants. Like that's a team that went to the playoffs and had these things in place that ultimately allowed Daniel Jones to succeed in a way that he had not before. Or you think of somebody like Seattle who was on the list. But I don't immediately jump to, all right, what teams could just survive without their quarterback? Well, let me start at the very top of the league, like right near the top 2 or 3. Yeah. Joe Burrow. The Bengals would be great without Joe Burrow. I don't think you can just plug and play anybody.
Go look at Zach Taylor's record before Joe Burrow got there.
Yeah.
Cowboys may prove this year with this ground and pound, with this running attack.
Yes, ground and pound.
Thunder and lightning, as Kellen Moore was on the Season podcast and was asked about his former QB.
As a player and as a man, your experience with Dak Prescott, what would you want listeners to know?
The best person. I think the best leader I've ever been around, easily. And in all honesty, player or coach or anything. I think his ability to connect with a team in all spectrums is rare, and I've never seen it in any other way. His work ethic, his command, I think he's incredible. And so I know, we've all been through that Dallas journey, and, he has a phenomenal way of being able to deal with probably more than your average NFL starting quarterback. And he handles it beautifully. And, he's certainly a guy you forever root for.
And she's got a great personality.
Got a great personality, man.
Great.
Such a good leader.
She's funny.
What about his decision making? What about his arm strength? What about his footwork?
So funny.
I will continue to come back to the point that when everybody in the league jumps to that, I don't think we should view it as it's a discounting of his physical traits. I think they value that leadership stuff much more than fans and analysts do. They think that is of greater value to winning than I think most people do.
Why was Kyrie Irving going at our next guest after he re-signed with the Mavericks? The always entertaining former NBA player and NBA insider Brian Scalabrine on what the Mavs, Dame, Harden, everyone is doing around the association. Scal joins us next.
But let's get your carpet.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Yes, we are working and we are live here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and we were trying to figure out who to get to recap all the NBA frenzy over the weekend with Kyrie Irving re-signing with the Mavericks for lower than expected, Seth Curry coming back for a third stint with the team, Dwight Powell taking a pay cut, and the guys were all throwing out the names, and I was like, no, Kyrie Irving is only writing back one person, and that is our old buddy, the former Celtic Brian Scalabrine, because of this on NBC Boston.
Kyrie will be asking for a trade by February.
By February.
Kyrie or Luka by February.
Can I get the under on that? Like,
no, I mean you can't even do it till December 15th. So.
Yeah, which means December 16th.
There's no way this is gonna play out. No way.
You don't think so?
Play out?
Not 3 years. No, I don't think so. I think at least the season.
Nah. They
Not
were
that
fourth.
special.
They traded for Kyrie. To fourth in the West.
Right.
They went out of the playoffs.
And they went to 11th. And they were tanking at the end to preserve a draft.
Yes.
What the heck?
You got to pay $42 million to keep that chemistry going.
Yeah.
So,
So basically, it's all going to fall apart. Okay.
No, I mean, it's not going to fall apart.
It's all going to fall apart.
He's going to ask to be traded, and then like Dallas will get a better situation around him.
And Kyrie was not thrilled, tweeting back to Scalabrine and company, I could be King Petty Johnson in this situation, but y'all honestly aren't worth it. Me and my A11 even tribes say hello, LOL. And Brian Scalabrine is joining us now here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Brian.
Yeah, it was odd. You know what? It's funny. He tweeted back at me, but I'm not good with social media. I didn't even realize that he did. Yet my inbox is getting filled with all kinds of, whatever. All I did was bring up the point. It's not like Kyrie Irving didn't ask to be traded from Cleveland. He didn't ask to be traded from Brooklyn. And he's probably going to ask to be traded from Dallas at one point.
So you were not surprised that other offers throughout the league were not pouring in to try to steal him from us?
I mean, like, I think teams need to win now. I believe that teams think that they could put together sort of I just think there's more parity in the NBA now. And, like, you look at what Miami did, you know, what you hear about all their undrafted guys and, you know, like in the culture that they have. I think people are valuing that a lot more. And listen, I know that Kyrie is an amazing talent. Maybe at his size, maybe the best to ever do it at from a talent standpoint. Like, I got a chance to cover him. I was blown away daily by what he does. But I also seen, you know, like him give up, you know, third quarter leads and like be disconnected or call his teams out and not play the next night. And, you know, the most frustrating part, and I'll give you a great example. When he was in Brooklyn, and this bothers me to no end, but I get it. It's the NBA. But when he was in Brooklyn, they played the Philadelphia 76ers and James Harden was playing. And I guess they got into it a little bit before James Harden got traded to Philly. Kyrie Irving murdered James Harden. I mean, flat out embarrassed him, not just offensively, defensively as well. Locked him up. Like, I mean, murdered the guy. But so let's get this straight. So you're going to murder James Harden in some meaningless game, but other nights you're just going to check out defensively and not guard like these players that you're much better than. So I get the talent side of it. I just don't get the consistency side of him at all. And when it starts to go sideways, it isn't I got to play better. It's always something different than that. It's not like, yeah, you know what? My defense in the third quarter was awful. I was laying on screens. I wasn't fighting through. It was my fault for the team to get back into the game. It's never that. It's always some other crazy random thing of why it didn't work out, but as opposed to just competing and playing hard.
You know, you mentioned the consistency side, the talent side. What about the fit side with Luka and the Mavs?
Well, I mean, I think they're like in the league now. I think they could do better than they did last year. You know, like I think Luka needs guys like Finney Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie, like those type of guys. But I do like what they're doing, trying to get more size at the rim. So you know, like there's a way that they could improve their roster from last year. Like they kind of got caught thinking if we could just score more, we'll be fine, or if Luka's out, we'll be fine. But I just, you know, like two guys that want the ball. You know, Luka leads the NBA, and every time he touches the ball, how long he has it in his hand. So, like Kyrie wants the ball in his hands, Luka does as well. I'm not sure like the rest of those guys are going to enjoy playing with those guys, but if you can get enough hard-nosed players around them, maybe they can defend at a much higher level. And I'm not talking about just their total points per game. I'm talking about when they went to the Western Conference Finals. What no one talked about that year when the Boston Celtics made their run and they went to the finals was the defense of the Boston Celtics. It was amazing. They turned a corner when they were 18-21. They got their defense right. Yeah, but Dallas was second in the league that year in their defense, and they were pretty amazing defensively. I just don't see how, you know, like Kyrie-Luka combination without having crazy size across the board is going to give you a top 5 defense in the league.
Talking here with Brian Scalabrine. On that point that you were just talking about there in terms of the fit and the offense and everything else, I know you've said before that you think the key to attacking these modern NBA defenses is going to be the ball movement and you know, getting the ball around the perimeter and everything else. Is Luka's isolation game, which is so much just kind of take the ball, run down the clock, and make something happen on his own, does that ultimately, you think, put a cap on how effective the Mavericks can be in the Western Conference?
You know, I don't want to put a cap on him because, like, I feel like he gets good shots for everybody else. There could be some sets where, like, here's a good example. I got this theory in the NBA, and from a player that's playing and, you know, seeing guys all the time. Like, if we're playing hoop, right, and I got the ball, I dribble handoff to you. You throw it back to me, I drive, I kick it to you. I always feel like if you touched the ball in the possession, gave it up, and got it back, I always feel like you have a better chance of making it than if you just, you know, played defense, stood around, and all of a sudden someone throws you the ball, and now you got to make a shot. So I feel that ball movement is better from that standpoint. And you can look no further than the two teams in the finals. And by the way, like the fact that Tyler Hero used to have the ball in his hands all the time, I thought Miami moved the ball so much better. You look at their offensive rating, their ball movement, their passes per game, the way that they work the clock. Like both those, the Miami Heat really benefited from the multiple ball movements, and they really dominated through the Eastern Conference playoffs with their ball movement. And the Denver Nuggets, like those guys moved the ball. Obviously, they got one of the best passers or the best player in the game. So yeah, like I think that there's a benefit to that style of play. But with that being said, there are some guys that it doesn't matter. They're so lethal as shooters that they don't need to touch the ball, get it back, give it up, get it back. They don't need to do all that. So you just got to make sure that you're finding the right guys, because you can't argue the amount of wide open shots that Luka Doncic gets people, because he just reads this game at such a high level.
Is there anyone that Kyrie reminds you of that you played with or that you coached back in the day? Is there anyone else like mind-blowing Hall of Fame talent, just an enigma that you could never figure out?
Skill-wise, and then the lack of defensive stuff and all the other stuff. No, I haven't. No, I mean, I to be honest with you, I was really fortunate. In my 11 years in the NBA, I mean, you can make a strong argument that I was on 8 of those years. I was on championship level teams, because like championship level teams have such a different mindset, and you had to be tough. You had to have a defensive mindset. I played with Kid, and it's like it's amazing how Kid has embraced Kyrie, because like they would hate Kyrie as a player if he was playing. Like Kid used to murder people with those looks, man. He would cut you with his eyes, and he was so tough on guys, which is like how it's supposed to be. If everyone seems so like offended when they saw The Last Dance of how Michael Jordan was hard on his teammates. Man, I'm gonna tell you guys, man, winning is hard in the league, and like the margins are so small. And I remember like I did something wrong, and Jason Kidd cut me with those eyes. Like he was like, "What are you doing?" And then like I never made that mistake again. It was so profound in my career that it was like as clear as day that you don't do that. You just don't. Like that is you don't cut to the basket when he throws you the ball. Like you don't kick it out. He's already made that decision for you. You take it, you go up strong. You don't go up weak. And I just felt like, like that's kind of how it was back in the day. But now I've never played with guys who were this talented. And to me, like covering him, I just can't understand why he picks and chooses when he wants to play hard. I would think in the NBA, and he's not playing 82 games either. In the NBA, like it's such an unbelievable opportunity. Why not play hard every single night? There are guys that do that. There are guys that bring it every night. How come when you're that talented, how come you don't want to bring it every single night and be one of the best players in the NBA? I'll never understand that.
Brian Scalabrine here on 105 through the Fan. Is Dame Lillard, does Dame end up in Miami?
Yeah, he does, but I don't think it's just going to be a straight trade. I think Brooklyn's going to get involved. I could see Philly getting involved. I could see Utah getting involved. Like Yanni's probably had like an obsession with Ben Simmons for a while. I think I have a feeling this trade is going to kick off a lot of things. And I think if I'm Joe Cronin, right, Miami doesn't have enough for me. I want players and draft capital. So when you start going around there and looking, like, how can I get a draft pick from this team? How can I get a couple draft picks from that team? Is Utah, maybe would they give me 2 draft picks if we can get Ben Simmons to Utah, and I could, ship off a couple guys like Nasir Little and Jusuf Nurkic. So if I think Joe Cronin is really playing this the right way. You want him to go to Miami, but you want to make sure you get as many teams as possible in. You might have a guy you like. I'll just throw out a name like OG Abaji from Utah. There's a way to like get him on my team. I'm going to try to do that. So there's a lot of ways that you can try to improve your roster. I don't think it's Tyler Hero for Damian Lillard. I just think it's way more complex than that. But I do think he ends up in Miami.
Where's Miami in the East if it happens?
If they get Nurkic, so they have Nurkic, Bam, Jimmy Butler, and I think they would try to look to move Kyle Lowry. Yeah, they're up there. You can't count out the Bucks. You can't count out the Celtics. Embiid's the MVP. So I think all those teams will be in the conversation. I like what the Knicks did. So, like anything could happen in these things, like any injuries and stuff like that. But I think that a lot of people would pick the Miami Heat to be in the. It'd be interesting to see if you follow DraftKings or FanDuel or whatever. It'll be interesting to see with all this talk of Dame going, how much have the odds changed for Miami? Because right now I think they were 8th heading into free agency to win a championship. I think those odds would improve.
Scout, who is another team whose offseason you're either loving or just don't understand? From signings this past weekend, combining with draft picks, someone who you love the direction they're going, or someone where you're not getting it?
Dallas? No, just
hey.
No, I mean, listen, I love the kid and I love that team, but it's like the Kyrie thing is just confusing to me. I don't get the Houston thing. I don't think we've ever had it before. It's kind of unprecedented when you have like this young team all of a sudden spending a bunch of money on like adults. I don't ever remember like a team having this like youth movement and they're losing all these games, all of a sudden signing like older guys. I tell you who I know a lot of people like what the Lakers are doing. I'll see about that. I don't know like how. The question is how much LeBron is going to drop off. We have no idea. Like everyone's declining hill. It always goes from shallow to steep at one point. And that might not be this year. It might be in the second half. It might be later. It might be 2 years from now. It's going to happen at some point. When that happens, is Austin Reeves and Rui Hachimura good enough when that happens? But they did get those guys for good deals. I'll tell you who's sneaky good right now, I think, as having a good offseason is Cleveland. I just think like the guys that they added are guys that are going to help and accentuate Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland. So they're a team that I thought was really good last year, but they clearly lacked shooting, and they went out there and made a big emphasis on shooting. So they could be a team that can really get off to a hot start and become a big time team. But really, when we're talking about free agencies, you want teams that are able to make those moves to get NBA championship worthy. Celtics with Porzingis, if he's healthy, could be good. And I think the Miami with Damian Lillard, if they get him, they couldn't have had a better offseason.
We appreciate you suffering at the wrath of Kyrie's Twitter fingers and joining us on the day off for many, man. We had to get you on. Thank you, Scal.
Yeah, anytime.
Brian Scalabrine, NBC Boston, former Celtic, here on 105.3 The Fan. We need your July 4th preparations. What are you cooking? What are you grilling? And we're going to crosstalk with KMC, of course. They're going to be doing the show from the Globe up until 12:30. 12:30 pregame, first pitch at 1 o'clock. But we need to know how you're getting in trouble today and what all the different plans are. And Choppy has a warning if you're dealing with Costco, ketchup, and pickles today. You need to know about all of these next. But first,
state-of-the-art weight loss, that's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
We're going to crosstalk with KMC live from the Globe at 9:40. We're going to get you ready for your July 4th party. But first, little surprise for you.
Okay.
RJ Choppy.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, we've got a guest here. You ready to come on in, guest outside the door? If they can hear me. Let me open the door.
Let's see if you can recognize who and why. Oh, Lord, I didn't know you'd be coming in here. Where? Turn on the microphone, Pepe.
Come on, had to represent.
Throwing me off here with this Houston thing.
Bobby, reset.
Well, you know.
So this is
maybe turn the mic off.
This is Andy. Andy, you may not realize this, is the one who won $6,000 off of your degenerate picks.
Yes, sir.
So this is Andy, and he got you. He had something made for you. So we wanted to surprise you with
in
it.
the world?
All right, turn on his mic.
There we go.
So while
Andy.
he's revealing this, what were the selections? Can you take us through listening and what you decided to do that day?
It was the Tennessee under, and I think
that was the easy one.
Yeah,
I don't deserve
I
credit.
don't remember all four, but I put all four on a parlay, and put 500 down, and won at 1,300. Yeah.
And came back a $6,000 return.
6,500.
6,500 for the degenerate RJ Choppy selections. So here's your
right.
thank you. Very cool of you to pay it forward.
Hey, man.
You don't need to do this. These are
Hey,
just.
I don't have to, but I do it anyway.
All right,
it's
I
all
appreciate
good.
that.
It's all good. Oil and gas been very, very good to me.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Somebody.
Holy cow.
Oh, look at that. Custom made. Hold it up for the fan cam.
Wow.
Go
So it's like a charcuterie board?
Cutting board, charcuterie board?
Either or.
Oh, my God.
Tennessee Volunteers.
That's pretty badass.
Holy cow.
That's awesome.
Dude, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
What's the middle of a feel like? Let's see.
It's like a glass in the middle.
It's epoxy. Yep.
Oh, so you can
did you
slice?
bake it yourself?
Yeah, it's like no. One of my best friends from high school does them kind of in his spare time.
Wow.
Wow,
That's really nice.
And
Oh,
I've
absolutely.
never seen a cutting board with glass in the middle.
I never have either.
You can cut on it?
Absolutely.
You can cut on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hardened epoxy. It doesn't take knife cuts.
There you go.
Oh
You
my
have
God.
your first piece of wall art for the house.
I know, right?
Yeah. There you go.
So there you go.
You didn't have
RJ
to listen, man.
Choppy.
It's totally unnecessary.
Why are you wearing that jersey and hat up in here?
Well, because I've been an Astros season ticket holder for 40 years.
Are you from there?
Yeah.
Did you make the trip here for this?
Yeah.
He's a
I mean, the
Twello.
trip
He
up here
listens
for-
every day.
I do.
From
Absolutely.
remotely.
Well, you're going to the game today.
No, not today. I have to drive back to Corpus tonight.
So you made the trip to give RJ this gift?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, indeed.
And what's your name again?
Andy. Andy from Corpus. I'm the dude that calls in on what you're drinking, what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
He is a Tolo. He listens all three.
Dude,
So
that's
Absolutely.
awesome. Well, grab a
Wow.
seat. Sit
Yeah,
down,
sit
man.
down, man.
Absolutely,
Do
man.
what you got to do. Thank you.
Speechless.
For sure, man.
Driving from Corpus. I thought he was going to the game. I thought he was heading to.
I went to the one yesterday.
Oh, went to the one yesterday. Wow. So that's fantastic. Never seen a cutting board
so
like
cool.
that. So there you go, RJ Choppy. The Rangers are going to play today. 12:30 pregame, first pitch at 1 o'clock. And now you got to decide what to cook on it. What's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
know. We don't have a kitchen right now, really. It's a mess. The house is a mess. So today is going to be a lot of that. And then tomorrow we're going to go to a friend of hers place just for, lunch.
now, surely she's not gonna. When you talked about you guys have had to have fights over moving certain things in, she's not gonna fight you over this one, right? Like this is
No.
You're gonna pull rank there.
She
even if she did.
As the song says, she wears Tennessee orange for me. So she is she's all in now. She's all in. Go Vols,
Got
baby.
the number
Where
one.
did she go to college?
UTA.
UTA. Okay. Why are you smiling?
Well, no, like she doesn't have like a football team to root for. They don't really have not a big sports department there. So she just she basically just now rooting for Tennessee.
Shots fired at Alec Medford. Jeez.
Rangers make the addition with Aroldis Chapman, 2 strikeouts and a scoreless debut yesterday. Here's Boch on his new lefty.
Yeah, no, he was good, wasn't he? He really threw the ball well. One little hit there, but I think you saw what he is. Big arm, tough competitor. His debut, I thought, went really well.
So here's Chapman getting traded for Cole Reagans and another prospect. And I think we're all feeling good about it. How worried are we about the control? But seems like he has regained the velocity that he lost between the end of New York and now up until this point.
Yeah, until basically at the end of his New York run, last year or two. He like last year, like going in, he was like amazing until about May. And he tapered off. And then, so he's got control problems. There's no doubt he's had them for a while. But it's never really killed him until maybe the last year or two when the fastball necessarily wasn't at 102. And now it kind of is.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that the fastball, I think they say, is averaging, it's like 99.7 this year, but the sinker is averaging 101. So, I mean, you're talking about throwing 101 with movement. I'll live with some of the walks as long as you're as untouchable as he looked yesterday. I mean, other than the Jose Altuve single up the middle. I thought it was really interesting yesterday, the note from Jared as I was driving up to Texas Live. I heard Jared talking about that was the first time yesterday that Jonah Heim had caught a ball from Aroldis Chapman in any form. They had not had a chance to do a bullpen session. They had not had a chance to play catch in the outfield, nothing. So that catching that 101 was the very first time he had caught anything from Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, it looked like he closed his eyes when he went there and caught that 102 that he got one of the strikeouts on. All right, let's get you prepared for your July 4th. Let me know what's on the grill, what you're cooking, and we have ketchup, pickles, and Costco cards to let you know about.
Yeah, so if you're gonna go shop for 4th of July food, Costco's a place that a lot of people go when they're gonna go shop for big groups.
I went late last week.
Okay, very good. So
Ugly Bill.
Oh man, even if I'm going there for one thing, I leave with $200 of the stuff.
They have the greatest customer service. Yeah. Oh my gosh, they got 3 people lined up. They start taking it out of your cart. You don't even have to take half the things out of the cart. They put boxes underneath. Yeah. You're in and out of there in a Costco line. I really wish they were a sponsor because I don't like giving free advertising like this, but they're spectacular.
Yeah, the problem is everybody belongs to Costco almost, so it's like they already know.
Yeah.
But if you've noticed lately, when you walk in, if you use the self-checkout line, there is someone there.
Which I never have used it because I don't feel like I have to use it. I can breeze through the regular line. I don't care if it's 6 people deep. If it's 6, unless I have 2 things, which I'm never having 2 things at Costco, I can still get in the regular longer line, and they're so quick and efficient. Boom, I'm through it.
Yeah, I don't usually get a lot of stuff, but stuff there is expensive anyway because you're buying in bulk, so it adds up. But I usually only walk away with 5 to 10 things tops. So I use the checkout a lot, self-checkout a lot. Well, now they've got somebody, last couple of weeks I've noticed they have somebody there. They say, can we see your card? And they make you turn it around to show your photo ID, like the photo on the back of the card.
Uh-huh.
Well, they're doing, and now they've really kind of cracked down on this. They are basically doing the Netflix situation. No longer able to borrow your friends and family's membership cards. Because they want you to have the photo ID. They want to make sure that they're protecting the actual paying customers who buy the membership. What is it, like $50 a year or $100 a year, depending on which one you get. So that's what it is. So basically right now, they have 66 million members, paid members, and 119 million card holders, making it one of the largest memberships clubs in the world. That's a third of the country is a card holder.
Is that a common issue? I didn't feel like that was. I feel like most people who go to Costco have the card and have a panic about, like Kristen, whenever we didn't have a membership and we were going to get one, she always had a panic about going in there and being told you need to get out of here. So I would never think to go in there.
I tried to go in there once to buy a brisket without a membership, and I'm calling my parents but I had to get their number. I thought I could just give a number at the end, but no, they have a card checker when you walk in. So you had to show the card, and then they check you again when you're scanning out. But this is for the self-check.
This is for the self-check. So it used to be the self-check, you just roll right through. Now they've got someone checking the ID because there's no checks and balances there. So, you can get into the store without your ID. You just got to flash the card. But then when you get there, they do a much more specific check. So that's Costco. Be wary if you're going to go through there. Where do you store your ketchup?
In the fridge, but I'm not afraid to put it back in the pantry.
After it's opened?
Yeah.
After it's open, it goes in the fridge for me, and it doesn't come out of there.
I'm the same with that.
Would you be paranoid if it was on the counter?
Well, see, restaurants keep it on the counter.
Yeah. Mayonnaise is different than ketchup. I want to put the mayonnaise back in the fridge.
I think mayo has to go in the fridge, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mess with eggs and everything related to that and just leave that out. But I don't know. I guess I hadn't even thought about that. I guess you could leave it out. I don't. I generally put it back.
I would assume you got to leave it. You would put it in the fridge, but you could definitely leave it out. I think because like restaurants do that all the time. But how often do restaurants change over their ketchup? Do they go through ketchup once a day? A whole bottle of ketchup in a day? I don't know. Well, Heinz posted on social media. Heinz is the official ketchup. FYI, ketchup goes in the fridge. They settled a long debate. Now, fans, came out and flooded them with comments, by the way, saying like, so why is it on shelves in the supermarkets and shops then? It's never, ever gone in my fridge nor anybody else's.
They're probably doing that to cover their rear end just in case someone gets sick, which I don't think you could off of ketchup. Maybe just in case.
This feels like an opening for Hunt's, though, or someone. Like that they can say, look, restaurants, Heinz is telling you can't have ketchup out on the table of your restaurants.
Right. We do it everywhere.
We allow our ketchup to be out of the refrigerator. So once it's open, unless you want customers constantly asking you to bring the ketchup from out of the fridge, you will want our ketchup on your table.
There is no opening for Hunt's. Well, there is nobody even opening bottles of Hunt's.
Be careful. Being all-inclusive can backfire.
Yeah. It can. Yes, absolutely. There is nothing. There is none of that. It is just Heinz. The only ketchup.
What about Whataburger?
You know what? It's good ketchup, but now it's Chicago ketchup, so I'm out.
Oh.
It's Chicago ketchup now. I don't even do it. anymore. And then finally, Sean, have you heard of these Griot's pickles?
No.
They come in a clear plastic container. They're fantastic. White label, a little bit of green writing. Griot's pickles. Mm-hmm. They are embroiled in a vicious lawsuit. Theft. Pickle theft.
In a pickle.
They're in a pickle right now.
They're in a pickle.
They are a Boston-based pickle company. I love them. They've got like a very tangy, vinegary taste to them.
So you trust Boston pickles, but not Chicago ketchup?
Well, yes. So
these look fancy.
Oh yeah, they're great. They're fantastic, man.
So it tastes different from just a regular dill.
Way different. Oh. Way more vinegary. It's a clear.
$7 a bottle.
Yeah.
Or a plastic container.
The juice is clear as opposed to like a greenish yellowish color for the pickle juice. They also have garlic cloves that are like cloves just stuck in there.
Oh.
They also have it looks like seaweed in there and everything, and a big giant leaf.
So you're saying we're at the hype. Peyton's shaking his head no.
No?
I was talking to my intern back here.
Oh! You have an intern. You got an intern.
Wow. By the way, that's Jeff. He is actually an employee.
He probably makes more than you.
Well, maybe he can put the electricity on the Titan sub.
Oh gosh,
that story.
What?
Apparently the Titan sub that went down. The report now
the
is
Titanic?
The little submarine, the submersible that went down.
Yeah.
The electrical work was done by college interns. So
they designed it.
That's who designed the electrical system on that thing.
Is that like the only one that they designed it on, or had that one gone down previously, like on other trips?
That one and done. That sub had gone down on other trips, yes, but the electrical system was performed by college interns. Anyway, this Griot's pickles are embroiled in a lawsuit with a New Jersey pickle company called Patriot Pickle. I've never heard of them. But those products are sold on Whole Foods 365 label. These two were partners between 2012 and 2021. They had a falling out. Now, Patriot Pickle is being accused of using Griot Pickle's 100-year-old recipe and just stealing it and making their own pickles. That's a pickle. It's a pickle gate.
Pickle gate.
Yeah, pickle gate. They're trying to profit off this family recipe and trade secrets. It's a violation of trust after nearly a decade of partnership, and that is the lawsuit now where Patriot Pickles is being sued by Griot's Pickles.
Here's the thing. Pickles, regardless of how you dress them up, regardless of what you do.
Here we go.
They're disgusting.
Here we go. Oh, wow.
So I don't know that you can have your own special touch on disgusting.
So on a Chick-fil-A sandwich or McDonald's cheeseburger, you take them off, or you just ask for not on.
I legitimately one time, and I don't care how childish this makes me sound, I had ordered a burger with no pickles. I got the burger. I was on a road trip. I was starving. and I was driving. I got the burger. It came with pickles. I cannot simply pick those off because it will leave pickle juice. I literally, in a hissy fit, rolled down the window and threw the burger out the window.
That should be a fine.
You're not.
I
normal.
messed with Texas.
You're not. Normal. It was food. You're fine.
Actually, technically, I think it was over the Arkansas border, and it's Arkansas.
But if it's food, you're okay. You can throw food out the window.
Okay, sure.
Right?
Because the birds get it,
If
right?
you say so.
The birds is biodegradable.
Yeah.
You can't throw trash out.
It was Arkansas. Somebody
that's
made. Never mind.
Not the point.
Yeah. You're an idiot. You're not a normal person, but I love you.
No, I'm not a normal person. I understand, but I can't. Pickle juice is not something you can just pick off. It will taste like pickles.
How about that with banana? There's no such thing as a hint of banana in something. As soon as you put banana in there, the entire taste structure gets altered. I totally agree, but I love pickles.
Let's all head out to the stadium to crosstalk with KMC, getting you ready for the finale of the Silver Boot. We crosstalk with the fellas next.
Let's get some.
It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Kevin Hagelin is dancing. Mike doesn't look thrilled. I don't see Corey Majors.
Corey Majors on vacation this week.
He quit.
He did not quit.
He did.
No, he's just on vacation.
Where'd he go?
His birthday was Saturday, so I know he always takes this week off. I don't
What'd you get him?
believe they're going anywhere. A heartfelt congratulations.
You guys
He's celebrating Mavs free agency, I think.
Oh my God.
Hey, that was a win, Mike. He took less. Kyrie took less. And the mid-level's still alive.
Did he?
Yeah, he did take less than what we thought he was going to get.
Not less than what I thought he was going to get.
Well, from the Mavericks, I thought he was going to get 47.
I guess you're celebrating then.
Well, I mean,
with Corey.
Yeah.
With Corey.
Corey's off celebrating. Hey, by the way, I don't know if he's talked about it today, but did you know that when the Rangers game starts today, you can hear me and Bobby Belt on the alternative broadcast of the Texas Rangers game?
I am going to say so many things that are considered FCC fines because I can say them onto the stream.
Uh-huh.
And so I think I'm just going to do that the entire time.
What's coming up on the show, Kevin?
Well, we are going to try to cheer Mike up and talk about how much, if at all, better the Mavericks got this weekend.
Way better.
Plus, at 10:40, we've got CJ Nitkowski. Plus, at 11:40, we've got Emily Jones. We've got Jared Sandler. It's going to be an extravaganza of fun today out at the ballpark for those hated Astros.
So, Mike, who was your what was your realistic sign-in trade return that you would have liked to see?
For Kyrie?
Yeah.
DeAndre Ayton.
Boy,
Okay.
He sounds so down.
But I understand that the Mavericks didn't want to do that. I think that was on the table before the Bradley Beal trade. It sounded like that Phoenix contacted Dallas and said, "Hey, we'll take Kyrie Irving in a sign and trade when it's time, and your piece coming back will be DeAndre Ayton." And the Mavs said no. So, hey, man, I understand that. I understand that DeAndre Ayton has a lot of flaws. He is not a perfect center. We don't know how he would fit with Luka. It would just be hope you were going off of.
Right.
But realistically, yeah, because I can't realistically send Kyrie anywhere else. 28 teams in the NBA don't really want him.
Yeah. Is there any part of you guys that were like, okay, maybe if they do something special within 2 years, this could end up being worth it? Before things blow up, before you ask out, you got 2 years maybe to play with and try to make a run, Kevin?
Yeah, that sounds about like the right timeline.
And same question to you that I asked Mike. What was your realistic hope for a return versus re-signing him?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all thought he was going to get re-signed. DeAndre Ayton popped into my purview. Clint Capella was somebody that had come up that I thought possibly could have happened, but I still thought this was the way it was going to go, and I was hoping that they would have already used their mid-level exception on somebody good at this point. Obviously, at one point, I thought that was going to be Brown from Denver, but you clearly saw how the market decided that.
Yeah.
And so I know there's still hopes out there for somebody like Grant Williams, which I think would fit really well on this team.
Yeah, Mike, who else is left at that mid-level besides Grant Williams, or is he now going to be making more than we thought?
That's it. Free agency is 80% over. I talked about this on Friday. Free agency in the NBA takes about 24 hours, and then it's pretty much over. Free agency is pretty much over. Now you're looking at kind of sign and trade situations. Is Christian Wood worth anything to anybody in some sort of sign and trade scenario with Dallas? I mean, Grant Williams is fine, but we'll talk about this throughout the week. All right, let me ask you, how many wins does this team get? Ready? Your starting lineup: Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, Reggie Bullock, Grant Williams, and Dwight Powell. So you have your center averaging 4 rebounds a game, your power forward averaging 4 rebounds a game, and I guess your small forward. I know, basketball isn't as position, specific, and your small forward and Reggie Bullock getting 3 rebounds a game. Did you improve your rebounding?
Well, we drafted big.
Yeah, so they got lively. Just at the
He got
bench this
5
year.
rebounds a game at Duke.
Yeah, there's a faction of Mavs Twitter that will come at you for saying anything bad about Derek Lively, about bringing up any of these
I
facts.
hope he works out, but let's look at the reality of when you take a guy 12th overall, how quickly he can help.
History says they'll be a 42-win team, probably. Maybe a few more. That they've won with less.
I think, yeah, I would say right now the Mavericks are somewhere between 35 and 45 wins. Probably better than 35 and probably not as good as 45. And I don't
that's
know
a
much
disappointment,
else. And that's
though, right?
adding Grant Williams to the team. I'm adding Grant Williams to the team to get to that.
What have I
get to 45.
What have I told you?
Oh,
that Luka Doncic, and you have to go along with this scenario, Mike.
Okay.
Luka is coming back 20 pounds lighter, and they're going to run. And he's going to say, enough. I will not lead the league in minutes with the ball in my hand. I am going to play fast. That's what we're going to do.
45 max. You can't rebound. You still can't rebound and play defense.
Kevin?
Where are the rebounds and defense coming from, Sean?
I mean, the argument there will be, at least on rebounds and defense, that they're definitely counting on Lively to contribute a certain level of that.
Okay, well, is the energy better around the Rangers?
The
over
energy
there?
is it's like an EDM concert with those two over there. They're just litty right now. It's fantastic.
Are you? Well, let me ask you, because we're talking Mavericks. Are you excited about the Mavericks next year?
Dante Exum's going to be draining threes, Mike. All right, look.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
You
That's
got the
a good
number
point,
5
man.
overall pick. You added Seth Curry. You're basically just making an entire Duke Blue Devils team. There's some positive things going on right now.
You can shoot the three, baby.
All right.
Have you been out there, Mike, for the other games in this series? All sellouts?
Nope.
Oh no, Mike!
All right.
Did you guys ruin Mike's mood for the day? Thanks a lot, y'all.
Nico
Well,
did.
my kid played Friday, my kid played Saturday, and my kid played Sunday. So I was watching 14-year-old baseball.
Kevin of the ESPN.
I did watch the games though on television. It hasn't been the best so far.
Of all the ESPN layoffs, Hagelin, which one kind of struck you to the core? Which one were you sad to see?
Really, I think I was more surprised than sad about McShay.
Yeah.
Because that seems like some of these guys I kind of understood, like not to say it's not sad nonetheless, but I kind of understood, or you could see the writing on the wall. I was surprised about Van Gundy, and I know we talked about that on Friday. I was surprised about McShay. I really was, because it felt like he was still pretty intricate to what they do, but it's very clear that they're following the kind of the UFC format, to a certain extent, WWE, when it comes to WrestleMania format. They're like, well, you'll come watch or you'll come listen because it's ESPN, not because of the people who are on there. That's how UFC does some of their business, and that has been problematic for them. So it's an interesting move.
Like cutting broadcasters, UFC and
No. In terms of like UFC thinks about themselves as like the product is UFC.
Yeah.
You're not here for individual fighters, which
Right.
is shown to be untrue about a variety of fighters. But for the most part, UFC's like, no, we're the brand you're here to watch. And I think ESPN is following the same trade. They're like, sure, you might like Rose, or you might like McShay, or you might like Van Gundy, but you're coming for ESPN, and you'll be there regardless.
When and why did you stop watching as much ESPN? If you did. Was it when they went got very political?
No, I don't think so, because I think by that point, like, you had already seen so many other options out there. Like, if I'm going to be
super honest,
if I'm going to be super honest, and I'm not trying to like be a jerk or anything, though I'm sure that'll happen, it's kind of like with the ticket, right? Is when I was growing up, I really loved the ticket because there was no other options. And then you found out that like a whole bunch of other people could do it a lot better, and had a lot better information and a lot of better feel of the current pulse of the game. That's how I feel about ESPN. And so once there were options, you moved on to better places.
Your thoughts, Bobby?
Are there options?
I think that this is a great positive day. I'm very excited for the Rangers to split the series with the Astros. The Mavericks are a good basketball team. The Cowboys are about to go to training camp. There's a lot to be excited about.
Basketball team?
I'm excited. That's what I think.
They're gonna Dante Exum's gonna take it from the 11 to the 3.
It's not
Did
just
you
Dante
see how
Exum.
he was shooting in the Euro Leagues?
I'm
You
saying.
shut your mouth.
See, Hagee saw it. This is going to be a big point of discussion during our Rangers alternative broadcast. Is Dante Exum's just the evolution in the 3-point game?
Can you say whatever you want on there? Really?
I think you can. We don't actually. Although Hagee was arguing for we should talk Supreme Court decisions.
No.
I would.
All right, RJ wants to come on for a segment today.
All right, Chop. We'll have you.
I'll be at the grocery store or something.
At Costco?
Maybe.
With your card getting
You
checked?
said you're not cooking in your
We still
kitchen?
need food for the house.
Yeah.
In general.
All right, everyone, enjoy your days off. It's the KMC Masterpiece getting you set for the finale in the Silver Boot next on 105.3 The Fan.
Studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Sorry, big voice man. We are, in fact, not at our studios. Our studio today, Globe Life Field in Arlington, as we get set for the series finale between the Rangers and the Astros. And what has taken over Mike Bassick's fascination is the margarita machine and the progression of the margaritas.
Right behind us, it's just green juice and red juice. You would think you're getting some sort of Kool-Aid. I'm just wondering at what point, it's a little after 10 o'clock, I'm just wondering at what point does it turn to slush? So I'm excited to just keep peeking and seeing when it starts.
Is that going to be what you're keeping your eye out on?
Yeah, somewhat. There's no batting practice today. It's a day game, so there's not going to be like players out there hitting a baseball. They'll start throwing a baseball in a little bit. The pitchers will come out and start getting in their work before the game, but I'm interested in when does the juice become slush?
And I'm interested in Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers, are you working today? Obviously, we are working today.
My wife's working today. Doctors are still working.
That makes a lot of sense. 877-881-1053, and I'm very appreciative of Oak Cliff Pediatrics, are you working today? If so, what do you do? I want to get a sense for our people just listening on their day off. Have they started a 4th of July celebration? Do they still have to work? Is this their last day? Give us the breakdown. And then,
not many people were working if you were driving from Dallas to Arlington.
No kidding. And I got to admit, I didn't hate that. One of the odd parts of the pandemic that made life easier was I kept coming into the station and there was nobody on the road. It feels really wrong to say that because it was mostly awful, terrible for a number of reasons.
The other thing, too, which is interesting, is I know school's out. Unless you're a bad student, then you're having to go to school and figure out how to get that class done that you failed. But
or you're trying to get ahead.
If you look at the roads, even during mid-June to early August, it's always a lot easier. But it's only students who. And teachers who I know teachers have to usually pick up a summer job to support their family, but it's amazing how when you just take school out of the equation, how much lighter traffic is.
Is this eventually going to merge into you would like school to be done away with so traffic is easier for you?
Well, for me, yes. But I do need school. Obviously, I barely can work with summertime. Like there's so many things happening with kids and camps and whatever that they're not in school from, let's say, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. approximately, that it's very tough as two working parents to figure out how to get your kids to all the functions they would like to do during the summertime.
Now, overwhelmingly, at least the people that are listening right now are working. From the 940 working sales director, from the 972 collision director at a dealership. Man, we got a lot of important people listening. From the 214 ambulatory transport is indeed working. That's good. We need them like literally working at all times. And then from the 214, it's lake time, bro. Yeah. So at least some people are getting to enjoy that. And then we are working. For the 214, Toyota of Dallas. I like the idea that all of Toyota of Dallas is listening to us right now as we're at the ballpark out here in Arlington at Globe Life Field. Now,
oh God, here we go.
I know, but I want to try to attack it from a different perspective.
Okay.
Because here's the sense I get, Mike, and tell me if you think I'm off base.
All right.
Is you're realistic about the Mavs, or you feel like you're being realistic about the Mavs,
right?
And then people jump on you for not being more positive, and then you kind of dig in a little bit more, and you're like, well, what the hell do you want me to be positive about?
Here's the deal. I don't mind the Kyrie contract. That's a fair contract. Sure. I don't mind the Dwight Powell contract. People are going to go, what? If they're listening. Because I was even listening during the weekend, like, Bassick's probably furious. Dwight Powell at $4 million a year is a very fair contract to everybody. He's a third-string center in the NBA and an unbelievable teammate. He works hard. He can show young guys how to come to work, how to prepare for a game for the most part. But just don't watch him in the final 15 minutes of preparing for a game. But, Seth Curry is a decent signing. Those are all things I'll say that are decent.
Okay, and I want to go back to Dwight Powell. Does your issue linger in Dwight Powell for that value, good fit, good price, but you don't think that Rashawn Holmes and let's just say Derek Lively are either A, ready, or B, still have enough to be centers 1 and 2. Is that fair?
Yes. I showed you my tweet that I put out after Dwight Powell signed. I said, hey, look at this, Kevin. This is no opinion. Here's the 15 somewhat starting centers in the NBA or closing centers that you have to finish a game with. Because I understand there's other centers. You know, people in San Antonio are like, Wemby's not our center. He's our 4. Okay, well, there's a good possibility that he could be closing out as a center. So I listed the 15 guys that are the main centers for a team. You saw the list. Yeah. Where are we on the list?
I would put us 15th in the West.
Right, and I put Powell, Lively, and Holmes. And I put a question mark because I'm not sure who the starter is. I'm not sure who the closer is. I think Dwight Powell is the starter for now. I'm optimistic that
It'll
they do
evolve
something
over the
different.
season.
But right now, Dwight Powell is the starting center. Who's the closing center? I honestly don't know.
Because you could see as the season goes along, but I think you're taking it as right now. And it's hard to argue with you right now. Look, I watched all of Duke basketball. I am optimistic about the potential future of Derek Lively, but I cannot tell you that he's going to roll in here game 1 and be your starting center. I don't know that I think that's reasonable, but maybe he develops across the season just like he did at the end of his freshman season. Maybe you find out that Rashawn Holmes has more of the year before as opposed to this last season, and he's a usable piece. Those are all things that you hope are the case, but other than that, I understand your frustration.
Yeah. And as of today, it is only July 3rd. Now, free agency is pretty much over. There's about 20% left, but 80% of free agency is over and done with. So when you look at it from that perspective, the Rangers now have to start working on trades or possible sign-in trades, whether you're signing/trading players away to get this guy, or you use Christian Wood in some sort of deal to get something that makes sense for you. When you look at it today, I just don't see a very good basketball team. So I see an average team at best, a team that's fighting to barely be above 500, a team that with injuries, with lack of chemistry, with whatever, could be a team that once again struggles to even, get to 40 wins.
And again, trying to understand or get a better voice to the frustration is you have a top 5 player in the NBA.
Right.
And you have a potentially top 15 player, however you think Kyrie fits, player in the NBA, and what you see right now is mediocre.
Yes.
And that's confusing if you have 2 of the potentially top 15 players in the league and your team is average. That does not make sense. Is that where you're coming at it from to a certain extent?
Yeah, is that it's with Luka Doncic, you're pretty much, like I said last year early in the year, you should be guaranteed 50 wins. Almost all the time when you have a player that is an MVP candidate, you're pretty much guaranteed 50 wins in the NBA. It doesn't mean you're going to win in the playoffs because playoffs are a little bit different. But I just, after last year and only getting 38 wins, and I get it, what if they would have tried hard? They still wouldn't have made the real playoffs. They could have won the last 2 games and been 40 wins and still wouldn't even have made the 10 seed. Like, that gets lost in the whole deal of, like, see how they quit, and they could have, all right, they could have won both games and still been just not had their pick. So, anyways, I just look at it and go, man, I really like draft night. I'm not giving up on the Mavs offseason, but on July 3rd, this is very underwhelming. I'm hoping by July 6th or July 10th that this looks a lot different.
I'm going to go through a couple more fan texts and I'm going to swoop back around to 2 other additions that the Mavericks made. From the 903, nope, not working. My beautiful wife, Karen, got us some Rangers tickets, so we're heading to Arlington right now from Athens. Glad you're listening to us on the way. From the 214, I'm working, been running a parkour gym for 7 years. We Tolo life, bro.
Awesome.
Man, that does sound awesome.
I only think of The Office when I think of parkour.
Yes, I'm sure they're significantly better. They're significantly better trained at actual parkour as opposed to that. From the 214, working probation officer From the 972, yep, I'm working fixing these AC units, man.
Okay.
I feel like that is probably a nonstop feeling job at this point.
Yes, and nobody's happy. Except, I guess when you show up, they might be really mad, like, what took you so long because you've been working to fix another one.
Yeah.
But then there's a little bit of relief, like, now fix it now. But how many times does that person go to somebody's house and they're like, here's the deal. It is broken. You need this part. I don't have this part on me.
Yeah.
And because of supply chain and all kinds of things, everybody needs this part. We won't have this part for another 2 to 4 weeks. And then what do you do?
Yeah.
And then they say you need a whole new AC unit. Or you can wait 2 to 4 weeks for this.
And I feel bad because I'm sure that specific worker, assuming he's not running his own company, probably gets blamed for that, right? And you're like, well, I wish I could fix it right now. I really, really do. Now, 2 other additions I wanted to mention were Dante Exum and Seth Curry. So the sell here is going to be, I believe it was Partizan was the Euro League team that Exum was playing, brought him their first title in a decade. He shot 39.3% from 3 in 38 Euro League games last year. And then for Seth Curry, he got used with the biannual exception. And he's clearly an excellent three-point shooter.
Yeah, so I look at it. Obviously, we've seen Seth Curry play here a few times.
This is the 3rd time he's been here.
Is for Dante Exum, he takes the spot of Frank Ntilikina, right? Like, it was somebody liked Frank Ntilikina, whether it was Jason Kidd, whether it was like Nico, like we're here at Texas Rangers. We're here at their stadium right now.
Globe Life Field.
Globe Life Field. So when you look at a Major League Baseball team, Major League Baseball players understand this. There's 23 or 24 guys on the team that really deserve to be on the team. They are real major leaguers without a doubt, for the most part, unless you're on the Oakland Athletics. But if you look at it, there's usually 2 guys on a Major League team that are sponsored. And Broadus will talk about this because of their draft status, because the front office really loves them, or a coach is like, I'm in love with this player.
And he'll say, you've heard him say many times he lost a sponsor.
Right.
So,
And so when you look at Dante Exum, he has a sponsor. His sponsor is the Utah Jazz general manager, former general manager, who's now come to the Dallas Mavericks. He believes Dante Exum, the 5th overall pick in the draft, there's value there, and the Mavs can realize that value. Not 5th overall pick status, but he can help an NBA team play. So he has a sponsor, and that's why he's back in the league. And so I'm hoping the best for him, but he's kind of taking Frank Ntilikina's spot.
Sure.
Frank must have kind of lost out on his sponsor. I at this point, I won't even put – they seem to want to bring back the same team. So maybe Frank Ntilikina is coming back here too. And I can watch Frankie Smokes get 2 points and 2 assists in 48 minutes.
Man, we were doing so well, Mike.
Sorry.
We were advancing so well with you. How do you feel?
But Dante Exum comes here, probably not part of the rotation to start the year, but see if he can earn a spot in the rotation, because if you add Seth Curry, I do think Seth Curry has a spot in this rotation, except this, Kevin, because I'm going to now ask you a question.
Yep.
You have Kyrie and Lucas starting as your guards.
Yep.
And you have Seth Curry, Jaden Hardy, Tim Hardaway Jr., Josh Green is 6'4", so he's kind of a wing, right? He fills in.
I think he'll slide outside a little bit
right,
more.
but
yeah.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this team, and now I throw Dante Exum in there as your 6th guy. This team doesn't make sense, does it? So that's why I'm kind of a little bit, as pessimistic as I sound, I'm a little bit optimistic, is there's no way you sign Seth Curry and go, yeah, Tim Hardaway Jr. is on our team too.
Those are the duplicates that I see. Well, duplicate might be too strong a word. That's where some of the redundancy seems to pop up.
Right.
And so maybe they're in the midst of trying to do something with Tim Hardaway Jr., and they're like, hey, we found a far cheaper alternative who's steadier. I think like Tim Hardaway Jr. has shown you, like, he can get to a high level of three-point shooting percentage, but it's usually with unstoppable ice cold. So at least Seth feels a little bit more kind of steady.
Because I named 6 guys, and the Mavericks have said they like all 6, and you can tell by what they've done. Obviously, they like Kyrie Irving. They just gave him $42 million a year.
Yep.
They like Luka Doncic. He's one of the best players in the NBA. They won't trade Hardy. They won't trade Green unless it's for a super special situation.
Yeah.
So that's telling us they like them and want them to be here long term, and they just signed Seth Curry and Dante Exum. That's 6 guys.
Do you reflect on this now and wish you could go back and deal off Green for like Capella if you're talking about issues with size and rebounding?
I would have.
Okay.
But I understand their hope, and that this is the things that I know this. We don't know what's cooking behind the scenes.
Sure.
That being said, we were told when they lost Jalen Brunson at this point last year, hey, there's things cooking behind the scenes and just wait till all this comes together. Nothing came
happened,
together.
yeah.
So there could be a deal where they think a couple things are going to come together. Nothing happens, and this is their team. And if this is their team, this is a scary team in a bad way.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a lot of different variations of what people are up to today from the 806. Nope, don't gotta work. 4-day weekend from the 817. Post office, someone has to bring you that mail. And then I'm a little concerned about this from the 682. Safety manager, I'm quote unquote working, but the guys better not get hurt today because I'm totally mailing it in.
Okay.
That's probably not.
I wonder in that job if
hear.
you're always like, I'm ready to help, and then nothing happens, and you're like, nothing ever happens. I'm just going to mail it in and just relax, and then you have 5 phone calls where you're really having to work your butt off.
And then do you think you're ready for that, or you're like, oh, man, I was having so much fun just binge watching, or I have no idea if there's nothing to do. I'm sure safety managers and inspectors have a lot of other stuff to do as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece live at Globe Life Field. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets early with Mike Bassick.
Well, the Rangers addressed one of their bullpen
did.
needs next.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too. This is the KNC Masterpiece.
Looks like you've been missing a lot of work lately. I wouldn't say I've been missing it.
On 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Let's talk about cheap service call fees. You've all heard them. The $29 service call, a $19 tune-up. It's all a gimmick. Most AC companies would actually pay you to get their hands on your old AC unit. Why? Because they're really good at scaring you into buying a new AC system, even if you don't need one. And then you're left with a sick feeling in your stomach and a pushy sales guy in your living room. It's like you paying for a timeshare presentation without getting the free golf clubs. At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. Our service call is $99, and our techs don't work on commission. Right now, you can combine factory and utility rebates to save over $5,000 on a new AC system. So call 2 other companies first, and then call to see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number is 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Make your next heating repair, HVAC repair, or maintenance job easier with SupplyHouse.com. Get the plumbing, HVAC, and electrical parts you need at the speed you need with Supply House's TurboTrack delivery service and receive your parts in under 24 hours. Visit SupplyHouse.com to learn more or order parts.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hello, I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Nick Namath with another important tax fact. The best time to ask for a settlement with the IRS is when you're struggling financially.
That's right, Jamie. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath, and you might not have to pay the amount the IRS says you owe. For over 20 years, I've helped Texas individuals and businesses successfully handle the IRS. Let's see if you qualify for a reduction.
Call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0829 or visit myiRSteam.com.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
Your home is the place where you know your loved ones are secure. But the things that keep your home protected can't keep pests at bay. That's where RAID comes in. For 60 years, RAID's scientists have worked to protect people around the world. With trusted research, ingredients, testing standards, and product efficacy, RAID seeks to create a better future for all. especially the ones you love most. Raid. Protection for all.
Run against Aroldis Chapman in
Yes, he
playoff
does.
baseball. But Aroldis was able to hit 101.6 on the television. It was 102, but it was officially 101.6, which is, I believe, the hardest fastball of the year by a
Wow.
Texas Ranger. And he comes in and he strikes out the first two guys of the inning. And I think he was very needed. I'm glad that the Rangers got him. And from my perspective, I'll just talk about the person I know. I know Cole Reagans, okay? Cole Reagans, I don't know where he fits in the future of the Texas Rangers. I don't think the Rangers saw him anymore as a future starting pitcher. He's a double Tommy John guy.
Yeah.
He always, as we're learning more and more about that through the Jacob deGrom surgery, you never know how long an arm is going to last with double Tommy John and how much pressure you can put on that arm the rest of the way. So Cole Reagans looked like a guy who obviously improved his velocity tremendously this year, but wasn't consistent in getting major league hitters out.
Yeah.
So when you look at, yes, you're trading for an older Chapman who's on a one-year deal. You don't know the future of Chapman with the Texas Rangers. I like what the Rangers gave up. Then they gave up a very young prospect who you have no clue what's going to happen over the next 3 to 4 years.
And that's why I don't really, honestly, I don't have an issue whatsoever with what they gave up when people are like, well, he's not under contract after this year. I still thought they traded less than I thought they would have to make this happen.
Yeah, when you look at Cole Reagans, I would ask a Ranger fan who is like, gosh, we gave up Cole Reagans. Where's the future of Cole Reagans on the Texas Rangers?
Yeah.
They sent him down to the minor leagues because he wasn't performing at a high enough level on a team that's trying to win a division, a team that's trying to make a playoff push, hopefully, if they make the playoffs. I do still think the Rangers are going to make the playoffs. Houston's putting a little bit
I do too.
They're nudging you towards, hey, can you hold on to this division with a lot of baseball left
We're
to play?
going to even up the series today.
Okay.
Don't you worry.
But, Houston's going to be a very tough team to hold off and to keep below your standards the rest of the way. And Aroldis Chapman, as he showed you yesterday, should help get you 3 outs that you need. Whether it's the 6th, 7th, or 8th inning, Aroldis Chapman looks like he can be a guy that can get you strikeouts when needed and get you a 0 on the board late in a game.
Do you look at this now and you say, I would like 2 other bullpen pieces, or are you looking at more from the perspective of, hey, if we get a starter and a reliever, I feel pretty great?
Here's what I think to put the Rangers not over the top with the whole team, but over the top in the bullpen. You add a right-handed closer.
Okay.
You add a guy that can share the closer's role or take over the closer's role. So I really do have my eye set on David Bednar. Now, the other one is I think that could really help out your team, which is maybe more gettable, is Kendall Graveman of the Chicago White Sox. Formerly, if you remember him with the Oakland Athletics when I believe he was a starting pitcher when he came up. But I look at either one of those guys and I say they're still needed. The job, to me, of Chris Young is not done fixing the bullpen, because you watched yesterday in the same game. Now, Spores has been great for the Rangers.
He really has. That's why it was so disappointing, right?
But at the same time, now, one of it wasn't really his fault. He got a slow roller from Abreu that Josh Young didn't make the play on. It's not an easy play. You're charging the ball, but he is a very slow runner. So as long as you catch the ball cleanly, he's going to be out by a step or two. As long as you can. I know he's playing deep. He's coming in from a great distance.
Right.
But he's running so slow that I'm sure if Josh Young catches that ball in the pocket of his glove, he's going to make an accurate throw from a very short distance and get him out. He doesn't. But then Spores kills you in this sense. He walks back-to-back guys.
Yeah.
So it's really weird to me how walks and errors seem to hurt you more than hits. It seems very tough to – and I get that Jose Abreu, they gave a hit on that. I understand why they gave a hit on that and not an error. I totally get that. But isn't it weird how when you kind of feel like you made maybe a little bit a defensive mistake and then you walk 2 guys like, this is going to kill us. Like there's just a way that this is going to hurt us more than if they got 3 singles in a row.
I'm going to try to guess in the pitcher's mindset, and you can tell me that's stupid, you're way out.
All right.
Is when you give up a hit, you're like, dang it, and you got to further knuckle down or bear down or whatever. Whereas if you give up a walk, you're like, oh, nice job, idiot. Or somebody gives up an error, you're like, son of a B, I should have had 1 out or I should have had 2 outs.
A little bit, but I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you from a perspective. I think when you walk back-to-back guys, and I don't know how to put this in just regular life terms, and maybe you can think of one as I'm talking. I now have to be less fine with my next pitch. If I am walking guys, I got to get ahead, and now I got to go more middle than corner. Because if I go 1-0, 2-0 on this guy, and I've already walked 2 guys, my confidence is suffering a hair that I'm not throwing the ball where I want to. Because if you're throwing the ball where you wanted to, you wouldn't have walked back-to-back guys, and you are a little bit late in their lineup there. You're not in the heart of their lineup. You're not walking Bregman
that you can live with.
Yeah, you're not walking their best hitters. You're walking guys that maybe aren't their best hitters. So now I have to, as Chas McCormick hits the big triple to unload the bases and give pretty much the Astros the win yesterday. When I walk guys, I cannot aim for corners anymore. I have to aim for more of the plate because my ball that I'm aiming for the corner is not hitting the corner.
It reminds me of the dunk contest a little bit when you miss your first couple attempts and you see them change it to something much more rudimentary.
Right, yeah.
And they're like, I just got to get the dunk in.
I just have to get this breaking ball over.
Yeah.
I just have to get this fastball over because I'm not getting it over on a consistent basis. And the hitter takes advantage of that because the hitter in favorable counts, or a guy has walked back-to-back
sit
guys.
on it.
Yeah, he now shrinks his zone on where he's going to swing at a ball. And so when a hitter gets to shrink their zone into specific areas, they're going to be a much better hitter. That's why we see in 3-2 counts, 2-2 counts, 1-2 counts, guys bat under 200 in all of those counts. 0-1 is a little bit different. They still feel, I guess, confident in those situations, but you get to 2-strike counts, and a hitter's a really bad hitter. When a hitter sees a guy walk 2 guys, he's like, he's gonna want to throw a strike here, and he's going to want to be in the heart of the plate. And when he does that, the ball is hit very hard.
Yeah.
So for Spores, I really like him. But if I can move him back to my 4th best reliever, so if I go in whatever order you want to go with, Will Smith, Aroldis Chapman, and the guy I trade for, the
And
next
then
guy.
Spores.
And he needs to be righty,
Yeah.
right? Because if I trade for another lefty, yeah, it's great I have another lefty who's good. But if I have 3 lefties as my best guys at the end of the day, and I go lefty, 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 that means that there's a good chance whoever hit in the 6th or 7th inning faced a lefty, and they're going to be facing a lefty again in the 8th or 9th inning. So I would like a right-hander and a really good one, and I have 2 guys in mind, David Bednar of the Pittsburgh Pirates or Kendall Graveman of the Chicago White Sox. If I can add Joe Kelly too to it, great, but Joe Kelly's going to be pitching my 6th inning, maybe my 7th inning situation. I know that Graveman can pitch my 8th and 9th inning.
Now what you saw, what it costs for Chapman, does that change perspective of what one of these 2 would cost?
Well, I think that they might cost I know Bednar would cost a lot more.
Yeah.
He's under contract for the next 3 to 4 years. So I have him this year plus either 3 or it's a good amount. Like I'm getting a closer, by the way, right now. Bednar, who I do have his stats pulled up, he has a 1.44 ERA.
Oh, my.
In 31 and a third innings pitched, he's given up 24 hits. He's walked 4 guys, and he has struck out 37. So his whip is .89, which is great, right?
If you have a whip below 1.2, good for you. If it's at or below 1, holy crap.
So that is very good news. I want to get to this real quick if I can click on the right link right here. I want to get to the All-Star game.
Yes.
And yesterday, the Rangers added 2 more, which I wasn't sure if they were going to get to add 2 more when you just start looking at how many you can put on one team. The Rangers have the American League mark of 6 guys. In fact, Tampa only got 3.
And that's
when you look at the other really top team in your league.
And that's tied for the 2nd most they've ever had. And you know what I thought was really encouraging, and you saw again over the weekend? Did you see in the player vote, Eovaldi had more votes than any other starting pitcher?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, his role from late April when Jacob deGrom got hurt that next night against the Yankees where he threw a shutout. I think it was a shutout, but I mean it was a complete pretty sure it was a complete game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was a shutout without going back and looking at it. And the run that he's had since then, has he run into a little bit of a lull? I guess so, but he's not pitching bad. In
Not
fact,
at
he pitched
all.
really good against the Astros. But it's
when
just,
you really needed it.
he just isn't the best pitcher in all of baseball, but he's still been really good. So Eovaldi makes it. Adolis Garcia makes it to give you 6. And so I'm really happy with that. It's going to be a really fun night. That Tuesday night watching the All-Star game, that you have 3 of the 4 guys in the infield and then the catcher is your guy. So pretty much for the first 4 innings when you're watching, you're going to be watching
the Texas Rangers.
The other thing, too, is there's a possibility. I don't think he'll get it. I do think it'll go to McClanahan, but there's a possibility of Eovaldi being the starting pitcher because think about it. Jonah Heim's behind the plate, and if you're putting this together as the manager, you're Dusty Baker, don't you want Eovaldi throwing to the catcher that catches it?
I do.
So I think Eovaldi's going to be, if he's not the starting pitcher, which I can see McClanahan of Tampa being the starting pitcher, that he's going to be the first guy in so that Jonah Heim catches his guy. And then from there, Adley Rutschman comes in, possibly Salvador Perez. They did put 3 catchers on the team. Possibly comes in late to catch the relief pitchers, but I bet Eovaldi's going to be in the game early, so you could see 5 of the 6 guys in the infield be Texas Rangers. The only guy that won't be will be Diaz at first base.
Which is so odd. Like, it depends on when you grew up as a Rangers fan, right? But I think about the years where you were tracking down to see, like, hey, did Ruben Sierra do something in that one at bat, or Julio Franco, or whatever?
Buddy Bell, or Toby Hara is our one guy, or Jim Sundberg is our one guy.
Now you watch the first 3 to 4 innings, you're going to be like, wow,
This
the
is the
Rangers are
Rangers.
freaking everywhere.
Now, they did, for ESPN, they put out the biggest snubs for both leagues.
I know Wander Franco and Tatis were big players in this.
You are correct about both of those. They were considered the biggest snubs. And in the write-up on ESPN, it says it just seems a little bit weird that the Rangers got 6 and Tampa got 3.
That's fair.
Now, that being said, the Rangers kind of maybe knocked out a few of the Tampa reserves by being starting position players, that you had 4 starting position players. But they feel like Wander Franco deserved to be on the team and was left out. Their second biggest snub in the American League was a little bit tough to take if you're a Texas Rangers, because they say Matt Chapman, they say that he's having a better year than Josh Young, and I would say, no, he's not.
Yeah.
I really struggle with ESPN really going hard on Matt Chapman is a better third baseman than Josh Young so far this year, and they don't get that deep into it. They just say he's better. And I'm like, the problem is you can say he's better, and then you need to back it up by what. Yeah, defensively, I'll agree. Matt Chapman's better defensively than Josh Young, but Josh Young has been a good defensive third baseman. Matt Chapman's probably going to win the Gold Glove at third base this year in the American League. But all right, so he's better defensively by a little bit. Josh Young's better offensively in every category possible. There's not a category that really Matt Chapman wins.
Did you look at Tatis, and am I going too far and thinking like, well, this is a little bit of a statement by the players, and they're like, no.
Yep, this is the statement by the players. No, you know what? You got popped for it, and we're not voting you no matter how good your numbers are. And the numbers are really good. They did say another guy that it doesn't feel snubbish, but it feels weird that your reigning MVP of the National League and Paul Goldschmidt is not going to be at the All-Star game. But they also said in the article, hey, the St. Louis Cardinals are having a horrible year. Nolan Arenado's their representative. How many St. Louis Cardinals should you have if they're one of the most disappointing teams in baseball this year?
Something interesting to potentially take a look at is Eovaldi pitches the finale against Boston.
Okay.
Which is on Thursday.
So he won't pitch in Washington.
Yeah.
Which gives
should
him
line him right up for.
So probably McClanahan and Eovaldi will be a decision to make, and I'm pretty sure Eovaldi will be pitching to Jonah Heim, which I think if he's not the starting pitcher, I believe he'll be the first guy in the game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field, so why not talk with Texas Rangers television analyst CJ Nitkowski next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll be on right after the series finale between the Rangers and the Astros, and we'll give you all the latest Mavs free agent news. Join the nation until 7 p.m. on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends over at Zerus. How's your carpet looking? It's pretty disgusting. You know, I had my carpets cleaned back in June. Could not be happier with what they did to the carpet. They look brand new. The tile, it looks super.
When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Don't forget, we got a giveaway coming up in the noon o'clock hour, leading you right into Rangers Astros. But right now, former Texas Ranger, odd pronouncer of words, it is CJ Nitkowski right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and that is an excellent introduction and accurate, and I can't wait to throw down on this one. I'm pretty excited.
Before we get to your odd pronunciation of tournament, are you and Mike becoming TV allies, or are you going to have to hold him down to make sure he doesn't eventually take your spot?
Oh, wow.
Absolutely not. I'm not concerned about that. And I didn't mean it like that.
Oh, burn.
My point there was we're both going to crush it, and I'm looking forward to it. No, listen, I think that everyone understands this and knows this, whether they want to admit it or not. But left-handed pitchers make the world go round. And so there's not enough of them in the booth. So I welcome the idea of getting Bastick in there with me that Mike and I can do again. Listen, I love Dave, love Dave Valley, love Murph. They're all great guys. They're fun to work with. But when you get with another lefty, it's just on. It's broadcast excellence. It's undisputed. And I look forward to those games when we get to D.C. It's that simple.
This despite Mike's meteoric rise this year.
Yes.
First, he did games on internet, now radio, now TV. Is he the biggest broadcasting juggernaut you've seen?
I would say in the amount of time, like you said, in the year
Yeah.
that it's happened, we all do it. I did college games at the beginning, did games on radio. Those are tough, man. Did you do any college games?
I have, yeah. I did TCU for a little bit.
Yeah, so some and big time
There's
colleges.
at times where I just had to say, nice play by the third baseman.
That's exactly right. I would tell people all the time. The first couple of college games I did, I was like, I think it'd be a lot easier to do a big league game.
Because you know the
games are
players
hard.
better.
Yeah, I think it's a good place to learn, good place to get your reps in, and we all got to go through it one way or another.
Two left-handers. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of baseball, doing one game, two
No
left-handed
single
pitchers.
game in the history of baseball.
It's a good point.
I don't have an answer ready for you, Mike.
Well,
I'll look it up.
Well, here, think about it. I mean, how many – because I only do a handful of play-by-play, and that's just to give Dave a break. I understand it's mediocre at best, but Dave needs a few days off, and so we grind through it. But think about play-by-play guys in the big leagues that were former players, not very many to begin with.
Yeah, like
how
Steve
many?
Stone.
Yeah, how many were left-handed pitchers?
Okay, well, with
Probably
that in
really
mind, Do you think left-handed people walk differently? Because that was an observation that Mike made this morning.
I saw a guy walk by, and I'm like, he's left-handed because there's something in our gait. There's something the way that we walk and the way that we jog is different than a right-hander. So I think I can get most left-handers, like, that person's left-handed. Like, she's right-handed walking. You're right-handed, correct? See, I could tell by the way she's walking.
Yeah. So it's good to know, because I don't run or walk with any level of grace at all. It's pretty gross. But I will say this: I am also the only thing I do left-handed is throw and swing a bat.
Really?
Yeah, I right-handed. I kick with my right foot. Like everything else is right-handed, outside of throwing left-handed and swinging.
Why did you pick up a ball left-handed and throw it left-handed?
That's a good question. My mother was left-handed, so I'm guessing that's why I just kind of ended up with a little bit of a mix. And then now I got my oldest boy left, kind of like me. My youngest boy swing left, throw right.
I know this place will be rocking in just a few hours, but I am curious. Any level of disappointment feeling that you got to win this just to get the split when going in, hey, this is a chance to create even more of a gap between you and the Astros?
So we're so spoiled right now, every loss is a disappointment.
For sure.
Like, we're like, what's going on? Like, I'm sure you all get the same thing that I get, which is like, what's wrong with this offense? And I had to send a note to a guy the other day and just kind of showed the month-by-month breakdown and said, listen, what they were doing with runners in scoring position was unsustainable. There was no way they were going to.
It was going to be the best in the history of baseball.
Yeah, it wasn't going to happen. So at some point it was going to slow down, which means like we've seen, I think, in this series, still opportunities, right, to win games that haven't gotten maybe that big hit we've expected. I know Sporzy had a tough day yesterday, but it's going to happen. That's what happens over the course of a 162-game season. But there is something about just, I think for all of us, right, hey, this team is real now. We want to make sure the Astros know that. Yeah. So we got to do that down at Minute Maid Park for the first series. I think it would be nice to at least get that split. Hold serve for this one for a first place.
Well, CJ, I want to continue a conversation I just had because obviously you pitched in the big leagues too for a lot longer than I did. I was talking about when it seems.
Are you sure about that? I didn't play that long. I don't know.
I have less than 2 years of service.
I would have never thought. I would have ever thought that going in, but
when
both average.
Spores yesterday, when he gives up the triple to McCormick, I was talking about how it seems like walks hurt you more than base hits because giving up 4 hits in a row is very tough. And I get Abreu didn't hit the ball very hard to get on base, but he got on base, and then you walk 2 guys. I saying, man, when you are missing the edges. And you're walking guys, now in your mind you go, I got to get more of the plate because when I'm attacking an edge, I'm not hitting the edge. So I got to attack more of the plate. And it's like the hitter knows that too. Is like, I can now shrink my zone here on the first or second pitch because this guy is not executing his pitches. And I feel like that's why, to me, at times walks will kill you is because the pitcher now has to aim for more of the plate because they're not hitting the part they want to hit.
100%. You knew he wasn't going to walk a guy with the bases loaded. I want to say, was it Diaz that flew out on that first pitch slider? I think the at-bat before, because I was thinking the same thing. Okay. And I'm playing along. I could love to do that, right? And we'll get to do that when we get to D.C. and call that game on Sunday. But, because we don't get to see the fingers anymore. So we don't get to guess the pitches, right? So now we really got to work. Yeah. We can't cheat anymore and just look. And so I watched, and I was like, Warner Sports is going to go first pitch slider, which I believe he did. Diaz popped it up. And then it's like, all right, McCormick, is he going to do the same thing? What's McCormick going to be locked in on? And it was a fastball, was elevated a little bit. But I agree with you. I think for him, knowing that the command has been good, right? That was the big question coming into this year. Bruce Bochy challenged him, says that we love your stuff. You're going to have to be in the zone because you've seen how Boch manages. Like, if you can't help the team, they're going to move on to somebody else. And if he can't trust you in big spots, you're not going to be here. And Spores has answered the bell. It's the first game he's had where he had more than one walk in a game.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate the timing of it that it was against the Astros.
And then the great pickup of Aroldis Chapman. He shows up yesterday and looks very good. Gives up a single to Altuve there. Yep. But that – talk about what you think that brings to the Rangers the rest of the season. And then do you feel like they're done trying to make a trade for another bullpen piece or that they will be looking for one more?
So I think they'll definitely be looking for at least one more. And if the opportunities for more come up, I think it'll be great. I mean, if you look around the league, it's fascinating who actually could be sellers now at the deadline compared to what we thought before the season started. The Cardinals, the White Sox, the Padres. The Padres probably should be sellers, and Josh Hader's a free agent at the end of the year. So there were some rumblings about we were getting a reliever before the Chapman thing happened. I was talking to Neil Liebman, our owner, and he wouldn't spill the beans. He was just going to let me know, like, hey, get excited, something's about to happen. I said, Josh Hader? That was where I went because that's what I was thinking. I know we had heard about Chapman a bunch. No, it's a great ad, and the fact that he pitched in the 7th and you're not locked into having to do anything in one inning in particular, it's kind of a nice luxury to have. I don't know if you saw the stat we put up yesterday. It blew my mind, though. He coming into yesterday, he'd only thrown 52 two-seam fastballs, but 24 of them were on strikeouts.
Wow.
He uses his two-seamer to finish guys. That's complete opposite of what we know, right? You think about, okay, maybe I'm going to try to run my two-seamer to get a ground ball, and then I'll finish with a high four-seamer. He goes to the two-seamer. He's barely thrown it, and yet he's registered most of his strikeouts on that pitch.
Is there any variance of his velocity on two-seam or four-seam?
It actually
that's what I thought you said yesterday in the game. I was like, that doesn't make sense.
He punched out, whoever he punched out first, was it Maldonado or I can't remember now. But anyway, his first or second strike at 2 yesterday, right? One of them was on a two-seam fastball. It's interesting. That's his finishing pitch. That is as unique as it gets.
You were talking about the flexibility of him coming in the seventh. I realize getting the last 3 outs is a different animal, but sometimes do you think people underrate the other saves in the game? You know, like, for example, hey, this is a save opportunity right here, even though maybe it's the 7th inning.
Sure. So I will tell you, yes, I felt like people have underrated it for a really long time as a guy that at times had to get some bigger outs in the 7th and 8th inning. And back in the day when you, as a lefty, you only had to face one hitter, and they could get you out of the game. But a lot of times it was Jim Thome, Ken Griffey with the tying run on second base, but it was the 7th inning. And I used to get bitter, not bitter, like joking around, but like, oh, look at this closer, Todd Jones, whoever I had. Boy, you got the life. You get a nice clean inning. It's the 9th. We're up by 3. I got my back against the wall with zero room for error, and kind of like Sports had yesterday, as soon as the guy gets on, you got pretty much no margin for error. So I think the game is coming around. I think fans understand it a little bit more now. Certainly those guys are getting paid better. Right? There was a time where those setup relievers were not. They weren't really appreciated. So, yeah, I would say that the appreciation is there, certainly with managers, and I think Boch and all the modern-day managers get it.
Do you think Bednar could be available from Pittsburgh?
It's a tough one. I know that John Paul Morosi threw the McCutcheon one out there. I'd say that's probably no chance, and I love JP. Bednar's an interesting one because I believe he still has a couple of more years of control, so you'd have to give up more to get him. I think in the case of the Pittsburgh Pirates, they would catch a lot of heat if they did it because he's a local kid.
Okay.
So he's a Yinzer, as they say. And unfortunately, I get to talk to Derek Shelton usually every week on my radio show, or at least every other week. And we've brought it up in the past, and he certainly would be upset, right? That's been an up-and-down year for them in Pittsburgh. But they have a controllable reliever. It's a tough one because – you know how it is. Relievers year to year, you don't know what you're going to get. And if you got a guy that right now is crushing it, maybe you should take advantage of his value being super high and go get yourself a couple of players. So I'd say a maybe on that one.
Kendall Graveman.
Yes. Even though he's got another year of control.
Yeah, $8 million next year.
Yeah, Graveman for sure is on my list.
Joe Kelly. I know he's not a closer.
Yeah, Kelly, Middleton. I know Cease has 2 years of control. Keep an eye on him. His name may come up eventually. Giolito's a free agent at the end of the year. If the Rangers want to add another starter, I'd be shocked if Giolito doesn't finish with somebody else. But there are no shortage. It was funny because it went from, boy, what's going to happen this deadline to, oh, what's going to happen this deadline, because it's looking like there's some good pieces.
Do you think Houston gets another starting pitcher at the deadline?
I do. I think they have to at this point, right? I mean, with Lance McCullers Jr. down or Keedy down, and all of a sudden Fromber missing time. The guy we're going to see today, Christian Javier, who I've always liked, hasn't been great lately. It's interesting. They gave him his contract, and now he hasn't been the same guy. I think they almost have to, unless they're punting. I can't imagine in any scenario in which they're punting with a month to go before we get the deadline. So that's a yes for me.
Now we've got CJ Nitkowski on with us. There's a really big event that takes place in March called the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, almost, yeah.
Would you agree with that as being the name of that event?
I think you have the spelling right, but the pronunciation is wrong. And so, listen, I will die on this hill for days. I have zero problem with it, especially you gave me a little bit extra confidence when you said noon o'clock. The noon o'clock hour. I'm like, all right, we're all in this we're all a little bit messy here. But the word is tournament. Tour. It's a tour. Just like if you say the PGA Tour, why would you change the name then when you want to say tournament? No, it's still tournament. The same 4 letters at the beginning. I don't know anybody that says those 4 letters by themselves and says tour. I want to go on a tour, a 3-hour tour, the PGA Tour. Nobody says that. Why do we say tournament?
I don't know, but I only knew that now I know you and Daniel LaRussa are the 2 people that say it that way.
That's good company.
Everybody said it that way growing up. Where you're from?
Yeah, I mean, I got rid of every bit of my New York accent. I left New York when I was probably 26, 27. It'll creep back in every once in a while, but I've lived down south and in Texas and Georgia much longer than I lived in New York. So I felt fortunate for that because had I still had it, I don't have this job, quite honestly. If I come in and I'm talking like the way I grew up, when I sit there and look at some like old videos and stuff, I'm like, ugh, how did I talk like that? Even my wife, who's from New Jersey, same thing. Like it's all gone.
Last question from me: the person you faced that wasn't a great hitter that you just couldn't figure out how to get out.
Well, you always remember the great ones that got you, right? But John Cangelosi, the first ever home run I let up in the big leagues was down at the old Astrodome against Houston when I was pitching for Cincinnati, and I didn't really know at the time, and I hate to take anything away from him because he was, he had a lengthy big league career, but he may have had 10 or 11 career home runs. Worse than that, though, Bruce Bochy's rookie year managing in San Diego, which is my rookie year playing, I was making a start against the Padres and had a lead and blew it. Ray Holbert hit a grand slam off me. That one hurt a little bit. It still hurts. Here we are. 30
I don't
years
even
later.
know if I know who that
There
is.
you-
So, there you go.
That makes it a winner.
Those are the ones that have fun on. Like,
Oh, yeah.
David Eckstein hit a home run off of me. He might have 7 home runs
Yeah.
in his career. I don't know, but like when the ball went out of the park, I was like, what the?
Yeah.
How in the world
There's
did
no
that happen?
shortage. Exactly. You sit there and you're like, what just happened? You're in the clubhouse. So why did that happen? Then you're on your way to AAA and going, that really stinks that happened. Yeah, it's a life.
I think we're all looking forward to your potentially historic
That's gonna be great.
broadcast. I'm
It's
going to
be in
look
the Guinness
into
Book
that.
of World Records.
I'm going to look into
no
that.
2 left-handed pitchers have ever done a broadcast.
I'm not
together.
saying you're wrong. I just cannot
I'm
confirm
confident in that. We got to do a little research.
I will look into that. Coming up next, how NBA free agency has changed and salary cap space has actually lost its value. We'll do that next, live from Globe Life Field on 105.3 The Fan.
With Elko next, even they don't know.
Do they pose a threat?
This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
WKRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live out at Globe Life Field in Arlington, and we're going to circle back around and talk a little basketball. Now, we can talk about this from the Mavericks perspective again, of course, and I'm sure we will. But I wanted to throw out something a little bit different. That I was reading this article in The Athletic, and it talks a lot about not this current CBA, but the last CBA and how it took away a lot of the value of salary cap space. And so if you think about it, going back to 2019, 7 All-Stars changed teams in free agency in a single summer.
And what summer was that?
2019.
Okay.
So you had Kawhi, KD, and Kyrie, Kemba Walker, and like people like that.
Okay.
This year, I think, is the only All-Star Fred VanVleet.
Did he? I guess I forgot if he made the All-Star.
He did.
Team.
He did. I think that's it.
Okay.
I believe, as far as has changed
And those
teams.
don't feel as big when Kemba changed teams.
Exactly.
And I know the Mavs really wanted him, and thank God they didn't get him because his career pretty much ended once he signed that contract. But, yeah, I guess Fred VanVleet and Kemba Walker, they are all-stars. At the same time, we don't think of them as major changers of an organization.
Sure. And you will argue that you're about to see a change with Harden. And you're about to see a change with Lillard, right?
Yeah, in trades,
But exactly. But not via free agency. And
Right.
one of the interesting things about this is one of the reasons for that is how much easier it became to re-sign your own people with the advent of the Supermax.
Okay.
And I just found this article to be really interesting because there were 8 teams that had essentially Supermax money.
Okay.
But you didn't see a whole lot of moving. Now, part of it is because a lot of those teams weren't good, too, and I understand that. But even
and it's almost impossible to be good and have $50 million in cap space.
That it does feel like it,
because
right?
if you do, you probably have a superstar or 2 really good players that you want back. Because as soon as you as soon as you sign them back, you're out of Supermax space.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you look at these teams, and they didn't go wild under the old free agency model, with the exception of like Houston. I think Houston did because you also saw, man, did you see that deal for Dylan Brooks?
I know, 4 for $80.
Man,
I did see like Russell Westbrook is in Dylan Brooks side by side. One guy got 10 times the amount. If you look at 2 for $8 and 4 for $80. By the way, the slushie is now slushy. An hour later, it's slushy.
Okay, does that mean you're going to get a margarita?
No, not at all. Not it. I mean, I do know it's kind of vacation time, but I'm not going to sip on a slushy margarita as I drive home.
That's probably for the best, Mike. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Law enforcement appreciates it. I'm sure your family does as well.
Houston Rockets spent big-time money on 2 players that I don't think changes where they're at in the Western Conference. I still think Houston's not going to be a top 10 team. They need their guys that they've drafted recently, Thompson being one of them, Green. I always forget the kid from Auburn who they drafted 3rd overall. Jabari Smith. I look at them and go, until they become all-stars, until they become perennial guys that you really believe and trust, their fate will not change with VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. But maybe they wanted, in one way, I get VanVleet's a great role model to follow. Brooks doesn't seem like a great role model. Hey, cause complete chaos, be a villain in the league.
Let me ask you about that, though. Let me just play devil's advocate here.
All right.
Isn't Dylan Brooks way better known in the league? I'm not saying it's always good.
Gotcha.
Then his skill set gives him the right to.
Yes.
Didn't his contract maybe seem a little inflated for what he does?
Yeah.
I think he would argue.
From a general manager coach's standpoint,
For sure.
you're not excited about that.
I could see that. But from his standpoint.
From a player standpoint, hey, you want to become more popular than you are, maybe get a few more bucks than you're worth, become relevant.
And that's what he seems to have done.
But then there's that tipping point of Kyrie Irving, right?
I agree with you there. Or Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
I mean, but so I agree with you there. Now, what story in the NBA, I guess, has the bulk of your attention outside of the Mavericks? Is it where Lillard ends up? Is it what happens with Harden? Is it something else entirely different?
I will say those two kind of combine for me, because from what you're hearing from whether it's Wojnarowski, Windhorst, Shams, they feel like the Lillard is going to Miami. Lillard wants to go to Miami. That's where he's going, but there has to be multiple teams involved in that trade. There will not be a Portland trades with Miami trade. That will not happen. 2 other teams have to probably get involved in that trade to make it a 4-team trade to make it worth Portland, but Portland does want to send Lillard because of his commitment to the team for such a long time, to the team he wants to go to.
Sure.
Sounds like he wants to go to Miami for the most part.
Definitely.
But that will Dallas be part of the Lillard to Miami trade? Possibly. I don't know. And then, in a weird way, Harden, I've completely given up on Harden. That guy, to me, in a different way, but a very similar way, is Kyrie Irving. He's not happy anywhere he goes. He was in Houston, wasn't happy. Went to Brooklyn, wasn't happy. Went to Philadelphia, wasn't happy. Why is he going to be happy in the next place? Unless they have the most strippers and the most alcohol and the most partying possible, and you don't have to go to practice and you don't have to be on the team plane. Like, how do you make that guy happy unless he has 100% strippers at his disposal at all time and 100% alcohol at his disposal at all times?
I don't know if I can confirm this. I heard that's how Alec ended up with the fan.
Whoa!
Is that he was like, yeah, this place has got the most alcohol, the most strippers. I'm interested. Does that sound right?
Yeah, but I do think those two guys, wherever they go, will be where Dallas tries to unload Tim Hardaway Jr., maybe unload Christian Wood in part of the trade in a sign-and-trade situation, because if you're Christian Wood, you're kind of screwed. You start looking at where Christian Wood and his attitude with Houston, his attitude with Dallas, it looks like, how can the Mavs get involved in maybe these big guys getting moved to get pieces to their puzzle? Because the Mavericks don't look right to me at all right now.
Am I completely stupid? Probably. But from this perspective of, do they get to the point where the Mavericks are so far gone in terms of finding the rebounding and the height they want, and Christian Wood is so far gone in terms of finding interest that they're like, hey, you don't like me, I don't like you, let's make it work on the cheap? I
don't think they'd sign him back for a league minimum. I think the coaching staff, the players, do not want Christian Wood on this team no matter what. I think in a way they don't want JaVale McGee on the team no matter what.
I agree with that.
Those two players are, no matter what, from different things I hear, whether right or wrong, right? I think that the Mavericks did a bad job of trying to get the most out of Christian Wood. And then Christian Wood said, then screw it, I'll keep acting this way. Like, I think that they both have fault in it. So there's a Tolo right there, right-hander also, walking like a right-hander. So
despite the bag being over her left shoulder.
The guy who I said I think is left-handed was holding his coffee in his left hand, by the way, walked by again. I wanted to ask but forgot. But I just look at Christian Wood, and as much as I think that he could be valuable to your team in a certain role, I think the Mavericks don't want him no matter what. They don't want JaVale McGee no matter what. And so it'll be interesting. Tim Hardaway Jr., I think they can live with bringing him back, but know that it would be a really bad fit and both parties would be unhappy if Tim Hardaway Jr. was back with the Dallas Mavericks. So
I know you were a big fan of this player. Did you see Justin Holiday sign with the Nuggets? His 10th different team in 11 years.
He'll watch basketball for 82 games. Like, he's not a good basketball player. He's a good guy. He's a guy that can be on your team and cheer, but you do not want to play him in basketball games. He'll have 1 out of 10 games. He'll be good enough that you think he's good at basketball.
And this was the weird thing. I heard people talking about trying to make a trade for Tyrese Maxey a lot. Tyrese Maxey is not on the move.
No.
Now, to make this clear, and Windhorst went over this again this morning, is they didn't give Maxey an extension just yet because they're hoping to open their flexibility to have 2 max spots available by doing his contract extension perhaps next year.
Yeah.
But they have no interest in trading him, and they've made that clear to multiple teams. So if you're looking to make a move for Tyrese Maxey, especially I know we pitched him at draft time to Donnie, he's not available.
In a weird way, now that you're talking about extensions, I do think teams like Memphis will regret what they gave Desmond Bane. Do I think Desmond Bane is a really good basketball player?
He is.
Do I hate that Memphis traded up and took him right before the Mavericks took Tyrell Terry, who played 1 second in the league, and realized he can't play at this level? I do. But at the same time, some of these contracts that are being signed, I think a year or two into it, they're going to go, oh, my God, like Desmond Bain's really good. He's not this good. We are now at Desmond Bain at that level, he needs to be a top 20 player in the league, and I don't think he is. I think he's a borderline top 30 and probably right in that 30 to 40 range. And I just think when you sign guys to that type of extension, I get it, you kept him. You'd be like, man, but he has to perform better. It does to me, these deals that were being signed, Kevin, throwing it back to you, it makes maxing out Jalen Brunson last year not look like a bad deal at all.
Not at all, especially when you remember how little meaning money really has in these free agency. Like, I hate to keep picking on him, but Brown is the person that jumps to mind for me. By the way, I need to double check.
I knew he would get more than mid-level. I mentioned that on last week. I was like, he's going to get more than mid-level. There's too much interest. I didn't know he'd get over 20 a year.
Did you see there's somebody on Twitter, their name is Scout with Brian. I think they have about 15.1 thousand Twitter followers. This is his quote on Friday during the day. If Bruce Brown gets $20 million a year, I will eat a live pig on YouTube.
Oh, no.
And obviously, he got
You'll
for 45.
die, I think, if you do that.
That seems like a terrible idea, and I hope they work out some other form of this. But, yeah, he said he would eat a live pig live on YouTube, which sounds awful.
I think he shouldn't have said that.
Yes.
Because I don't think that's possible to do.
Two other questions for teams in terms of Dame. The Celtics and the Pelicans. Because supposedly Tatum has been doing some reaching out. But does the Pelicans do anything for you?
Yes, because if they were able to trade Fatso Zion.
I think that is what they would do. That's still mean, but I think that is what they would do.
And you got Damian Lillard, and you still have Ingram, you still have Valanciunas, you still have CJ McCollum, who obviously they have chemistry together. That could be a very dangerous team.
And then I just think from the Portland perspective, I'm not saying you're going to dominate, but you're building with Scoot and Zion. That's at least something I can see the potential for. We might be able to sell this.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and Portland is an organic place, so maybe that would help out Zion's diet instead of eating shrimp etouffee every 30 seconds. But when I look at
so rude.
Well, I mean, he's ate himself into a bad situation. But when I look at New Orleans, I just wonder what Lillard wants to do, because all I know is it seems like he wants to go to Miami. Have you heard? Now, you mentioned those two places. Maybe I've missed the article. Have you heard that he wants to go to New Orleans or he wants to go to Boston?
Here's the thing, is supposedly Portland's stance has changed slightly. Because they came
they're not going to do exactly what he asked.
Exactly. And it's not that they won't do exactly what he's asking for. They're not going to take substantially diminished resources for him for Miami. Because Miami's like, hey, we got Tyler Hero, and you got to figure out a 3-team trade. Versus, let's say, the Celtics, the Pelicans, whoever else swoops in, they're still looking for the best assets. So they want to facilitate his trade, but not necessarily to Miami is the way I understand it. That's not to say the Heat are out, but they're not only one track in this thing.
Yeah, okay, I hear you. And then the other thing from Portland's standpoint, like signing Jeremy Grant to 5 years, $160 million.
Crap.
What are they doing?
I think that's when LeBron put out the tweet about his agent. He's like, you thought my agent done lost it, man. He's still the man.
Yeah, because if you look at it, if you're moving away from Lillard and you're going with Henderson, who they drafted third overall, and you're going to go with more of a youth movement, I guess like because Jeremy Grant would be great for the Dallas Mavericks.
Sure.
But then, and he'd be great for a lot of contending teams. He'd be great. The trouble with contending teams is they usually don't have tons of assets to give you. If you get where I'm coming from, or they're up against a number now with Apron 2, which is very hard to explain, and I'm not sure if I totally understand it all.
It is a lot.
But you don't want to get to Apron 2. This is all I know about the NBA. If you get over Apron 2, you're
screwed.
Like, this is your team, and you can't re-sign players to bigger contracts. You can't, hey, let's sign Russell Westbrook to a small contract. Then if he does great, the next year we sign him to a bigger contract. No, they don't allow you to do that. Like, So I just wonder with Jeremy Grant, really good player, really good role player, but he's a role player. He's not a top 50 player in the NBA. He's probably not a top 60 player in the NBA. And you're going to give him $30 million a year? More than $30 million a year. So it's just like there were certain deals where I'm like, I just don't get. Desmond Bain, love him, great player. Jeremy Grant, love him, great player. But when you start getting to the number they're getting, $30 and $40 million a year, it doesn't make tons of sense to me.
That might have been my most surprising contract as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live out at Globe Life Field as the fans are getting ready to trickle in.
I didn't even take shots at the Mavs.
I know. I'm so proud of you. Look at that growth.
I can't wait to watch that team play next year.
It's almost happy birthday, America. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's talk housewarming gifts. Plus, will any of these NFL teams have their first MVP in 2023? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
You are dialed in to the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. It's the KNC Masterpiece.
License TACLB 84522E.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Hurts will run, takes it in, touchdown! Nothing in front of him except the end zone. And the Eagles are an extra point away from taking the lead.
Sorry, Cowboys fans, had to play that for a very relevant reason as Rangers fans come pouring into Globe Life Field, and unfortunately a couple of Astros fans too, as we get ready for the series finale of Rangers-Astros. I know, Mike. I can see it.
Yeah.
That first wave was Rangers fans. Now I'm starting to see too much orange.
I would say it's
gross color anyway.
65-35 Ranger fans to Astro fans right now.
Do you think we should just not let some Astros fans in?
Hey, good for them, man. They a lot of them live here, but I mean, maybe some of them have traveled up to see family for 4th of July, kind of long weekend, and they're here. I can remember when the Astros were horrible and the Rangers were great. How many many Ranger fans were in Houston?
Yeah.
So, I mean, to flip it, the Rangers make the playoffs 5 years in a row, make the World Series a few times, win that World Series, and we'll infiltrate. We'll infiltrate Houston again.
Well, hopefully we're on our way, and we're moving this up because in about 20 minutes we're going to have Emily Jones on. So right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip! Pretzel rolls.
Ooh, okay. Now, I was reading this article on NFL.com, the 7 teams that have never had an MVP.
And I'm supposed to know this.
Maybe. Do you want to take a shot at it?
It sounds like the Houston Texans.
The Houston Texans are indeed on this list.
I will also guess the Jacksonville Jaguars.
They are on this list.
All right. I don't know this unless it was Joe Namath. Has the New York Jets ever had an MVP?
They have not.
Okay, because they've had a pretty bad franchise.
That's 3.
The Toronto Argonauts.
That is a different league.
Dang it.
So I guess that's correct, but I'm not giving you credit for that.
Has the Seattle Seahawks had one?
Yes, they have.
Who was? Do you know who it was?
I don't have that list in front of me.
Okay, because I'm just thinking.
Because I guess it wouldn't have been Steve
Sean
Larkin.
Alexander? Did he win it?
Yes, Sean Alexander.
Okay. Can you tell me the others? Because how about the Arizona Cardinals?
Arizona Cardinals is correct.
Okay. Everybody in our division has, right?
Have they?
Oh, that's why you played the Eagles. The
That
Eagles haven't? In your face,
is
Eagles.
Correct.
What have the Eagles done lately?
Nothing. I guess they were in the Super Bowl.
And they won another one.
Yes, I'm aware. Man, look at you. Hey, look at all the Astros fans. Hey, the Eagles won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but not an MVP. Have I named 4?
You named 5.
5, okay.
One of them just had your favorite player, Strawberry, on their roster.
Darryl Strawberry?
No.
They had my favorite player, Strawberry, on their roster. I don't know.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Tom
Brady.
Brady.
Tom Brady, because he doesn't eat straw. He can eat all the strawberries he wants now.
And then the New Orleans Saints.
New Orleans Saints
are the
okay.
other one.
Wow.
So my question then is it by far the Eagles and Jets that are most likely to get their first MVP this year? Do you throw the Jags in that category? Because with all due respect to the Cardinals, I guess
Cardinals will not.
Probably not the Texans, no matter how much I believe in CJ Stroud.
I do like this, and I will rank them in the way that I see it.
Okay.
I will rank Trevor Lawrence number 1. Not biased at all. I'm going to rank
my
Trevor.
ass.
Here's the reason why. I do think it's a toss-up between the Eagles and the Cowboys to win the division.
Okay.
If you do not win your division, I don't believe you're going to win the MVP.
Okay.
So I know that's more of a team thing, but I think team thing plays a lot into this.
Do you say the same thing with the Jets then?
Yeah, I don't think the Jets are. I think Buffalo's the better team in that division. I also think Miami has a good chance of winning that division too. So I don't think that they have a 50% chance. I think the Jaguars have an 80% chance of winning that division.
That's fair. Their division is awful.
I then will go with Jalen Hurts number 2.
Okay.
And then I will go with Aaron Rodgers number 3.
Okay.
So that's my order of the 3. But I don't think Trevor Lawrence has this wide margin. But I do think he has a better chance of winning more games.
Let me ask you this then. Derek Carr. The Saints have never won an MVP. They would take a big step up in the world if they won their division. And I know their division is not full of world beaters or anything like that. So could you see Derek Carr as maybe being 4th, let's say, on the list?
I guess I don't see him as a special player.
I don't either.
So I don't. I have a trouble ever seeing Dak really getting MVP consideration.
Okay.
Because I don't think people, and I think rightfully so, they don't see him. He's better than Derek Carr. But I don't think they see him as being like a top 5 quarterback ever in the NFL. And Derek Carr, even less than that. So I don't think whether it's a Kirk Cousins, a Derek Carr, I do think Dak is better than those guys. I don't think they can ever really win the MVP because I don't think people realistically see them as being a special quarterback in the league.
Now, since we were talking about Aaron Rodgers, did you see that he sent Sean Clifford? That's a rookie quarterback for Green Bay.
Would have never known that.
That's fair. A housewarming gift.
The only Clifford I know is Clifford Ray. Who
not
used to
Clifford
be
the big red dog?
Yeah, he's fictional. Fictional? That's a word?
It
is now.
Yeah, it is now.
Fictition?
Fictitious?
Oh.
Fictitious-ol? Is that what we're
Fictitional.
going with?
Fictitional.
You're going with fictitious-ol.
I'm going to look it
Okay,
up.
it's fictitious. All right. Anyways, the point of this was he sent him a housewarming gift. It was an autographed jersey of Aaron Rodgers that said, "Welcome to Green Bay. Enjoy that great city in my locker." No, that's fictional. You didn't say that. I know fictional is a word.
How do you
said
spell
fictitional.
How do you spell fictitional?
You don't. It's a made-up word. You can spell it however. Then again, I guess all words are made up.
Thank you.
Especially
in the English language.
Aaron Rodgers sent an autographed jersey of himself to this new quarterback. Do you think that's nice, or do you think it's a little odd? It's like, hey, here's
that
a
is a
jersey of
huge
me.
ego, and Aaron Rodgers has a huge ego.
He does. He does.
At no point. Now, I'm not Aaron Rodgers. He's a Hall of Famer, 100% in. Come on, dude. That's a huge ego. Did he ask for it? Like, I get it if the rookie quarterback was like, dude, you're my hero. I'm just reaching out to you because I'm part of the Packers organization now.
I don't think
I just love to have your advice. I know that we're not going to play together because you're on the – like, if all of those things happen and then you send the guy who's now let it be known, Aaron Rodgers is my hero. Then you send him a jersey.
Yeah.
Besides that, that's just a huge ego. Isn't it? I'm right about this.
Yeah, no.
I might not be right about words, but I'm right about this.
All right, let's go from that to let's talk about a quarterback that you do like, Justin Herbert. Did you see one of the things that Kellen Moore talked about with Justin Herbert?
Was it about Dak Prescott?
No, that's a different thing. Does that beat you down at all? Because I know Kellen Moore is like, Dak Prescott's the greatest leader I've ever seen. I get kind of tired of those stories because I'm like, I know that. We all know that. We feel like we've heard that before.
Yes. The other thing, too, is I understand where Kellen Moore's coming from. Boise State, the Detroit Lions, and the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
Out of those 3 places, he's correct.
The best. He's the best.
Like, if he would have played with Peyton Manning in his prime or Tom Brady or –
maybe he would have had a different opinion.
Yeah, I think there might be but Dak is great. He is a great leader. But Kellen Moore in his life has been with Boise State, the Detroit Lions, and Dallas Cowboys. So out of all those places, he is the best.
Kellen Moore did have a good suggestion or something they're going to work on with Justin Herbert, and that's be more aggressive. He only averaged 7.2 yards per depth of target last year. That was near the bottom of the league. For such a big-armed, talented quarterback, that really surprised me. So they're going to look to get a little bit more aggressive in terms of throwing the ball deep in in Los Angeles.
You know what's funny about that? The way the Cowboys beat Justin Herbert 2 years ago was when he got way too aggressive on the third or fourth play of the game. They were getting 20 yards of play, and he's like, I'm going to force this ball into this situation. And look, all the credit in the world. Diggs made a great pick on that play to totally change what the momentum felt like early in that game. But, I totally get it. With his arm strength, he should be able to see over everybody, right? He's 6'4", 6'5". He might even be taller than that. Like, I understand at times if you're a shorter guy, like it might be tougher to see down the field. I'm guessing it might be tougher to see down the field when you're 6 feet tall. But when you're as tall as he is, you should be able to see down the field a lot better. So, forcing the ball is not good. But taking risk rewards and taking good risk, that's probably a good idea.
CBS put out their head coach NFL rankings over the weekend. Not surprisingly, Andy Reid is atop of the list. Where would you put our head coach? The Cowboys head coach.
In the 32 head coaches in the NFL?
Yeah.
I think he's top 10.
And this is where sometimes I still think he gets done a little dirty. 19th on this list. They put him at 19th.
I don't think that's fair.
Yeah. I think he's in the top half for sure.
24-10 the last 2 years in the NFL as a head coach. Last year you were an underdog in the game you lost in the playoffs. I get you were favored by a little bit against San Francisco the year before, so that could really be considered a disappointing loss in the playoffs. But he's a well over 500 coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
I thought he won more games than maybe he should have his first year. Andy Dalton. Dalton was 6-7, if I have that right. I might be wrong about his record, but with Andy Dalton as the backup quarterback, they played about 500. It was when they had to play Ben DiNucci that they lost that game, and they had to play.
And he went 4-1 with Cooper Rush, and
So I think he's. I'm not saying he's a top 5 or like he's the best, but I do believe he's a good head coach.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live out at Globe Life Field for the Rangers-Astros series finale. Coming up next, you know her, you love her. It's Texas Rangers field reporter Emily Jones right here on 105 through the Fan.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Let's talk about cheap service call fees. You've all heard them. The $29 service call, a $19 tune-up. It's all a gimmick.
As the countdown to first pitch for the series finale between the Astros and Rangers keeps on ticking, and right now we bring to you the lovely Emily Jones. How are you this morning?
Hi, I'm awesome. How are you guys this morning?
I'm pretty good, except since you have people around, I think I just discovered our baby has found out where the monitor is, as he is currently now staring right into the camera in his room. So
he could put on a show for you.
Yeah, he does like to do theatrical and big-time showy things.
There you go.
We might be in trouble there. Now, we've talked about this all year. Can you describe to people who maybe are not going to be out here today or haven't been here for this series the difference in atmosphere at the ballpark this year compared to even last year?
I mean, it's night and day. It's totally different. I mean, and obviously when you win, more people want to come watch you. And so it's been tremendous. It's been so much fun. It's been, the players talk about it constantly, how nice it is, especially the ones that were here last year, and it wasn't that big of a thing, to make it out to a Rangers game. But, you're seeing sellout crowds, not even just with big time opponents and not just on the weekends. I mean, it's happening on the reg, as the kids say these days. And so it's been a lot of fun to be a part of. It's been a lot of fun to watch it and see, especially when I think about this thing opening and there being no one in it and me wandering around this place, doing broadcasts during the pandemic, and another
team winning the World Series here.
Right. It's just so nice to be able to have this place because let's be real, even if this team was good, if this same team is playing across the street, you're not packing.
Not today.
Not today, not yesterday, not the day before yesterday. You're not. And so, people can say all they want about, I miss the old place. Well, great. It was fun, all that, when it was 75, 85, not when it's 105. And so there was a need for this ballpark, and I think we're seeing exactly why there was.
Me and my sister used to joke there's a cutoff probably in May where someone invited you to that Sunday 205 game, they liked you versus they didn't like you. Like if they were inviting you in July or August, that person is your enemy. They are not your friend to invite you to that game.
Yeah, it's awful. I mean, it was awful. I mean, I had I was pregnant twice out there and gave birth. I had 2 kids in the summer in the Texas heat, and it was miserable. And I mean, I've said, between the pitch clock and this roof, it may have just added 5 years to my career, I'm willing to stick around a little bit longer because the conditions are a little more enjoyable at this point in time.
How long does it take you to get to really know a new manager and feel comfortable maybe asking questions that they know where you're coming from?
So I think it just depends on the player and it depends on the manager. I think with Boch, he makes you feel really at ease. I've butchered plenty of questions, and he's pretty forgiving about it. So that just comes with being, the dude's comfortable in his own skin. He has 0 left to prove. Would he like to win another ring? Absolutely. But it's not like he's out here trying to impress anyone. He's very candid in his comments. And so with him, he made you feel at ease pretty much early on from the get-go. Certain players, though, it's just like what I've said over the course of my entire career. Certain players aren't interested in establishing a relationship with me or anyone else in the media, and that's fine. I totally respect that. The last thing I want to do is force that on anyone like, hey, let's be buddies.
Yeah.
But some players, it happens really quickly to where you get really comfortable and everything's, super easy to talk about and approachable and all that kind of stuff. And then other players, it's like they just kind of stay in their own lane, and they don't really want to hear about my kids, and they don't want to tell me about theirs and all that kind of stuff. And you just respect that. That's part of the process, is figuring out, who wants to have that time invested in them.
How much do you work on your back pedal? Because I feel like you've gotten very good at it when Martin Perez comes around, that you see it coming and you do the quick 3-step back pedal to get out of the way.
We've now, over the, this has been going on for so many years at so many different times with so many different players. For a while it was Elvis and that crew and Rugi, and then, Martin kind of took that over last season, and then it kind of fell flat because we were not very good at baseball. So he brought it back this year, and Martin and I have a really great relationship. I adore him. I've loved watching him develop as a human being and as a player. And so we kind of have this agreement where he's not coming after me. He's not trying to get me. He's not. And now at this point in time, the guys pretty much know it's coming unless they forget. And so it's a very quick, like here comes Martin, and then I exit stage left, and then they do the dumping, and then I come back in. So.
We were talking about all the extra winning this year, especially compared to the last 6 years have been a rough run for the Rangers. Does that spoil fans at all? Because we've actually had a few people stop by this morning and they're like, what's happening with the Rangers? And I'm like, really?
It makes me insane.
Okay.
So I'm like, we lost 100 games last year? Like 100 plus, like not just 100, like well over 100 games last year. It's been a long time since this team has been good. We built such a cushion in May and June that will afford you to kind of enter this. This is a tough little stretch headed into the All-Star break. You've got you're kind of you can see that little light at the end of, not the end of the tunnel, but like the halfway tunnel, and it's not always going to. You can't always play at a 20 games over 500 clip. But because of the work that you put in May and April and May, you have built this cushion to where you can afford some of these bumps in the road, and there are going to be bumps in the road. We're on a little bit of a mini roller coaster right now with this thing, and let's give it some grace for the love. Like, we're still in first place, 4-game lead. Like, come on, guys. Like, let's enjoy the ride a little bit.
And I think that's reflected in what's about to happen at the All-Star game, where when you saw that Eovaldi was first in player voting, McClanahan just went on the injured list, Eovaldi pitches Thursday, everything is lining up for him to potentially get the start in the All-Star game, where you pretty much have the entire infield. As a lifelong Rangers fan, this is wild to see.
It really is. And if you think about it, Adolis Garcia could very well start because of Judge and Yordan Alvarez being out.
Yep.
But the only thing I worry about is Dusty going to go with Framber Valdez if he works his way back?
Because he was just throwing a bullpen.
Yeah. If he gets back healthy, or will he not want to push him and not pitch him at all? So that's the only the wild card. I think it's got to be Eovaldi if it's not Valdez. But Framber Valdez is obviously having an incredible season, and obviously Dusty is his manager. But yeah, it's regardless of if Nathan starts or not, it's going to be really cool to see, 4 guys out there in the infield.
My assumption is that Dusty will want Eovaldi throwing to Jonah Heim. So even if he doesn't start, he might be the first guy up, so that Jonah knows Eovaldi and will call his pitches for his inning or two that he does
and
pitch.
Jonah made mention of that when he received his All-Star selection as a starter, and he threw that out there real early, like, hopefully I'll be catching Nathan Eovaldi. The
one thing that I don't know about, Emily, is in St. Louis, that's a baseball town. That's their number one team. LA, it's the Lakers, but they're also somewhat a baseball town through the Dodgers. As I wonder here, when we were talking about, people have come up to us and been very mad at the Rangers recently, like, what's going on? They need more bullpen help. And I wonder, is because maybe we're such a football metroplex that they see it as the season's almost over. It's like, there is still so much left. Maybe the Rangers win this division by 10 games.
Right.
Maybe the Rangers lose the division by 2 games, but there's so much left that we don't know about.
And I think that I don't know that they don't know. I think that maybe they've forgotten what it's like. You know what I mean? It's been a long time since 2010, 11, 12. I mean, obviously we had
15
all the way
and
to
16.
But and I think that we got seasoned in that period of time, right? And then it went away. And then now I think, too, there's a little bit of this, and I had this early on in the season, maybe 6 weeks in. I was like, just holding my breath. Like, how long can this last? This can't be for real. We can't be this good. This, all that kind of stuff, to where you're just waiting for basically something really bad to happen because you've experienced the last 6 seasons and they have not been pleasant. And so I think that there's a little bit of that. So then you kind of start to get that belief and that buy-in after, 8 weeks, 2 months, and then things start to wobble a little bit, and then you freak out and think it's all going to go away. And so I think it's just part of it. It's just like the conditioning of a Rangers fan.
I was curious your thoughts, or both y'all's thoughts, about Adolis Garcia. He gets the All-Star selection again. We all know he's good. We all know that he is lethal if you're trying to make that break for home plate. Do you finally feel like we've reached a point where nationally or across the game, everyone's like, you know what, he is good. This isn't a good season.
I think his peers recognize it for sure. And I remember having conversations with Michael Young about how honored he was to be voted in. I mean, obviously, if you're a starter, it's a fan vote. It's a popularity contest in addition to the credentials you need to qualify for it. But I just remember him talking about what an honor that was for him when he was voted in by his peers. And I think that Adolis kind of feels the same way. Like, to be respected within the game is probably more important to him than anything else. And so I think as long as he's getting that respect from his peers and from the game of baseball, he's cool with it. I don't know if outside other fan bases, unless they've seen him on a regular basis and see the howitzer from right field, that they truly appreciate what he's able to do. But I think that the fact that he's continuing to consistently be an everyday productive, highly productive big league player, people are going to start to take notice.
I think the Rangers need to make the playoffs and be on that stage.
Great point.
I had a buddy from Boston come in who I played minor league baseball with, and he was here for business, and he had no clue who Adolis Garcia was.
Probably
and
Jonah Heim, too.
A month ago, and it's just because the Rangers haven't been on a stage at all where if you're following your team and following the playoffs, you don't really know the Rangers. You'll know Seager and Semien because of the trade and the contract, but Adolis, I think, needs that playoff recognition to then get the national recognition.
That's a great point. I completely agree.
Are you guys going to be blowing up stuff for America tomorrow?
I don't intend to blow anything up. I don't break the law, sir. I live inside
me neither.
I live inside the city limits, and I do not blow things up.
But let's say you were married to someone who their family lived out on the lake.
Oh, yeah.
That it's not incorporated. Then you would blow stuff up for America,
right?
right?
Blow massive amounts of things up for America. Yes.
All right.
My dad actually, before he died, that was one of his biggest things. Was like to get the giant. How he still has all of his limbs, or did when he died, was beyond me. But he would get these. Just the most ridiculous amounts of fireworks and just blow them up, and it just gave him such great joy. I'm pretty risk averse myself at this point in my life. Used to not be that way at all, but now I'm like anything that could be possibly dangerous.
It's probably smart.
I'm like, I'll just watch from the sidelines.
I have one last question for you, because last year you touched me on the story you did. I believe it was with Jonah Heim and his mother. And I remember texting you going, wow, that was an amazing story. I'm like rooting more for Jonah Heim now.
Oh, his mother-in-law.
Yes, mother-in-law.
That has ALS.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a story that we don't know about on a personal level that you've got to know one of the players that is like a great story to know more about that person?
Oh, gosh. I can't think of anything right offhand. I think, when I look at Ezekiel Duran, and I think we've talked about this maybe on the pregame show, he reminds me so much of Elvis when he first came up. Just the personality, the big personality, always the smile on his face, that I think that you could see, especially with this production, if he keeps it up. Obviously, he's in a little bit of a downturn right now, but if he's able to be a productive big league player at this level with this organization, I think fans will really, really grow to love him. I really do. And then the other thing with Adolis, I mean, he's done a couple interviews with me in English now, and that has made me so incredibly proud. And because he's worked so hard at it, and he still goes back and forth. He doesn't do all of them in English. It depends on kind of who's around, what the situation is. But the very first one that he did live, which was his first ever interview to do live, he brought Raul out, and Raul said to me, hey, I bet he'll do it in English if you ask him. And I'm like, okay, I'll ask. So I asked him. He's like, no, I mean, not today. And I was like, okay. And so then we start the interview, and I'm asking questions in English, obviously, and he just starts answering in English. And I was so proud.
Awesome.
And so anyway, we get through the interview, and I give him a giant hug. And I'm so proud of you. And so anyway, finish doing Boch and all that kind of stuff. And then I go in the clubhouse, and I just give him like this biggest hug. And I was like, I'm so proud of you. And he was like, I got you on that one, didn't I? And I was like, you did.
Cool.
Yeah. He was like, I fooled you. I tricked you on that one. I was like, you did.
That's so cool.
You
Well,
did.
we appreciate stories just like that and your time this morning.
Sure.
Now let's go beat the Astros.
Let's do it.
All right. There you go. Emily Jones right here
guys.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will do our giveaway. Plus, next moves for the Mavs and Stars in free agency. All of it next, live from Gold Life Field on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece.
because I am going to follow them way more this season than I ever have in my life.
Is that because you're not anticipating their scheduling counterpart? Because let's face it, the NHL and the NBA schedules run almost exactly parallel. Is that because you're not anticipating maybe the best from their counterpart?
I pretty much watch 90% of all Dallas Maverick games. If they play 82 games, I probably watch 75 of their 82 games. The other 7 I don't watch is usually because load management with the Mavericks. I'm not watching this game. I'm not watching who they're putting out on the court. I don't care. And then if it looks like it's close late, I'll flip it over and see, all right, let me watch the last 5 minutes. I can't believe these 5 guys have kept it close. But let's see what happens here. So I'm obviously a huge Maverick fan. I'm not excited about what they've done so far. It's still early. Trades haven't happened. So I hope that in the next 10 days, the Mavericks do something to make me feel more optimistic about their chances.
Are you optimistic about, I know you said trades, but what about the mid-level exception usage, which luckily because of the deal that they signed with Kyrie and Powell, it is still fully available.
It looks like the only people they're interested in now are restricted free agents. And I worry about just when you have that little money that you're just going to sign a guy and 24 hours later they're like, just like DeAndre Ayton last year, It took a while, but then as soon as he signed with the Pacers, 1 minute later, Phoenix is like, well, good, he's ours now. He didn't sign the contract that we could offer. He signed that contract. So I think at this point, the mid-level exception, isn't Grant Williams restricted?
Yeah, I think that is correct.
Because Thibault,
yes,
who is a horrible offensive player and a good defensive player. This is what I worry about, too, with the Mavericks. Once again, how many guys are on the Mavericks that you say they play defense and they play offense?
Yeah.
It's really tough to construct a team where 5 guys are on a court and you go, these 3 guys are only offensive players and can't stand playing defense and won't do it. And these 2 guys are only defensive players and are horrible offensive players. It's tough to make a team that way.
I would like Grant Williams then. He can play some offense on you.
I think so, too.
I'm not saying he's going to dominate a scoreboard every night. But
I would be happy with him. He's an undersized power forward.
He can guard multiple positions.
Right.
He can switch.
And he can pass a basketball, which,
yes.
I mean, really, the Mavericks have decided over time we want guys that cannot pass and cannot dribble.
Did they decide that?
I do. I think in a way they're like, no, because Luka has the ball so much. Let's get everybody who can't pass and can't dribble. I'm like, the problem is he is going to pass it to those guys, and if they can only shoot and not be able to pass and not be able to dribble, there becomes an issue if they do close out on that guy. And so I'm confused with the way the Mavs are building this team. In a way, I feel like they're building it for the future with adding 2 draft picks that I do like. In a way, in Lively, I just think you're going to have to give them time to develop. In Omax, I think you're going to have to give them time to develop. I don't think they are guys that can help immediately, but they can help, whether it's hopefully being very optimistic later on in the season this year, but being realistic, more in year 2 and year 3 is where they're going to help a team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sure you can see and hear the hustle and bustle of all the Tolos, Twolos, all our good followers on YouTube pouring in here. And we want to make sure we reward people before we get to Jared Sandler. So I feel like it's about that time.
Let's give something away.
There you go. Almost. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Will win a pair of tickets to Peak Fighting Championship. That's going to be on Saturday, July 15th at 5:30. The card's got 9 total fights. Welterweight championship as undefeated Chris Vereen takes on Evan Cutts. You can buy tickets at comericacenter.com or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Next, we'll talk with Jared right here on The Fan.
Hello, it's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation with a few words about summer. Searing, scorching, sweating, sweltering, blazing, blistering, burning, baking. Feeling that heat? High temps aren't the only thing getting you hot under the collar. Wait till you see your energy bills and your AC repair bills as well. The solution? I recommend my friends at Window Nation for new energy-efficient windows. Your home stays comfortable and cool, your energy bill sinks as low as it can go, and your AC will avoid any premature breakdowns. Not to mention the incredible savings Window Nation is offering.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live out at Globe Life Field, and there's all kinds of people here already getting you ready for the Rangers-Astros series finale. And with that in mind, we bring on Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Do you get an extra pep in your step for Rangers-Astros, or you're like, no, I'm this level for all games?
No, absolutely, especially when we've got 40,000 people inside the ballpark. That's,
on a Monday!
Yeah, that's pretty cool. No, I think, in talking to Astros people, too,
Rose,
they're excited that this series means something again, and obviously Rangers fans are excited, and playing games that have meaning and have impact is a lot of fun.
Now, with that in mind, this does feel like an important game. Well, given the time of year it's in, this feels like as important as a game gets right before the All-Star break.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, there are implications here. There no longer are 163s when you tie after 162, so the head-to-head tiebreak is important, and so if the Rangers win today, then they just have to play 500 against the Astros the rest of the way to have that tiebreak if it comes down to that. And it's a difference between having a 5-game lead or a 3-game lead in the division. And, if you win today, I guess you'd like to win a 4-game series at home, but it's really tough to win a 4-game series against a really good team. And, the Astros walk out of here not gaining any ground. So, I think there's obviously some importance to this game.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited were you that the Rangers traded for Aroldis Chapman? And if it's not a 10, what player would be a 10 on your list if you heard in the next 3 weeks the Rangers traded for this player?
So relative to the reliever scale, I would say David Bednar would be a 10.
Okay.
Pittsburgh's closer. He's controllable as well. But, Aroldis Chapman is really good. I was pretty fired up. And, I don't mean this disrespectfully to Cole Reagans, and I don't know anything about Ronnie Cabrera.
It was cheap.
Yeah, I don't think the Rangers, really gave up I don't want to say a ton. I think that Cole Reagans could develop into a good starting pitcher. Maybe he ends up being a good reliever, but you've got time to replace that guy. I think, that's not someone 2-3 years from now you're going to look at and say, gosh, if we only had Cole Reagans, we'd be this or that. And, that's my thought a lot of times when you trade a reliever. A lot of people point to the relievers the Rangers traded. Well, you have plenty of time to figure that out. And so now it's about making the moves to not feel the loss of the guys that they have traded in the past.
We were talking earlier about seeing Framber Valdez do some stuff in the bullpen. Have you heard any buzz about what his return is?
My understanding is he's expected to make his next start, but I'm not positive. I say that because when we were talking about possible starters for the All-Star game, Framber Valdez's name I think is still a fair consideration.
And Evaldi, it looks like it would line perfectly up for him, right?
Yeah. Now he won the player vote, which is really proud. I was surprised he won the player vote over Shane McClanahan. I'm not surprised that he was amongst the top in the player vote, but. It's possible if baseball wants to give Luis Castillo the nod, hometown guy being in Seattle, or if they want to go with Shohei because
sure.
But Nathan Eovaldi absolutely deserves. I mean, if he were to start the All-Star game, he would absolutely deserve it. And I think the last Ranger to start an All-Star game on the mound was Kevin Brown in '92.
Wow!
So it'd be the first time in a long time.
I asked CJ Nitkowski this.
You better get his name right. You're going to be working with him.
Houston Astros trade for a starting pitcher in the next 3-4 weeks?
I would imagine they would. I would also imagine they would trade for a bat, but they just don't have a lot of resources. That in years past, they could basically pull whatever trade they wanted to because they'd have the guys to do it. It's just a matter of whether they want to. They're not in that spot anymore. They can't just go out and get anyone. They got to play in a different pool because their farm system just isn't very good unless they wanted to trade a guy like Jeremy Pena, and I don't foresee them doing that.
Do the Rangers trade for a starting pitcher?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, because we talked so much about relieving, but when you look at some of the injuries, even if you miss a start, it seems like it kind of throws us for a loop.
Yeah, I think the Rangers can go after a starter, and it doesn't have to be a top-line guy, but if it is, then you're accomplishing something for next year as well, because Martin Perez will be a free agent. They got an option with Andrew Heaney. Jacob deGrom will be out, until the end of next year, and so you go and you can either address it in free agency, or you can go and get someone right now who can help you this year and next year as well.
Are you going to blow anything up for America?
Like fireworks?
Yes. Or if you have other answers, that's fine.
I will be in Boston tomorrow for the 4th of July, so that's kind of exciting. That should be a pretty fun 4th of July game, and I heard it's a fun scene there at night.
And then you can continue to watch Mike Bassick's meteoric rise through the media ranks.
I can't wait to see. He's probably not going to talk to me next week, and he's going to be so cool, TV guy.
It'll be tough because I'll be in D.C. where everybody knows who I am.
It's such a big deal there.
So excited to see the 5-1
video tribute.
You guys go.
I'll
You
probably
go. Be
throw
a
out the
big
first
deal.
pitch every game.
Rangers, Astros pregame coming up next.
Once again,
thank
Mike
you very much,
Bassick.
Jared. We've been the KNC Masterpiece.
guys.
We'll be back on Wednesday, but remember, The Fan is live and local, so keep it here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening and supporting the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.